You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Hello and welcome to our Gunslinger Marathon here on an evening of old-time radio. To be honest, I haven't done a Western OTR video in quite a long time. Not because I don't like Western old-time radio shows, but because, one, there are frequently copyright issues with a lot of them, and two, Western OTR just isn't as popular of a genre among OTR fans on YouTube. But I'm not letting that stand in the way of putting this compilation together for those of you who do enjoy Western old-time radio. Western OTR shows had been around since the 1930s, but their peak popularity happened during the 50s. Unfortunately, just as radio's golden age was declining and TV was taking over. All right, let's dive into today's shows. So Luke Slaughter of Tombstone was a great Western OTR show that ran for only 16 episodes in mid-1958 on CBS. I'm not sure why this great show was canceled after so short a run, when other shows that started in 1958, like Have Gun Will Travel, ran for 2 years, but it was undoubtedly influenced by the fact that by the mid to late 1950s, radio was very much on the way out due to television. Sam Buffington starred as Luke Slaughter, a Civil War cavalryman turned cattle rancher in Arizona near Fort Huachuca, and Junius Matthews played his sidekick, Wichita. The series was produced and directed by William N. Robeson, one of radio's most famous and prolific directors, so the quality of every aspect of the show was top-notch. As in this episode, June Bride, listen to the amazing sound effects, which are easily on par with other great Western OTR shows that were known for their production values, like Gunsmoke. This episode guest stars Norma Jean Nilsson, Normal Alden, and Barney Phillips. Next up is one of the greatest of all OTR Western shows, in my opinion, The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart in the title role. Again, this great show only lasted for a short time, one season of 39 episodes, from 53 to 54. Stewart starred as Britt Ponsett, a drifting cowboy at the end of the Wild West, who mostly wandered about the Southwest trying to find work herding cattle and doing other odd jobs, but usually winding up getting involved with capturing killers and thieves and basically straightening out all the troubles of the little western towns that he came to. One of the trademarks of this show was Stewart's use of whispering the narration during tense scenes, and then almost shouting the narration during loud gun battles as the action accelerated. In this episode, Red Lawson's Revenge, Britt meets a man named Red Lawson who's hunting down the alleged killer of his brother, whom he intends to kill. But it just so happens that his quarry is Britt's good friend. Shirley Mitchell, Paul Richards, and Barney Phillips guest star. After that, we have Frontier Gentlemen and the episode Nasty People. Yet another Western radio show that was launched after radio's decline, and as a result only lasted for less than a year in 1958 on CBS. It starred John Denner as English journalist J.B. Kendall, who roams the late Wild West looking for stories for his paper, the London Times. He's far more than just a newspaper man, though, and he's always getting deeply involved in the usually violent tales that he writes about, being a prestigious gunfighter himself. In several of the episodes, he encounters well-known historical figures like Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane. In this episode, Kendall spends the night in a strange house and meets some very strange people, and then the killing begins. Next up is arguably the most famous of Western old-time radio shows, Gunsmoke. Proving that even at the tail end of the age of radio during the 1950s, when television was taking over and hurting the success of a lot of great radio shows, Gunsmoke ran for 9 years from 1952 to 1961 on the radio. It starred William Conrad as Marshal Matt Dillon of Dodge City, Kansas in the late 19th century. The other three main characters are Doc Adams, played by Howard McNear, Kitty Russell, played by Georgia Ellis, and Chester Proudfoot, his deputy, played by Parley Bear. The show has some of the best production values in all of radio. The writing, the acting, the sound effects were, and still are to this day, considered top-notch. In this episode, Paid Killer, a man named Lawson Hales hires a man to kill Marshall Dillon for $5,000 gold. Interestingly, this episode was repeated in 1959, and that amount was changed to only $1,000. I don't know why. All right, let's listen to these first 4 great old-time Western radio shows, and I'll be back in a bit to discuss.
Slaughter's my name. Luke Slaughter. Cattle's my business. It's a tough business. It's big business. I've got a big stake in it. And there's no man west of the Rio Grande big enough to take it from me.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, Civil War cavalryman turned Arizona cattleman. Across the territory, from Yuma to Fort Defiance, from Flagstaff to the Huachucas, and below the border through Chihuahua and Sonora, his name was respected or feared, depending on which side of the law you were on. Man of vision, man of legend, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Lots of people back east think us Westerners are rough, uncouth, and ill-mannered. Although it might not appear so to a stranger, we do live by a fairly rigid set of manners. For instance, we don't care what a man was, but what he is. All of us have come out to this new country from somewhere else, and why we came is our own business. Of course, sometimes a stranger may drift into town who reminds us of things we just as soon forget. Like the time Wichita and I was sitting out front of the Cosmopolitan Hotel, waiting for the dinner gong to ring.
Sure is going to be good to tie on a store-bought feed bag, Luke.
Yeah, I'm getting a little hungry myself.
Well, I wasn't thinking of quantity so much as quality. I don't trust that pigtailed bean wrangler you got down at the ranch. I swear there was cat meat in that son of a gun stew he made for supper last night.
I doubt it, Wichita. The Chinese are supposed to be excellent cooks.
Well, somebody should get that message through to Lum Chung. Maybe you ought to bring him up here for a feed sometime so he can learn what a lard-fried steak ought to taste like. Yeah, and mashed turnips, too, without lumps. Oh, when are they going to ring that darn dinner bell? I'm starving myself just thinking about it.
Morning, Luke. Howdy, Wichita.
Well, Mr.
Howdy.
Wallace, what brings you down from the mine in the middle of the day?
I'm eating the stage, expecting a business associate in from the east.
Here you struck water up at the Little Giant, Mr. Wallace.
That's right.
What's going on up there on the hill? First the sulphurette strikes water, and then contention, and now you.
It seems that there's an underground lake at the 500-foot level.
Well, we can sure use some more water out in this desert, but it's never going to bring in as much as silver.
Well, I don't imagine Mr. Wallace is going to let a little water interfere with his silver production, Wichita.
Not for a single minute. We're going to install the biggest pumps west of the Mississippi. Matter of fact, that's why the man I'm going to meet is coming all the way out here from St. Louis.
He bringing the pumps with him on the stage?
Oh, no, Wichita. But after I've convinced him that we can lick the water, and I will, he's going to put up the money for the pumps.
He know that yet?
No, but he knows a good thing when he sees it. And believe me, boys, Tombstone's a good thing. $1 invested in Tombstone today will be worth $10 in a year, and $100 by the end of the century.
Well, I think I'll hold on to my dollar. I ain't calculating on being around come 1900.
Well, here's the stage, and right on time, too. That ought to impress Mr. Albert W. Norton on how we do things out here.
Did you say Albert W. Norton?
Yes, he's the man I'm meeting. Very important in banking circles back in St. Louis.
No, it couldn't be.
What couldn't be, Luke?
Nothing, Wichita. Just thinking out loud.
See, you're keeping right on schedule, Ed.
Oh, howdy, Mr. Wallace. Yeah, I could have saved the horses a mite and been a bit late. Only I got a passenger in there I'm hankering to get rid of pronto. All right, mister. Get down. Get the end of the line.
And you are out of a job, my good man. If I have to buy this stage line to be sure you're discharged.
Ah, dry up.
Welcome to Tombstone, Mr. Norton.
Oh, hello there, Wallace.
Had a pleasant trip?
I can't say I have, since I transferred from the steam cars to this devil's conveyance driven by a madman.
Now, look here, mister.
Why, old Ed here is one of the best 6-horse drivers in the territory.
Then I can see that there is room for great improvement out here.
Well, that may be so. But I'm sure after you've been with us for a few days, you'll find that there are a lot of things in our favor.
Come on, Wichita, let's go.
Well, let's go where? They ain't rung the dinner bell yet.
We can eat back at the ranch.
But, Luke, the lard fried steaks at the Cosmopolitan are the best in Arizona.
Then you eat mine, too. I'm getting out of town before I commit murder.
Murder? Who you figured on murdering?
Him. Mr. Albert W. Norton. More coffee, Wichita?
Thank you, no. I understand they got a new show at the Birdcage. High kickers, they tell me. You feel like riding into town tonight?
I don't think so, Wichita. I like it fine right here on the ranch.
You must. You ain't been in town for more than a week.
That's right.
Ever since the day that Eastern dude pulled in.
Right again.
Luke, I'm a patient man.
Are you?
Well, patient is the next. But my patience is a-running out.
And just what are you getting impatient about?
Luke, it ain't fair. You ain't never told me why you got it in for that Albert W. Norton friend of Mr. Wallace.
That's right, I never have.
Well?
And most likely I never will.
Oh, now, Luke.
Wichita, I guess there isn't a single one of us out here that doesn't carry around memories that hurt. Things we'd like to forget. Maybe that's why people like you and me have drifted west.
Well, in my case, I know I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for...
I don't want to hear about it, Wichita.
Well, I don't mind telling you. I got no secrets from you.
Yes, you have. And you keep them.
Well, all right, if that's the way you feel. But... Oh, appears we got visitors. No, just young Buck Rainier. I thought you'd give him the evening off.
I did. He was going into town to spark Ellie Mae Wallace.
Well, his spark must have fizzled out. It ain't even dark yet, and he's back home.
Evening, Buck.
Evening, Luke.
Ain't you back a mite early, son?
Looks like.
Things pretty dull up in town.
Yeah, for me, anyway.
What's the matter, Buck? You want to tell us?
Yes, I do. I gotta talk to somebody.
Oh, and you just sit right down here in the stoop and spell it.
Well, I guess it ain't any news to you that I've been sweet on Ellie Mae Wallace for a long time.
Well, you haven't exactly been keeping it a secret, Buck.
No, I guess not, but, well, it's more than just being sweet on her, Luke. I'm in love with her.
You sure, son?
Sure, I'm sure.
Well, you better be. A woman can be as treacherous as a sidewinder. And the younger and prettier she is, the more sidewinding she can be.
All right, Wichita. You know, if everybody felt like you do about women, where would the world be?
Better off.
Don't pay any attention to the old misogynist, Buck.
What's that?
Woman hater.
That's me.
How about Ellie Mae, Buck? Does she love you?
Yes, Luke, she does.
Well, then you haven't got anything to worry about.
Oh, yes, I have. She's not allowed to see me anymore.
What?
That's right, Luke. I called at her house like I do every Wednesday, and her father answered the door, and he told me that Ellie Mae was busy tonight, and she'd be busy every other night, and that if I was smart, I wouldn't come back anymore.
Why, the dirty old...
Didn't he give any explanation? Or...
No, he just slammed the door in my face. But I found out the explanation. It's right here in tonight's epitaph. Look.
John Wallace, proprietor of the Little Giant Mine, has announced the engagement of his daughter Ellie Mae to Albert W. Norton of St. Louis. So Norton's done it again.
Done what, Luke?
Only this time he isn't going to get away with it.
What are you talking about?
Saddle up my horse, Wichita.
Where are you going?
I'm going to have a little talk with our friend, Mr. Wallace.
It's sure good of you to do this for me, Luke.
I'm doing it for myself, Buck.
I don't understand.
You don't have to.
You want me to ride in with you, Luke?
No, Wichita, I'm going alone. Only here. Keep my guns for me.
You going into town without your shooting irons?
That's right. I'm still afraid I might be tempted to keep a promise to myself.
What promise?
To kill Albert W. Norton. Evening, Mr. Wallace.
Why, Luke Slaughter. What brings you into town at this hour?
Maybe it is a little late, but I want to talk to you. You mind if I come in?
No, of course not. Do come in, please. Sit down.
Thanks.
Well, Luke, what's on your mind?
I read in tonight's epitaph that your daughter is going to marry this Norton fellow.
That's right. A week from Saturday, in St. Paul's Episcopal Church.
Looks like you don't believe in long engagements.
Not when it's love at first sight.
Is it?
Of course. Isn't this a rather late hour for congratulations?
I didn't come here to congratulate you. I came to try to talk you out of it.
Aren't you sticking your nose into something that is absolutely none of your business?
Maybe and maybe not. Oh, by the way, where is your future son-in-law? You might be interested in what I've got to say.
I have no idea. He went downtown this evening.
Oh, that's right. I heard there was a new troop of high kickers at the birdcage.
I wouldn't know. And I don't keep tabs on the comings and goings of Mr. Norton.
Maybe you should before you give him your daughter. Just what do you know about this Norton?
Enough. He's a highly successful St. Louis financier.
And his price for bailing out your mine is a girl young enough to be his daughter.
Slaughter, I don't have to sit here in my own house and listen to such dirty insinuations.
You don't, but you will. Hold on. I apologize, Mr. Wallace. You're right. This is none of my business, from your point of view. But from my point of view, it is. Because I happen to know Ellie Mae is in love with a young fellow named Buck Rainier.
That wrangler that works for you?
That's right.
I threw him off my premises tonight.
I know. That's why I'm here. Buck is very much in love with your daughter, Mr. Wallace.
Well, he'll have to get over it. I certainly would never permit Ellie Mae to marry a $40 a month cowhand.
Mr. Wallace, I've never been married. I've never had any children. But if I ever do have a son, I'd like him to be the kind of boy Buck is. And to back up that statement, when he marries your daughter, I'll make him a wedding present of a couple of sections of land and enough cattle to set him up in business.
Very touching, Slaughter. But Norton's holding the high hand in this game.
He usually does. But this time I don't think he'll win.
I'd like to see what's going to stop him.
You will, Wallace, when the hand is played.
Are you threatening me?
Not at all. But I'm asking you once more to give your daughter a chance to be happy.
That's exactly what I am doing. And that's why she's going to marry Albert Norton.
That's your final word?
It is.
All right, Wallace. I tried. I hope I haven't kept you up too late. But you might try to sleep on this. If Ellie Mae were my daughter, I'd rather see her entertaining the boys at the Occidental Saloon than married to Albert W. Norton.
Mr. Slaughter.
Ellie Mae.
I overheard you talking to Papa. Mr. Slaughter, what am I going to do?
Ellie Mae, are you really in love with Buck?
Oh, yes. I'll die if I have to marry that awful old Mr. Norton.
But you want to marry Buck?
Oh, yes, so very, very much. What am I going to do, Mr. Slaughter?
You just go ahead and do what your father tells you. Smile and be pleasant, and act like you were the first blushing bride in the history of the world.
But I can't do that.
Yes, you can. Because, Ellie Mae, I promise you, you will never be Mrs. Albert W. Norton.
In a moment, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone returns. Tonight, CBS Radio invites you to our Mitch Miller Show. As guest of honor at Mitch's table, you're part of the excitement of show business itself. You meet the most impressive and accomplished people in show business. You learn how they got to the top. And more than that, you make friends with the biggest stars of the moment. Each Sunday night as CBS Radio's Mitch Miller Show comes your way on most of these same stations. And now, Act Two of William N. Robeson's production of Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
To hear the Tombstone epitaph tell it, the wedding of Ellie Mae Wallace and Albert W. Norton was going to be the biggest thing since Queen Victoria took Prince Albert to husband. Every edition carried another tantalizing tidbit. The bridal gown was coming by fast express from San Francisco. The bride's father had bought up all the French champagne in town for the reception. The nuptials were to be solemnized by the Bishop of Arizona himself.
And listen to this in tonight's paper. The happy pair will spend their honeymoon in the East, where they will be transported by private railway car provided by Mr. Wallace.
Doesn't say anything anywhere about what the groom's providing, does it?
No, but he must have something to offer.
Sure he does. A line of palaver like a lightning rod salesman.
Just the same, it looks like the three of us are the only people in Tombstone who won't be at the wedding.
Don't be too sure about that, Wichita.
I don't want to go. I don't want to see it happen to Ellie Mae.
You don't have to go, Buck. But I think maybe Wichita and I'll make an appearance.
How? We ain't got any invites. And after the way you talked to Wallace the other night, I don't figure we're going to get any.
Who said we needed any? This is a free country, and St. Paul's Church is a house of worship, open to any sinner with a contrite heart. We're going to the wedding, Wichita, but I'm not sure we'll be able to stay for the reception. I had my own preparations to make, but they didn't involve bishops and champagne and such frills. They were relatively simple, and they were all completed by Saturday morning.
Got the horses all saddled and waiting, Luke.
Good, Wichita.
I oughtn't to stay here and let you do it all, Luke. Let me come along.
You just do as I tell you, Buck. You'll have plenty to do later.
Yeah, but what if it don't work?
Then you're where you ought to be, and where I want you to be, in the clear. Let's go, Wichita. See you in a couple of hours, Buck, if we pull it off.
Good luck, Luke. Luke, it don't seem right going to a wedding in work clothes.
Why not, Wichita? Only got work to do.
Why this marriage should not be performed.
This is our cue, Wichita.
Let him speak now, or forever hold his peace.
Then I guess this is the moment for me to speak, Bishop.
What's going on?
Wichita. I know plenty of reasons why this wedding shouldn't be held.
Slaughter, this is a private ceremony.
Slaughter?
Not any longer, Wallace. I'm making it public. And Mr. Norton knows why.
Oh, Mr. Slaughter, you kept your promise.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You sure about that, Norton? You sure you don't remember a young lawyer named Lucian Slaughter back in Peoria, Illinois, just after the war?
You're not...
Yes, I am. A little heavier, maybe, and a little less hair. And the name Lucian was just a little bit flossy for the cattle country. So it somehow got whittled down to Luke.
Mr. Slaughter, if you have something to say, please say it quickly. You have interrupted one of the church's most sacred sacraments.
I'm sorry about that, Bishop. Folks, I know this man, Norton. He's been married before.
What? You didn't tell me that, Norton.
What of it? My wife has been dead for years.
So I heard. And what did she die of?
Hell, consumption, I think it was.
You think? Didn't she die of humiliation and a broken heart after you deserted her?
That's not true. I did not desert her. My business took me to St. Louis
and you thought a small-town girl like her would be a drawback. So you never sent for her.
I don't see what all this has to do with anything.
It has to do with a no-good grifter. will make your daughter's life as unhappy as he did his first wife's.
Mr. Wallace, are you going to permit this boor to interfere?
I certainly am not. You've had your say, Slaughter. Now get out.
All right, I'm going. In a minute.
Look out, he's throwing a gun.
Cover that side of the church, Wichita.
I am, Luke.
Mr. Slaughter, you have desecrated the house of the Lord.
I'll settle with the Lord later. Come on, Ellie Mae.
Yes, Mr. Slaughter.
Slaughter, this is kidnapping.
Is it? Or is it an act of mercy? Keep him covered till I get to the horses, Wichita.
I got him.
Come on, out this way, Ellie Mae.
Where's he going with that girl?
Now, folks, I don't hanker to desecrate the house of the Lord further with gunfire, but I will if you folks don't quiet down and stay put. Well, Luke, there's Buck waiting for us out in front of the ranch house.
Yep. And there's the Padre from Bisbee with him. Just in case you want to make use of his services, Ellie Mae.
Oh, I do, Mr. Slaughter, I do.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Ellie Mae, sweetheart.
Buck.
Hurry up, Buck. Get your bride down from this horse. Howdy, Padre.
Good afternoon, Luke.
Think you can tie the knot for these two in 5 minutes?
I'll do my best.
You better. Guess I figure that's about all the lead we've got on that wedding party.
And I pronounce you man and wife.
Oh, Ellie.
Oh, my husband. My very own husband.
Ellie.
Now, that can wait until later. You got the rest of your life for smooching. You better get out of here now before your pappy gets here.
You got your horses out and back like I told you about?
Yeah, Luke.
Then you two hit the trail. I'll stall off the angry citizens.
Oh, Mr. Slaughter, how can I ever thank you?
Don't bother. Ride.
And you, Wichita.
Well, now, you might name the first one after me. Now, get.
Come on, darling. See you later, Luke.
Well, Wichita, let's welcome our visitors.
All right, Slaughter, what have you done with my daughter?
She isn't here, Mr. Wallace.
Of course she's here. We followed your trail.
Well, she was here, but she just left on her honeymoon.
What? Why, you...
Yeah, I'm afraid you're too late, Wallace. Ellie Mae has been Mrs. Buck Rainier for at least 5 minutes.
I'll have the marriage annulled.
I don't see how you can do that, Wallace. The girl's over age, and the ceremony was legal in every respect. Wasn't it, Padre?
Indeed it was, Luke.
I'd ask you and the losing bridegroom in for refreshments on... Oh, by the way, I don't see Mr. Norton in your party. What happened to him?
He fell off his horse.
I'm not surprised. Well, as I was saying, I'd ask you in, only I'm sure you have much more adequate refreshments you'll be wanting to consume at what was to have been the wedding reception. So if you'll excuse us, Wichita and I are going to have a bite to eat. We've had a very busy day.
But you still haven't told me.
Told you what?
Well, how you happen to know so much about that Norton fella?
Well, Wichita, I suppose I might as well tell you. You'll never stop nittering me. You see, back in Illinois, 15 years ago, there was this young lawyer just starting out in the world. This young girl. They were very much in love, and they wanted to get married.
Uh-huh.
But the young girl's father had other ideas, ambitious ideas. And he made the girl marry a fast-talking young fella named Albert W. Norton.
Oh.
And the young lawyer left town, swearing he'd kill Norton if he ever saw him again. Only you know, Wichita, I like it better this way. Killing's too good for a rat like him.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But there's only one thing about the whole shebang that I don't like.
What's that?
They left in such a hurry, I didn't get to kiss the bride.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, starring Sam Buffington, was written and directed by William N. Robeson. Supporting Mr. Buffington were Norma Jean Nilsson, Junius Matthews, Norm Alden, Barney Phillips, Ben Wright, and Charles Seal. Editorial supervision by Tom Henley, with music composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother-of-pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas Plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. Meet the safe driver. If you know what makes him stay alive on the highways, you may be able to follow his good example. He always keeps his car in A1 mechanical condition. He shows courtesy for other drivers. He knows that speed is his greatest enemy. And most important, he knows and obeys the laws. Remember, few accidents happen with safe drivers. Are you one of them? Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
I hadn't seen Mary and Dan for pretty near 3 years, not since they left the Panhandle. So I figured as long as I was riding up through the Platte River country, I might as well swing out on my way a piece and look in on them. You know, we'd been real good friends for a long time. It was kind of like going home. And the closer I got, the more I kept thinking back, remembering, kind of daydreaming. You know, riding across prairie flat sort of does that to you. Your horse, he kind of finds his own trail mostly, and you just slouch easy-like in the saddle and listen to the hoof beats, steady, regular. Things you haven't thought about for years sneak into your head. Anyhow, I still had a day to go, and I was watching out for a good spot to bed down when I saw this campfire up ahead. Well, the way I figure is human beings are always better company than coyotes, so I gave Scar a flick with the reins and headed up toward it. Whoa, easy now, boy. There we are. Easy. Ah, howdy. Hiya. You'd rather camp private?
Well, climb down. Pour yourself some java.
Oh, thanks. Easy, boy. Whoa. Hey, whiz, that smells good.
Yeah.
You, any notion about how far it is Walnut Creek?
20 miles shore. That where you're going?
Yeah, I stopped over there. A couple of friends there I haven't seen in quite a while.
Uh-huh. Yeah, a fellow there I ain't seen for a while neither.
That's all. Hey, by George, there's good coffee.
Yeah, I've been hunting him for over 3 years. Finally located him. I'm going to kill him.
Uh-huh. How come?
He murdered my kid brother 4 years ago in Laredo. Shot him down in the street.
Yeah. Well, another killing won't bring him back.
Oh, nothing will bring him back. And after I killed Dan Mailer, nothing will bring him back neither.
Dan Mailer?
That's right, Ponce.
Huh?
Yeah, I know who you was. As soon as you rode up to that fire and I got a look at that gun of yours. Britt Ponce. The fellow they call the six-shooter.
Well, you must have known I was a friend of Dan's. How come you told me all this?
Well, I figure you'll warn him. And that's fine with me. I want him to know. Have time to get scared, you know, maybe try to run away. I like it if he runs a while first. I'll catch up with him. You tell him that, Ponce. You tell him Red Lawson's coming to kill him. There's nothing he can do about it.
Well, thanks for the coffee. Easy, boy. Now, Lawson, I reckon Dan won't run. I'll be seeing you. Come on, boy. Come on. That's the trouble with the past.
Wasn't only good things in it. Got some bad ones, too. And one of the bad ones was reaching out for Dan and Mary. I didn't know this fellow Lawson. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I did know Dan. And I knew if he'd killed somebody back there in Texas, it hadn't been murder. It was long about the middle of forenoon when I rode up the dirt road between the rows of cottonwoods, turned into the yard. Old hound dog came charging around the side of the house, sounding a lot meaner than he looked. Whoa, boy. Whoa, Star. Here now. Now quit it. You don't want to bite anybody. Nice fella. Go on, tell him you got company. Go on, boy. Go on. Go on. The place had a good feel to it. Quiet, peaceful. And then I remembered Lawson.
Britt, Britt, oh, I just can't believe.
Hiya, Mary. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Dan, come on up and see who's here. Hurry. He's been working in the barn fixing up one of the plows. How are you?
Hey, you haven't changed a bit, Mary, unless you're a little prettier than her.
Oh, you're
Hi, Dan.
Son of a gun. Oh, you stayed away too long.
Well, things came up, Dan. You know how it is.
Yeah.
You're sure looking good, both of
Oh,
you.
feeling good, too.
Settling down is what does it, Britt.
Yeah, she took a good saddle man and turned him into a poor plowman. What do you think of that?
That's not true, Dan. You've got the best stand of corn west of the Omaha. What's really great, though, Britt, is peace.
Peace.
No more gunfighting, no range wars. Never knowing whether Dan would come home sitting up in his saddle or tied onto it. That's all in the past now. Why, Dan doesn't even wear a gun anymore. And that's the way I want it, Britt. It's the kind of life I want from... Oh, have we got a surprise for you?
Oh, well, you know, kind of hard to surprise, you know. You remember?
That's what you think. Come on inside. Now, don't you tell him, Dan. Oh, you'll see, Britt.
Let's see. What, could one of those newfangled player pianos, is that it?
Oh, no, a piano. That's the most ridiculous guess I ever heard of.
Well, it sure couldn't be anything that has... Well, I'll be darned. I'll be doggone. It's a baby. Well, which kind is it, Mary?
Not it. He. That's young Britt. He'll be a year and a half old next month.
That name was Mary's idea, Britt. I sure wouldn't have wished it on it.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Oh, he's all upset. Hasn't had his nap out. Rich will have to look him over later. You and Dan go on outside now and let me quiet him down.
Oh, sure, Mary. I can't have my namesake all upset.
Are you hungry, Britt?
Oh, I'm always hungry. You know that, Mary.
Good. Got some buttermilk cornbread in the oven. Be ready in a minute.
You know, Britt, Mary is right. This is a good life. I never thought I'd settle down and like it, but I sure have done it.
Yeah, Dan. I guess Mary can't hear us out here, can she?
No, she can't hear us. Why, what's the matter, Britt?
I met a fellow on the trail last night, Dan. Name's Red Lawson.
Lawson.
Says you shot his brother in Laredo about 4 years ago.
Lawson. Kurt Lawson. Yep. Yeah, I did, Britt. He was one of the Bracken gang, that bunch of rustlers that pulled an ambush on me when I was working for the Circle J ranch. Well, I guess I better dig out the shooting irons and go after him.
No, wait a minute, Dan.
Wait nothing. He's probably holed up in town. The odds will be better if I go after him instead of waiting for him to come to me.
Yeah, but what about Mary?
Well, that's just it. If I catch him in town, it'll keep him from coming out here. What about her, Britt? What do you mean?
Well, she's happy now, Dan. She figures this kind of thing is all over and done with.
Well, she'll sure find out different if he comes out here gunning for me.
Well, maybe he won't, though. Maybe, Dan, maybe I can do something.
Britt, I've always fought my own battles.
But you've got Mary now. You've got the baby.
And you're a lot faster with a gun than I am. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, Dan. There are just other answers besides killing, that's all. Or maybe we can find one. Anyway, we can try, can't we? I saddled up Scar a bit early the next morning and rode into town alone. Figured I'd have a talk with the sheriff. After all, this was his job when you come right down to it. Well, he wasn't in his office at the county jail. He was out of town for the next 3 days. So I walked down the main street trying to figure out what to do. This wasn't much of a town. Walnut Creek, there's a couple of blocks of clapboard buildings, a boardwalk along the front of them, sheet iron awnings up over, and nothing much stirring but the dogs. Sleepy, quiet, real nice and peaceful. For everybody except me.
Fred!
Huh? Oh, Mary.
Oh, now. Well, you were certainly an early bird this morning.
Well, Mary, does Dan know you came into town by yourself?
Oh, I don't know, Britt. I come in alone every day or two. Why shouldn't I? Something wrong, Britt?
No, I just wondered, that's all.
Actually, I think he was too busy to notice I'd left. You know what he was doing? Cleaning his guns. You're a bad influence, Britt.
Well,
I think you've started him thinking about things...
Well, Ponset, how about it? You give him my message?
Lawson. Mary, I'll see you later, huh?
Well, all right, Britt.
Oh, now, there ain't no need of the lady.
No. Goodbye, Mary. I'll see you later, huh?
All right, Britt. If you say so. Giddy up. Come on.
Mary, huh? Dan's wife, maybe. I hear he's got a kid, too.
Yeah, maybe you hear too much, Lawson. And talk too much, too. Maybe you don't ride enough.
Oh, I'll ride. I'm through here. When I get even.
Yeah, Dan told me about that. Your brother tried to ambush him. He was in with that Bracken gang.
That don't make no difference to me. He was my brother. Dan Mailer was in my place. He might feel the same way. Maybe I'll give him a chance to feel the same way. Now that I know he's got a wife, a kid.
Now, Lawson, if you touch Mary...
Yeah, I know. I know all that. But once I've done what I come here to do, I don't care what happens afterwards. You, Dan Mailer, can make no move until I do. You see how it stacks up, Ponce? I got all the cards.
He turned his back and he walked off down the street, and I stood there watching him go, knowing he was right. He did have all the cards. There was only one thing in the world he wanted: revenge. And he didn't care what it cost to get it, even his life. Dan and I couldn't move first, and afterwards it'd be too late.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. When it's entertainment you're after, you'll find the very best on this station of the NBC radio network. Thursday night, for example, you'll hear Robert Young, Roy Rogers, Ralph Edwards, and Eddie Cantor, each with a great program for your listening pleasure. Robert Young on Father Knows Best, a program based on the assumption that the man of the family can put one over on the wife and youngsters. And Truth or Consequences with Ralph Edwards. When Ralph sends a contestant off on a consequence, it usually ends up as one of radio's funniest stunts. And if you like Western songs and adventures, you'll find none better than the ones you hear on the Roy Rogers Show. Then, to top it all off, hear the little-known stories of show business that Eddie Cantor tells on Show Business Show, each Thursday on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Act Two of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponset.
I found Mary finally at the general store, and I stayed with her while she bought some things. And we headed back to the farm. Just like a woman, she was curious about the fellow I'd stopped to talk with. Wondered why I hadn't introduced her. I had a real hard time stalling her off, but I managed to. With Dan, it was different. Dan? Are you in there, Dan?
Yeah, come on in, Britt. Been cleaning my guns.
Oh, forget it, Dan. There are better ways.
Yeah? You got one figured?
No. No, not yet. I saw Lawson in town a while ago, Dan.
Oh? You talked to him any?
Yes, I talked to him. I reckon you better stay close to Mary and the boy.
Why? What do you mean? What do you mean, Britt? Did he say anything?
No, not exactly. He saw Mary in town.
Why, that dirty...
No, I didn't let him talk to her, Dan. She wondered about it, though. She'll probably ask you later.
That settles it, then. I hadn't even thought of that side of it. Britt, I'm going after him.
You wouldn't have a chance, Dan.
Selling me kind of short, ain't you?
No, I don't mean it that way. Lawson wouldn't draw even if you called him. That's not what he's after, don't you see? You'd have to kill him in cold blood, and I don't think you could do that, Dan.
No, I couldn't. Not even Lawson. What are we going to do, Britt?
We waited and watched. The day passed, no sign of Lawson, nothing happened. But instead of feeling easier, we just got more keyed up. Mary didn't seem to catch on anything was wrong. And then supper was over and the night started to come on. And we just sat around talking while Mary got the baby off to sleep, singing to him and rocking him. The katydids start chirping close. Way off toward the hills, the coyotes took up and answered them. Inside it was sort of quiet and gentle.
I think he's finally drifted off.
Yeah, he looks sound asleep.
Just look at him lying, completely helpless and so lovable you could just eat him.
Well, I suppose he'll get himself some hair and teeth someday. Maybe look a little more human then.
Dan, it's a fine way to talk about your own son.
That's when I heard it. Sound outside. A horse stamped just one or two times, like somebody was holding too tight a rein on him. Scar and Dan's stock were all in the corral over next to the barn. This was right up close to the house. I didn't let on to Mary or Dan.
What's the matter, Bruce? You getting rested?
No, it's too many years on the trail, I guess. I think maybe I'll amble outside. I get a little fresh air.
Well, watch out for the coyotes, Britt. They grow 'em big around here. Dangerous, too.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. Coming out of the light that way, I was blind as a bat. I stopped on the porch. I waited a minute so I could get used to the dark. I stood there listening to the sounds coming out of the night. The katydids, the coyotes. Then I heard it again. I moved around the corner of the house. It was all quiet. No sign of anybody. I drew fast and fired at the fire. Then I could hear a horse getting away.
Britt, you all right?
Yeah, Dan. I lost. He got away.
What in the name of heaven were you trying to do?
Are you all right, Mary?
Well, thanks to you if I am. That first shot didn't miss me or the baby by more than 6 inches.
Well, I'm sorry, Mary. There was a coyote out there, and I didn't realize...
Didn't realize, you fool. You might have killed us both, and you didn't realize.
Stop it, Mary. Britt was...
No, she's right, Dan. It was my fault. I just didn't think, that's all.
Britt, I think you've worn a gun so long it's beginning to affect your mind.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Look, I think maybe I'll ride into town for a while, if nobody minds. I'm awful sorry, Mary. I'll see you later,
I ought to go with him, Mary.
Why? After a fool trick like that, he ought to be alone. Nobody should be around him. It isn't safe to be.
Oh, you don't understand, Mary. You just don't... Yeah. Well, let's go back in the house.
Yeah.
What?
Let's all go back in.
Dad.
Lawson. Why, you...
Easy, Mailer. You see how it is. Gun ain't pointed at you. One crazy move and your wife will get it. All right. Let's all go inside. Go on, move. Well, a nice place. Yes, sir. Real nice place. Had a storeroom over there? Mailer.
Yeah.
All right. Get inside, both of you. I said get inside.
Come on, Mary.
Ah. I'd have to hold you? Huh? Now.
Too much of a start on him. Catch up to him. After a while, I stopped. Close car. Whoa, boy. Hold up here. Oh. I could hear him up front. I could hear him. I've heard a lot of horses on the trail. Enough of them to know that this one had an empty saddle on him. I read Lawson hadn't left that farm at all. Come on, boy. Lawson could be anywhere around here. Dan? Where's this? Where's that? Dan? Oh, the storeroom. Oh, all right, just a second. Wait till I get this. I'll try to get this door open.
Where is he?
There's nobody here, Dan.
The baby!
What?
Where's the baby?
I don't know. Dan!
Lawson was here, waited for you to leave, and locked us up. He kept coming over to the storeroom door, telling us what he was going to do.
He said he'd burn the house, all kinds of
He
things.
couldn't have got away. He was here just a minute ago.
And he has the baby.
Rick.
Wait a minute. He's got to come over here to the barn to get the horse, huh? Grab your gun. Come on, Dan.
Stay here, Mary. Don't come out of the house.
He's got the baby. This won't be easy.
I know. I can't figure why he waited. He had all of us. I can't figure it.
Yes, he's waited 3 years. He just wanted to enjoy it, that's all. All right, come on. We'd better separate. No use making it easy for him.
Right, Britt.
Hold it. Right where you are.
The moon came out from behind the clouds. I could see him now standing right in the barn door, right in the open, like he wasn't afraid of anything. And then I saw why he wasn't afraid. He was holding a gun in his hand, not pointing it at us, though. It was aimed at a little bundle squirming in the hay behind him.
I reckon you can see how things stand. One movement's all over for the kid. All right, Mailer. Drop your gun.
I'm the one you're after, Lawson. All right, you got me. How about leaving Mary and the baby out of it? I killed your brother. They didn't.
Hey, you'd miss him, though, wouldn't you? I guess you'd miss him real bad.
Why, you...
Hey. Careful, mate.
Dan just stood there, helpless, hands up in the air. The moon was out full now. I knew I could get a clear sight on Lawson, but I didn't dare to draw and fire. He'd still have time to jerk that trigger. The gun muzzle was about 3 inches from the baby's head.
All right, Ponce. Move on over next to Mailer. I want you both where I can see you. Go on, move.
I walked over and stood beside Dan.
4 years, Mailer. 4 years I've been dreaming about this. Now it's even better than I thought. I didn't know you'd have a family. I didn't know I'd get the 6-shooter along with you.
It's our fight, Lawson. Why don't you leave the rest of them out of it?
I had a brother once. 4 for 1 makes a pretty fair payoff.
I kept watching his gun. It was the only chance. If it swerved for 1 second, I'd make a play, but it didn't swerve. And the time was running out. And then I caught something from the corner of my eye, just the bare flicker of it. It was over at the side of the house. It was Mary. I made my draw. Lawson! Here!
Why, you...
You dropped him, Britt.
Now make sure, Dan. I know, we've got to make sure. Oh.
Is that sure enough for you?
Yeah.
The baby. Is he all right?
Yeah, he's all right, Mary.
Oh, thank heaven.
Mary, if anybody had told me that you could do what you just did,
Here now.
I don't know.
Come to Mother. You mean after the way I've always felt about guns? And after you tried to keep all this from me?
Well,
Dan told me all about it when we were locked in the storeroom. Oh, there now, darling. It's all right now. Britt, I saw what was happening out here, and I remembered the rifle, and, well, after all, I mean, there was nothing else to do. All right now, darling. All right.
About 3 days later, I said goodbye. But I knew I'd be coming back that way someday. Dan and Mary aren't just the kind of friends a man forgets. Dan is a tough cowpoke from the range country, all settled down and lighted. And that Mary, she was gentle and sweet, and firing at a killer to save a baby's life. And that baby, naming him Brett the way they done, that gives you kind of a funny feeling having a baby named after you. It's kind of a good feeling. I figured I'd probably be telling the boys all about that when I got to Wyoming.
The truce in Korea doesn't mean we should stop writing letters to our men and women in service. Mail from home is just as important now as it ever was. In some respects, it's even more important. The action, the strain, the anxieties of war can keep a soldier's mind occupied. But when the letdown comes, the time to relax, that's when morale needs a shot in the arm. Your soldier knows the shooting is over. He's done his big job, and now he wants to get home. But unfortunately, there's still a lot to keep him for a while. So don't let him down. Help keep up his morale. Write that letter today.
In Kansas, I found shelter for the night, which led to a number of rather awkward incidents. This is what happened.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
My rainmaking friend Darby Bullman had offered to take me into partnership in a new venture, namely water divining, the discovery of hidden springs and wells by methods known only to Mr. Bullman. I declined with thanks and hastily set out alone for the town of Independence, which I knew to lie some 20 miles distant. I hoped to arrive before dark, but my horse had gone slightly lame, and I faced the depressing prospect of camping hungry in the steadily falling rain. But a few minutes later, I was cheered at the sight of a dim glow of light in the gathering dusk, and came upon a frame building surrounded by a stand of willowy trees. I tied up my horse, knocked at the door. It was immediately opened by a pleasant-looking young man of about 20.
Evening, sir.
Good evening.
You're looking mighty wet. Come on in.
Thank you. Oh, there's a store?
Yes, sir. Not much of a one. Only place between Independence and Osage Mission for supplies.
Ah.
Where are you bound?
Independence.
Tonight?
Well, if I can.
I wouldn't try if I was you. Trail's washed out a couple of miles up the way. Less than you know it good, you can get bogged down pretty bad.
Oh? Then, would there be any possibility of putting up here for the night?
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to ask Pa. Pa? Me and my Pa and Ma and Sally, we live in the back. Ain't a heap of room.
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to put you out. The barn would be fine if you had one.
We'll see what Pa says. We take care of travelers once in a while.
What is it, son?
Fella here, his horse is lame, wants to know if we can bed him down for the night.
My name is Kendall. I'd be very grateful.
Howdy. Albert Grover. This is my son, William. You don't mind a shakedown in the storeroom. It ain't the most comfortable. But...
No, I'm sure it'll do nicely.
William, tell your ma to set another place for dinner.
Sure, Pa.
I'll want to pay you, of course.
Well, I ain't exactly in the hotel business, but I reckon $1 will take care of it, bed and food.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, and is there a place for the horse?
William can put him in the barn. You better make it another 50 cents if you want feed for the horse.
Oh, yes, of course.
Where are you from?
No particular place, just traveling.
Salesman?
Newspaper correspondent.
Got a foreign sound to your talk.
I came from England.
Oh.
You got any tobacco to sell?
New bales just come in. How much?
Pound, I guess. A sack of flour and coffee, pound.
Don't mind waiting a minute, do you? I got to get the tobacco out of the storeroom.
I'll wait.
You want to come on back with me, Mr. Kendall?
No, I'll get my saddlebag first.
Sure. You do that.
Well, mighty nice rain we're having, ain't it?
Yes.
Mister, you a stranger in these parts?
Yes.
You figuring to stay here for the night?
Yes.
Don't do it.
Don't? Well, why not?
Listen, you think I'd have stopped off if I wasn't plumb out of provisions? Nobody in their right mind comes around the Grovers if they can help it.
Oh? Why?
I don't know all the why of it, but there's them say peculiar things happen.
Things?
Don't ask me what. I don't know. All I'm telling you is I've heard. That's all. Dark things.
For example?
That Mrs. Grover. You seen her?
Not yet.
Still-tongued woman. And a girl. They say she's got away with ghosts and the like.
Ghosts?
Go on, laugh. Maybe you'll laugh when you wake up murdered in the night.
Oh, as bad as that, huh?
There's folks been seen riding this way that's never been seen again.
Murdered by the Grover family?
There's talk.
Obviously.
I give you warning. As soon as I get my provisions, I'm putting distance between me and this place. Even you got the sense you was born with. You'll do the same.
Good evening. You're Mr. Kendall?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Sally Grover. My brother says that you're staying with us tonight.
Yes.
My mother asks if you'll be satisfied with meat pie, or would you rather have a plate of beef?
Oh, whichever is convenient. I don't want to put you to any trouble.
No trouble.
Mm-hmm. Meat pie, then.
Thank you. I'll tell Mother. Are you being attended, sir?
Fine. I'm just fine. Yes, ma'am.
Very well. Dinner will be in about a half an hour, Mr. Kendall.
Thank you.
You get a good look at them eyes.
Mm-hmm. Rather nice eyes, I thought.
Mister, you're plumb loco. They burn through you like a branding iron. Got a gun on you?
Yes.
Best keep it under your head tonight. No telling.
Yes, I'll remember.
Man, I'd have to be drunker than $700 to stay in this place tonight.
I'll accept your word for it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to take care of my horse.
I sure wish you luck, mister. I surely do.
Yes, the same to you.
That's you, Mr. Kendall?
Oh, yes.
Come out the back and get your horse bedded down. You want to lead him, I'll show you the way.
Right.
Sure is a big rain. About time, too. It's been dry and a dust storm around here.
Yes, so I've heard. What was that?
What?
It sounded like somebody crying out.
That? Yeah, I guess I'm so used to it, don't mean nothing. That's a little old owl up at the top of the barn. Guess he killed himself a mouse or something. Don't let that bother you none, Mr. Kendall. Come on, better get that horse of yours out of the wet, lest he catches his death.
I left young William Grover to rub down the horse and feed him. By the time I returned to the house, the stranger had gone. I met Mrs. Grover, a tall, dark-haired woman, severe, unsmiling, and a few minutes later we were seated at the table eating an excellent meat pie. The father applied himself diligently to the task of eating. William chatted constantly, and Sally, olive-skinned, tall as her mother, quite beautiful, watched me across the table, an odd smile on her lips.
The minute I set eyes on him, I said, now that fellow, he ain't from around here. He's maybe town folks. And he don't know the screech of an owl, and I'm sure of it. Ain't that so, Mr. Kendall?
It was rather an odd sound.
What sound?
Owl in the barn.
Be quiet, William.
Oh, no, we were taking my horse to the barn, Mrs. Grover. I thought I heard a cry. Your son told me about the owl in the barn, that was all.
More pie.
You eat too fast, Albert. Which paper do you write, Mr. Kendall?
The London Times.
I've never read the London Times.
Sal, she's real educated, Mr. Kendall. At school, she does a sight of reading.
You believe in spirits, Mr. Kendall?
Why,
Do you believe that the dead can return?
I've never given it much thought, Miss Grover.
Don't let her get started, Mr. Kendall.
Williams, you'll be needing more wood for the stove.
Yes, Ma.
And put on your hat. Keep the chill off your head, boy.
Yes, Ma.
Mighty fine meat pie, Mother.
Very good.
If you're finished, Mr. Kendall, I'll take your plate.
Thank you.
Sally, the coffee.
How come you're traveling this way, Kendall? You got friends in Independence?
No, it happens to be the closest town. I'm not quite sure what I'll do when I get there.
What do you write?
Mostly about things I've seen, country, people.
Have you ever written about things that you can't see? Do you know about such, Mr. Kendall?
Now, no lecturing tonight, girl. Leave the man in peace.
Not at all, Mr. Grover. I'd like to discuss it.
I don't have to listen. I got chores.
What about your coffee?
Later.
I know you're not a believer. I can see it in your eyes, Mr. Kendall.
Perhaps you can convince me, Miss Grover.
You're laughing at me.
Indeed, no. I'm most interested.
You should be, Mr. Kendall. You only write of the living. There's more.
I've written of the dead.
There's still more.
Tell me about it. I don't know for how long she talked. Strange thoughts, half-formed ideas, philosophies. I was conscious of the depth of her eyes and remembered the words of the stranger like branding irons. Candlelight flickered on the wall, and I was suddenly aware that we were alone in the room. Mrs. Grover had disappeared. There was only the sound of the girl's voice, drum of rain, crackle of burning wood in the stove. Then she became silent.
Nothing I've said. Nothing's made you understand.
The experiences, things that have happened to you, they're quite possibly true. I think I'd have to see and hear for myself, though.
People here believe in me. I've lectured for miles around. They're afraid of me, too.
Is that good?
If you knew, you'd be afraid.
Is that what you want? People to fear you? I would have thought that a girl like you, pretty, intelligent...
Pity. That's really all you see in me, isn't it? All any man sees. You'd like to make love to me.
No. No, I don't think so.
No?
You're a little too direct for me, Miss Grover.
Why shouldn't I be direct? I'm different. I'm not like other women, am I?
No, you're not. Perhaps in a way, it's a pity.
If I were like the others, you'd want to make love to me?
You're not.
You may kiss me.
No.
Why?
Because you don't know how to behave like a woman.
I don't understand.
Someday you will.
Why did you come here?
My horse went lame. Raining. Too far to ride tonight.
Go away.
Why?
I don't know. You're not like the others. Go away.
What others?
It's past time for your bed, Sally. You'll be wanting your own sleep, Mr. Kendall. Early to bed, early to rise. Makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. Good night.
and true. You really go for a Plymouth, and Plymouth will really go for you.
15 minutes behind the wheel. That's all it takes to convince you that the 59 Plymouth really got it.
got the newest of new design, new sport car handling ease, new Fury performance, new get up and go. Just tell your Plymouth dealer you want to sample the go. Then you turn the key, and Plymouth's new Golden Commando V8 leaps into life. Now you just push a button and go on your way to the most fun-filled 15 minutes of your driving life. See your Plymouth dealer. Take your fun drive in the 59 Plymouth real soon.
You really go for a Plymouth, and Plymouth will really go for you.
I lay on my cot in the cold little storeroom, shadows wavering on the wall in the uncertain light of the sputtering candle. Somewhere, a shutter rattled in a gust of wind. The rain had stopped, only a dripping from the leafless trees. The wind. Uneasy sounds, and I felt under the blanket roll, which served as a pillow. Then I heard it. Somebody outside my door. I drew out my gun. The latch slowly raising. Do you know how close you were to entering that spirit world of yours?
Thought that you'd be asleep.
No.
I want you to go now.
You said that before. Why?
I can't tell you.
Has it anything to do with what the stranger said to me before he left?
Stranger?
The man came in to buy provisions. He told me to leave, too. Warned me.
About us?
Yes.
What did he say?
Something about people disappearing. I gather that you and your family are not overly popular.
You're not like the others, are you?
What do you mean?
I want to be like the woman you said I'm not. If I tell you, will you go away? Will you take me with you?
Tell me what?
I want to be loved. I'm afraid of what I am. Take me with you.
Tell me what?
You're strong. You'll understand. It's not my fault. I want to go away. I've always wanted to. Others came here. They know about me. Because I'm pretty. You didn't come because of that, did you? He didn't either. He was a stranger, too.
Who? Who?
Over there. Behind the bales.
The stranger I had seen a few hours earlier was lying huddled against the wall, surrounded by bales of tobacco, sacks of flour and sugar. His head had been smashed in, and his throat was cut. I sensed the girl at my shoulder.
They didn't have time to take him outside. They were afraid you'd hear. See, you were in the barn.
Why?
You'll take me with you?
Listen to me. Why have they done this?
The money. I get yours, too.
The others. You said there were others.
Yes.
How many?
I don't remember. Will you take me with you? Now? Before they come to do it?
You murdered them?
No. Pa and William, they do the killing. The others weren't like you, though. I didn't care if they died. I always had to die first.
When are they coming for me? Do you know?
Soon.
Do they know that you're with me?
Yes. We can go now before they come.
I don't think so.
They'll kill you.
No.
Yes. They're very good at it.
What about your mother?
She's not my mother. She's just the woman Pa married. I don't like her.
Get over in the corner. Not a sound, you understand?
You won't hurt me.
Go on. Stay out of the way.
Pa,
Over here.
Wait for the gun! killed them. They're dead. But not really. Are you? Paul, William, you'll come back. You come back.
Get up. Come on, Sally. Get up.
We go away now. You take me with you. If you're with me, they won't come back. They'll be afraid. Drop down your gun, Mr. Kendall. Come over to me, Sally. Ma, he's going to take me away. I want to go. Don't shoot him. You obey me, Sally. Get out of the way. No. No. I hate you. I'll kill you. Is she dead? Is she?
Yes.
I'm glad. And she'll come back again. They all will.
They won't hurt you anymore.
You take me away now.
Yes.
I'll behave like a woman. I won't tell you kiss me.
I'd like to. I want to.
Yeah.
She smiled, closed her eyes, and quietly died. When I went outside, the moon was out, the air smelled fresh and clean. And very faintly, I thought I heard the voice of a girl calling to me.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Hey. Over here.
One of the boys said you wanted to see me.
Yeah.
It better be important, mister. I don't make a habit of coming running with some saddle punk whistles.
Maybe you hadn't ought to make a habit of calling people saddle punks.
No offense, just an expression.
Sure. I came up from the Pecos country. Been here in Dodge about a week. Maybe you've seen me around.
I've seen you.
I've been talking to people.
Oh?
Everybody tells me you were a big shot back in Abilene. Had all the games sewed up, 3 or 4 saloons paying off, a couple of hotels and so on. Then the boom busted and you come here, and you got nowhere. Know why?
You're talking. You tell me why.
Dillon. Fella named Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. You tried to scare him and he wouldn't scare. Tried to buy him and Wouldn't buy. Tried breaking it. Wouldn't break.
So?
Be worth $5,000 to you if I kill him?
Might.
All right, get it in gold. Keep it handy. My heart?
Yeah, you're hired. Chester, I know you've been sick and you still got a cold, but is there anything else wrong?
What do you mean, Mr. Dillon?
Well, you haven't said 3 words in the last 20 minutes. That's not like you.
Well, Mr. Dillon, did you ever get a funny feeling somebody was keeping an eye on you?
Well, yeah, but...
Well, I got one right now.
Chester, I think you got a touch of the heebie-jeebies.
Maybe. But I tell you, I know there's
Well, as far as I can see, there's nobody in the whole place even paying any attention to us.
Somebody is. I had the same feeling the day the Butler brothers come back from Santa Fe.
Yeah?
I didn't even know they was in town, but I knew somebody was getting ready to call us. And about 6 that evening, they made their play, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
I was one of the pallbearers the next day. Well, it's the same thing now. There's gonna be trouble, Mr. Dillon. You can bet on it.
I think you got the wind up over nothing, Chester. Why, the town's never been quieter. Jail's been empty for 2 weeks. Only new faces around is that bunch of trail drivers that came up from the Pecos. They're all strangers. None of them got any reason to hold a grudge.
Oh, there you be.
What?
I've been looking all over for you, Marshal.
Oh, hiya, Billy.
Waited over to the jail for nigh on to an hour. I got to talk to you, Mr. Dillon.
I'm sorry, Billy, but every time I give you money, you buy yourself a bottle and then stay blind drunk for 2 days.
It ain't money this time, Mr. Dillon. I got something to tell you.
Oh? What?
Something I heard. There's a couple fellers talking over to the livery stable. They didn't see me. I was back at the water trough. Sort of, well, resting, you might say.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you know how it is, Mr. Dillon. The man gets dry in this prairie country, and he just
What
right
were they
can't...
talking about, Billy?
About you. One of them offered to kill you for $5,000 in gold, and the other one took him up on it.
There, what did I tell you?
Who were they, Billy? Did you know them?
No, sir. It was dark, and I didn't recognize their voices. They was already there when I woke up, and they left right after that.
Well, maybe it was just some kind of a joke.
Oh, it didn't sound that way to me.
No, sir, it's no joke, Mr. Dillon. I told you I felt it. There's somebody in this room right now, somebody who's been hired to kill you.
Yeah, but who?
I don't know. Can you figure who'd want to do such a thing, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I can figure a dozen or two, Chester.
Well, if
Chester,
they
look, as far as Dodge City is concerned, I'm the law. Now, there are plenty of men here who'd think they'd do better without any law. I guess it's nothing personal.
Well, personal or not, it's got me jumping sideways at my own shadow.
Here we are. Come on.
Well, good morning, Marshal. Haven't seen you since the robbery last month.
Attempted robbery, Mr. Greeley.
Yeah, so it was, thanks to you. Well, Mr. Dillon, the bank's at your service. What can I do for you?
Give me some information, if you will.
Well, if it isn't confidential...
It is, but I want it anyway.
Well, I hardly know what to say. Perhaps you'd better step into my office. This way, gentlemen.
Thank you.
After you, Mr. Greeley.
Now, just what was it you wanted to know?
I want to know whether one of your customers has drawn $5,000 in gold from the bank in the last few days.
Any particular person in mind?
No, that's what I want to find out.
Well, I hope this won't go any farther, Marshal.
So somebody did, huh? Who was it, Mr. Greeley?
I certainly wish to make it clear that I don't approve of this man, but after all, he is a good customer. And it's not my place.
Yeah, I know. Who was it?
Lawson Hale.
Lawson Hale?
Yeah, he took the gold out just this morning, as a matter of fact. Said he was working on a cattle deal of some sort.
Yeah, figures all right. Hale's tried to move in on this town ever since he came here. Every time he's tried, I've stopped him.
I do hope you'll regard this as confidential.
Yeah, sure. Well, Chester, we know who one of them is now.
Yeah, but who's the other, Mr. Dillon? The one who's actually going to do it.
Some punk who wants $5,000 real bad and doesn't care how much he has to do to get it.
That sure doesn't narrow it down any.
Yeah, I know.
Sure quiet tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah?
Not many people out.
No, not many.
The moon is throwing quite a bit of light.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Kindly makes a target out of a man.
Yeah, kind of.
If somebody was out to shoot somebody, this would sure be a good night for somebody to do it.
I suppose so.
Mr. Dillon.
Hmm?
Do you mind if I make a comment?
Well, I thought that's what you were doing, Chester.
Let's go on back to the jail and stay off the streets. This way you're just asking for it.
Chester, if it's going to come, it's going to come. I'd rather meet it halfway than to sit and wait for it.
Asking for it, that's what you're doing.
It's been 2 days now. It gets on your nerves. When you go out to bring a man in, you know you may have trouble and you're ready for it. But this way, and not knowing who or when or where or...
Yes, sir,
well,
I understand, Mr. Dillon. It kindly bothers a man.
Yeah. Let's walk down the Texas Trail.
Good to see you, Matt. You've been avoiding us the last couple of days.
Busy, Kitty.
Something bothering you, Matt?
Bothering me?
Yeah.
Whatever gave you an idea like that?
Mr. Dillon?
What is it, Chester?
Lawson Hale just come in. He's down the bar there.
Oh, yeah. Maybe you ought to have a talk with him.
Well, that's one way.
That's the one I haven't tried yet. Excuse us, will you please, Kitty?
Well, sure, Matt. Whatever it is, be careful, huh?
Abilene was wide open. Yeah. I had it right in the palm of my hand. That's so? The minute a trail driver hit town, the boys would grab their pay and they'd head straight.
Something I can do for you? Yeah, I want to talk to you, Mr. Hale.
Well, I don't see anything stopping you.
We'll move down the bar a ways if you don't mind. It's kind of private.
Sorry, Marshal. I'm fine right here.
I said we'll move down the bar.
If it's that important. Pardon me, boys. The Marshal's all head up about it.
Oh, sure.
Far enough?
Yeah, this is far enough. Lawson, I understand you've hired yourself a gunman. Sent him out to get me. Offered him $5,000 in gold.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dillon.
Wouldn't care to tell me his name.
No, I don't think so. You see, I don't know anything about it.
What's he waiting for? He's had 2 days now, and he hasn't made a move.
Like I said, Dillon...
Why don't you do the job, Hale? You're wearing a gun. Maybe save yourself some money.
I've got no quarrel with you.
You mean you're yellow? Scared to call your own play.
I said I've
You're
got
a weaseling, no-good coward, Hale.
I'll let it ride for the time being.
Yeah, I thought you would. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Let's go get some fresh air.
Well, I guess he's just not the kind to take chances, Mr. Dillon.
And not when he's got a hired killer out prowling somewhere. Chester, I'm going to run him out of Dodge if it's the last thing I ever do.
Dodge can stand it.
If I only knew who he'd hired, then I could force the play myself. This blasted business of having to leave it up to the other man. Waiting.
Over there by the stable.
Yeah, I saw the flash.
Maybe you got it, Mr. Dillon.
I don't know. Let's move in and find out.
Yes, sir.
Watch yourself, Chester. You may be playing possum.
Yes, sir. The flash was right here by the corner.
Yeah. Well, that's that.
Looks like he got away, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's gone.
Took one shot and then ran for cover.
He'll be back.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, every Sunday afternoon, Robert Trout with the World News brings you up to the minute on CBS Radio. A special feature on this program every Sunday is a flying visit from one of our noted overseas news correspondents. Remember, tomorrow, for well-rounded views of the news at home and everywhere, don't miss Robert Trout with the news of the world on most of these same CBS radio stations. And now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
Goodness, my cold sure know better tonight, Mr. Dillon. My, that fire sure feels good. Yes, sir, the old jail seems kind of cozy when a man's ailing like I am. Anyway, it's sure a lot better than prowling those streets waiting for somebody to put a bullet in the back of your neck.
Chester, will you stop squeaking the chair?
Well, sorry, Mr. Dillon. Yell at me like that, puny as I'm feeling.
2 more days gone by and he hasn't made another move.
Yes, sir. That cottonwood sure burns up fast. I guess I better shake down the stove, throw another chunk of wood.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute. There might be a way at that, Chester. Lawson Hale. That's the only fact we're sure of. Lawson Hale.
It'd be kind of hard to prove anything, Mr. Dillon.
Who said anything about proving it? I got an idea. Come on.
Which one will we try first, Mr. Dillon?
The Texas Trail, I guess. He'll either be there or at the Longhorn.
All right, Mr. Dillon. What you gonna do?
Gonna arrest him, since he won't fight. We saw him back down the other night.
Yes, but you got no evidence. Mr. Dillon, you can't make it stick.
I don't intend to, Chester.
Well, then I don't see what...
What I can do is scare him. And if I figure him right, I think he's gonna scare easy.
Maybe so, but all the same...
Look. Look, there he is, Chester. Just came out of the Longhorn.
A couple of fellows with him, Mr. Dillon. You don't suppose one of them could be...
No, they're hanging around for the free drinks. There's not an ounce of nerve in the 3 dozen of them. Come on, let's take him.
Yes, sir.
You're right,
the whole herd. Hale?
Yeah?
Hold it just right where you are.
What seems to be the trouble now, Marshal?
No trouble. Unless you want to make some. You're under arrest.
What for?
I'll think of something later. Stick out your hands.
Whoa. You're taking me in without even making a charge? I'll remind you there's witnesses here.
Yeah, so I notice. When they're not hanging around you, they're around somebody else. What have you done, Hale? Hired them, too?
I asked you what the charge was, Marshal.
Vagrancy.
Vagrancy?
As far as I know, you've never had any visible means of support as long as you've been in Dodge City.
I'll match any dollar of yours with 100 better ones.
Well, that's fine. That'll help pass the time. Now, stick out your hands.
Oh, look here, Marshal.
Shut up.
Think you...
All right, Chester, put the cuffs on him.
Yes, sir. All right, hold still now.
What? Dillon, I'll break you for this.
It's been tried before. All right, boys, break it up. The party's over. You've had your last free drink out of this pump. All right, you, let's go to jail. Keep walking, Hale. It's the last cell on the left.
I'll break you, Dillon. So help me.
Now, you've been trying it for a year. I'm still around.
But you won't be after this. I'll take this up.
Hold up. Wait till Chester gets the door unlocked.
Haven't used the cell for so long, I've almost forgot which keys. There we are.
Vagrancy. I'm living in the best room in the commercial house.
Inside, Hale. Now, go on, move.
No.
Now, stick your hands up. You won't need those cuffs in here. All right. Make yourself at home. Shut the door, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Dillon, you've got nothing to hold me on. I'll be out of here by tomorrow noon.
Oh, I doubt that. In fact, there's a pretty good chance you'll never get out of that cell. Not alive, at least.
What are you talking about? According to the law, I've got a right.
The law, huh? You've broken it every chance you've got. Tried to break the men who serve it, like you've tried to do with me, for instance. But when your own neck gets caught, you start hiding behind the law.
Nevertheless,
all right, fine. Right now, the law out here is kind of sketchy. Some things it covers, some things it doesn't. Well, that's where I come in. Now, this little affair between you and me is one of the things the law doesn't quite cover. So I'm going to run it my way.
That kind of talk won't help you any, Dillon.
You hired a man to kill me. Offered him $5,000 to get me out of the way.
You can't prove that.
He's made one try and he's missed. He's still around Dodge. Somewhere waiting, and he's going to try again. But I don't know who he is. So all the odds are with him.
That is your problem, Dillon, not mine. I don't know anything about that.
You know what'll happen, though, if he does get me. The first thing Chester's going to do is come straight back here to the jail and pump a couple of bullets through these bars here.
Huh?
Your boy may kill me, Hale, but you're not going to live to profit by it.
Oh, he wouldn't do it. Shoot down a helpless... Oh, neither one of you would do it.
Chester and I have been friends for a long time. Why don't you ask him whether he'd do it or not?
No question about it, Mr. Dillon. Of course I'd do it.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Well, you hired somebody to shoot Mr. Dillon in the back. I don't see where you got any kick coming.
Well, there's your answer, Mr. Hale. That's why I arrested you. Come on, Chester. Let's go look the town over.
No, it's tonight that he's going...
Who's going to do what?
I don't know, Marshal. I don't know anything about it.
Oh, that's too bad. If I knew his name, I'd have a lot better chance, you know. So would you. Well, we'll see you later, Hale. Or anyway, Chester will.
No, Dillon, you can't do it. Don't go out. He'll get you short. Dillon, no, wait. I'll tell you his name.
All right.
He's a trail driver. He came up from the Pecos last week. I doubt if you know him. His name is Ed Granger.
Ed Granger?
Yeah, I've seen him around the bars. Dark-haired, surly-looking, scar across his cheek.
That's him. Of course, I'll deny all of this in court, you understand?
Yeah, sure, I understand. Come on, Chester, let's go get him.
He's here, all right, Mr. Dillon. Over there by the pine.
Yeah. Looks like he's by himself.
What you gonna do? Arrest him?
Well, there's no evidence, Chester. The only way I see is to make it personal. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want you to stay out of it, Chester. Just cover me, that's all.
Whatever you say, Mr. Dillon.
Your name, Ed Granger?
Might be. What about it?
You know who I am, don't you?
Judging by the star, I reckon you're a U.S. Marshal.
You ought to do better than that. After all, I'm worth $5,000 to you.
Yes, sure.
Who says so?
Lawson Hale.
What?
Your memory's getting better, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal.
Sure you do. That deal you made with Hale. He told me all about it after I threw him in jail and persuaded him a little bit.
I told you, I don't know anything.
You're wearing a gun there, Granger. Why don't you draw it and go for $5,000? Take a chance.
This fella you're talking about's in jail. I reckon he wouldn't have anybody working for him now, would he?
You tell me.
I got no reason to draw on you, Marshal.
Not unless my back's turned, huh? I think you're as yellow as Hale is.
This won't do you any good. I ain't drawing.
You tried to kill me night before last, Granger.
Can you prove that?
If I could, you'd either be in jail or you'd be dead.
Well, since you can't prove it, what's the argument?
Just that I don't like the idea of somebody trying to shoot me in the back. If you're any man at all, we'll settle this here and now.
Now, leave me alone, Marshal. I haven't done anything.
Now, you still figure you got no reason to draw on me?
No reason. I ain't drawing.
You got 10 minutes to get out of town. And when you're out, stay out. Don't come back now or ever, you understand?
Yes, sir.
You can start right now.
Must be nearly midnight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, about that, I guess, Chester.
My, this is sure one day I'm glad is over.
Yeah, so am I. At least I can breathe a little easier now.
Mm-hmm. I think I'll get this fire built up a little bit, Mr. Dillon.
No, leave it, Chester. Let's go take care of our prisoner first, huh?
Hey, we still haven't got any evidence. What are we going to do about him?
Same as with Granger. Turn him loose and run him out of town. I should have done it months ago. You got the keys?
Yes, sir. Right here, Mr. Dillon?
Huh? What are you looking at? Oh. Granger must have stopped by here on his way out of town.
He must have got Hale over at the window for a talk and then grabbed him and cut his throat right there.
Yeah. Figured Hale had sold him out, I guess. Got a bulletin on the wire, Chester. Wanted for murder, Ed Granger.
All right, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I guess Hale got pretty much what he bargained for. He hired himself a killer in order to kill him. He got it.
Yet another Western radio show starring John Dehner was Have Gun, Will Travel. Dehner played Paladin, whose real name was never revealed, a gun-for-hire / detective who usually tried to work things out in tense situations through diplomacy rather than violence. but when called for showed that he was an accomplished gunfighter when needed. He also had principles, and he only took jobs which he believed were just causes. Interestingly, the TV show by the same name got its start in 1957, a full year before the radio show started in 1958. And while the radio version only ran for 2 years, the TV show ran until 1963. The TV version also did not star Dana. This episode Hired Gun ran on November 8, 1959, and is one of my all-time favorite Western radio shows. And of course, no Western radio compilation would be complete without at least one episode of The Lone Ranger. This show began back in 1933, originally starring Earl Grazer in the title role and John Todd as his sidekick Tonto. For the next 23 years and 2,956 episodes, it would be broadcast on multiple networks with various sponsors, but always with the same iconic character and his mission, to bring evildoers and criminals to justice in the Wild West, riding his stallion, Silver. After Glazer died on April 8, 1941, the Lone Ranger went 5 episodes without speaking, with an unknown voice actor whispering his few lines, and Tonto carrying all of the action. Glazer was then replaced by Brace Beamer, who remained in the role until the end of the series. John Todd played Tonto for the entirety of the show's run. This episode, Branded a Coward, broadcast on July 25, 1938, is a great example of the high level of quality that the show maintained throughout its entire run. Listen to the great sound effects, even as far back as 1938, when radio was still, for the most part, learning the ropes when it came to production values. After that, we have another iconic Western show, Hopalong, Cassidy. This show ran from 1948 to 1952 and starred William Boyd as Cassidy and Andy Clyde as his sidekick, California Carlson, the same actors from the Hopalong movies. A TV show by the same name started in 1948 also, and one show pretty much fed the popularity of the other, with both of them riding the popularity of the films. This episode, Killers of Sandy Gulch, was originally broadcast on April 9th, 1950. Now after that is Wild Bill Hickok, a great Western radio show that ran from April 1st of 51 to December 31st of 1954 on Mutual. It also made the move to television from 55 to 58. Now the radio version starred Guy Madison as Marshal Wild Bill Hickok, and Andy Devine played his sidekick Jingles B. Jones, and both of them also starred in the later TV series. Most of the 274 episodes followed a basic format. Bill and Jingles got themselves into a predicament, there's some gunplay and fighting, and our heroes win the day in the end. Not to make too light of it, but that is the basic format. This episode, The Case of the Unlucky Seven, was originally broadcast on April 15th, 1951. Enough talking, let's sit down and listen to these 4 great Western shows, and I will see you on the other side.
Starring Mr. John Dehner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Miss Wong, what are you giggling about?
Oh, Mr. Father, you look so funny. Play that game. Silver, throw him in air, let him fall. Pick him up, throw him in air, let him fall. What is this game?
This is not a game, Miss Wong. It's serious business.
Oh, how so?
Well, you see, I've had an urgent wire from a man named Jules Cleaver. He wants me to come to a place named Stone's Crossing. Never heard of it?
No.
Immediately.
Oh, Mr. Father, why are you afraid to throw away your time playing games when you have urgent business?
Miss Wong, it wasn't a game. The opera ball is day after tomorrow, and I'd planned on that. So I said to myself, I'll toss a coin. Heads, I'll take the job. Tails, I'll go to the ball.
So?
It came up heads.
Yes.
I take the job. But then I said, no. 3 out of 5. Heads.
Heads.
4 out of 7. Heads.
Heads.
5 out of 9. Heads.
Heads.
So it looks like I better take the job. Miss Wong.
Oh, Mr. Father, play that game some more. It's much fun to watch.
I rode into a section of Nevada territory I'd never traveled before. A stark, desolate plain, with its line to the horizon broken only by sparse, dry sagebrush. The ground was lava-formed, hot and hard, and the ash-like dust that rose off it burned my eyes, closed my throat. I'd gone about 5 miles when my horse stumbled and fell, and broke his leg. I was reminded then that when things seem bad, they can always get worse. There was nothing to do but shoulder my gear, walk back to the last water hole I'd seen, and hope that help would show up. 3 days passed before I heard the sound I was waiting for. You better go a little easy on that water there. I'll hold it, friend. There's no need to reach for that gun. Doesn't look to me as if you could lift it, let alone aim it straight.
You shouldn't sneak up on a man like that.
You better let me take a look at that wound.
It's no use, mister.
All right, let me just take a look at it. Huh. Rifle, huh?
Lucky shot.
This should have had attention.
I was might short of time. Posse been trailing me for 5 days.
Posse?
Out of Marvin. He didn't take kindly to my shooting one of their citizens.
What was the trouble?
No trouble. Somebody paid me $500 for killing him.
Hired gun.
You ever hear Myron Curtis?
Yes.
That's me. Hey, what are you doing sitting out here by this water hole? Besides poking into people's business.
My horse broke his leg out there in the desert.
Had to shoot him?
That's right.
Well, now, this will work out just dandy. I'm going to make you a present of my little mare there. I won't be needing her.
Well, now, look,
You watch your left front hoof. She's missing a shoe. Where are you headed?
Stone's Crossing.
Stone's Crossing. That was going to be my next stop. Fella sent for me. Let's see, Hanson. Yeah, that's it. Mike Hanson. I wonder what he's got up his sleeve. I guess I'll never know now.
Curtis? I buried Myron Curtis, then mounted his mare and started once more for Stone's Crossing and my appointment with Jules Cleaver. The going was slow. It was almost nightfall when I decided to make camp and go on to the town the next morning. I was gathering firewood when I heard the 2 horses. They came from the direction of the setting sun, and I wasn't able to see until they were right on me that both riders held rifles, pointed in my direction.
Don't make one move, mister.
Hey, what's the idea?
Crowley? Yeah? Keep your rifle on him now while I get his gun.
Now, wait a minute.
I want no talk from you, Curtis.
Curtis?
Just give me that gun. You know, I'm like this. I just don't give up. The others, they turn back, but not me. I knew I'd find you.
Would it do any good for me to tell you that I am not Curtis?
Not a lick.
Did you ever see Curtis?
Nope. We joined up when the posse organized back there in Marvin. All I had to know is that we was after a killer.
Well, what makes you think that I'm that killer?
Let me tell you something. Ed Wills don't bow to nobody, Indian or white, when it comes to tracking a man. Tell him, Crowley.
That's right. Ain't nobody better than Ed.
I followed your trail for too many miles out of Marvin not to recognize them tracks when we crossed them again back there. Your barefoot horse put the noose around your neck, Curtis. All right, Crowley, get down here and get his hands tied behind his back.
going to take him back to Marvin, Ed?
Yeah. But he'll be slung over that mare on his belly when he goes. We're going to hang him first.
I sat through the night, my hands and feet bound and the 2 rifles trained on me. And just before sunup, we rode out in search of a tree to serve as gallows. Unfortunately, after a time, we were successful. I sat on the little mare under a spreading limb with the noose tied around my neck while the men made their preparations, and I hadn't the slightest idea how to save myself. I only knew I must stall as long as possible.
Hey, Ed, this is awful close to Stone's Crossing. There's some people don't take to this, you know.
Yeah, this is the first stand of trees we come to.
I know, but there's some people's awful finicky about hangings.
Yeah, it won't take long now. As soon as I just rope over. There. There now.
Hey, I'd like to ask you something.
Fire away. Your time's getting short.
Would it bother you to learn later that you would hang the wrong man?
Yes, it would. That's the truth. As far as I can see, you ain't the wrong man. Tie off the end of the rope there, Crowley.
Suppose I told you that Curtis is dead, that he gave me this horse.
Well, now, just supposing you did. You hear that, Crowley? Look at Curtis. The way I heard it, you're a pretty slick one. You ought to be able to do better than that.
Yes, I guess I'll have to.
Hey, Ed, I can hear a horse headed this way.
Yeah. Well, looks like we're ready. Stand back, Crowley, while I give this mare a whack and get her going.
Wait.
Yeah?
I trust you are a God-fearing man.
I am that.
Then surely you will allow me a moment to silently make my peace with my maker.
Ed, can't you see he's stalling? That horse is moving in here fast.
Sure is. Sorry, Curtis. Guess you'll have to die unrepented. Give the horse a whack, Crowley. Wait a minute.
Now, what is this? What's going on here?
You see, he was with a posse. He trailed this man from Marvin.
Now, this here's Myron Curtis. He's wanted for a killing.
Who? Myron Curtis, hired gun.
These men are mistaken, mister. My name is Paladin.
Wait a minute. Let's have a look at you. Well, of course. I didn't recognize you right off with that growth of beard. It's been a long time.
You know this man?
Yes. And his name is Paladin.
Well, it can't be. We followed his trail from Marvin, I tell you.
Look, all I've got to say to you two is get out of here fast before I take you into the sheriff.
Well, I'm a little confused. Because, of course, you've never seen me before in your life. But I'm mighty thankful.
Just glad I happened along when I did, Curtis.
Paladin.
Oh, you can drop that now. It's all right. I know you're Curtis.
Oh, you do?
Sure. You have to be. I was wondering when you were going to show up.
Yes?
I'm Mike Hanson. I begun to think maybe you hadn't received my message. But I can see that you ran into a little trouble getting here.
I certainly did.
I have to turn off at the fork up here. I guess you want to get on into town. But maybe this is as good a time as any to bring up my proposition.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
When I heard about you, Curtis, I knew you were the man to do this job for me. That's why I sent for you.
And the job?
Well, a man like you, no need to beat about the bush. Curtis, Stone's Crossing is a pretty big town, and it's going to get bigger. But it's never going to be big enough to hold me and a man named Jules Cleaver.
Jules Cleaver?
I intend that Stone's Crossing is going to be my town. Cleaver's in my way. I'm going to lay it right on the line. I want you to get rid of him for me.
I see.
Will $3,000 handle it?
$3,000? Hanson, could we do it this way? Could we let the matter rest right here for now? You'll hear from me.
Sure, Curtis. I'll figure to hear from you later.
I was grateful to Mike Hanson for saving my life, but I figured the explanations I owed him would have to wait. After all, Jules Cleaver was my client. I traveled a long way to keep this assignment. I checked into the hotel at Stone's Crossing and called at Cleaver's home that afternoon. Mr. Cleaver?
Yes?
Your servant told me I'd find you here in your study. I'm Paladin, Mr. Cleaver.
Paladin? Oh, where have you been? I've been expecting you for days.
Well, I ran into a few delays. I got into town this morning, but there are a few things I'd take care of, like a bath, a shave, a decent meal. So, what's on your mind, Mr. Cleaver?
That's what I like. You're a businessman. I'm a businessman. Let's not waste time. Let's get right to the point. Sit down, Paladin.
All right.
Paladin, a businessman, or anyone for that matter, striving for success or certain attainments, finds, as a matter of course, obstacles along the way. If he intends to forge ahead, the obstacles must be removed, right?
Yes, I suppose so.
Now, I'm a determined man.
Oh?
At the moment, there's an obstacle in my path. A man named Mike Hansen.
Yes?
And I'm going to lay it right on the line. I want you to get rid of him for me. How about, $3,000 for the job?
$3,000. Well, I've come a long way for this meeting, Mr. Cleaver.
Yeah?
It's been uncomfortable and miserable. I was nearly hanged in the bargain, but I'm afraid I've arrived here to find that there's been a misunderstanding.
What do you mean?
I am not an executioner, Mr. Cleaver.
Huh? Your gun is for hire, isn't it?
Well, Look, suppose we let the deal remain right here, for the moment. I'll get in touch with you.
Oh. All right.
I had been surprised to find Stone's Crossing the prosperous town that it was. Then, as I rode back to my hotel, I took note of the fact that all the places of business seemed to be owned and controlled by either M. Hansen or J.K. Cleaver. It appeared that I was involved with the two leading citizens. That afternoon, I gave the matter careful consideration. Then I sent messages to the two gentlemen. Oh, hello, Hansen. Come in.
I got your message.
Hey, right on time. You want a drink?
Oh, no, thanks. I don't have much time. Well, did you decide to accept my offer, Curtis?
Hansen, I am not Myron Curtis. He is dead.
Dead?
Yes. And my name is Paladin.
Well,
excuse me. Hello, Cleaver.
Cleaver, Hansen. Paladin, what's the meaning of this?
What's going on here?
Now, you'll find out, both of you. Sit down.
I still want to...
And be quiet. Gentlemen, I asked you to meet with me here in my hotel because I feel that we're involved in a situation that requires further discussion. Now, this morning, Mr. Hansen, you made me an offer of $3,000 to kill Mr. Cleaver.
What?
And you, Mr. Cleaver, early this afternoon made me an offer of $3,000 to kill Mr. Hansen.
Well, now, look
here.
here.
Quiet. Now, you both can see what this means, can't you? This means that I would have $6,000 and you would both be dead.
I'm getting out of here.
Now you sit down. I'm going to give you a chance to reconsider. This is my offer. I'm going to lay it on the line, a phrase you gentlemen are so fond of. You will each pay me $3,000, and I will see that you both stay alive.
Nothing but a cheap gunslinger, Paladin.
And you're going to pay me that money, too, because I came a long ways to face this ridiculous situation, and I brought you together here today so you could learn just how stupid you are. Now, I am not a killer, but you, Cleaver, didn't know that when you hired me for this job. You thought you'd bought yourself an executioner.
Well, then how come
and the man you hired, Hansen, never managed to make it this far. He died before you could make a deal with him. So, through circumstance, you gentlemen have another chance.
Paladin.
There's room in Stone's Crossing for both of you. May I suggest that you try to share the town in peace? Each of you, in attempting to destroy the other, just might find yourself destroyed. Now, gentlemen, shall we have a drink?
Mr. Paladin, so nice to have you home again.
Thank you, hey boy.
Mr. Wong have surprise for you.
Oh? What's she been up to now?
You wait, you'll see. You go in, Mr. Paladin.
Well, now... Well, what's all this?
Very fancy, huh? Oh, Missy Wong so sorry you can't go to opera ball. When she clean rooms in hotel, she save all party favors. Decorate for you.
Well, I'm overwhelmed. Look at that. Paper hats, balloons, streamers. Oh, this is festive. I tell you what, hey boy. Tonight, we'll order up some champagne. You and Miss Wong and I will have our own ball.
Oh, Isa, very nice. Hey, Mr. Paladin, you have very angry red scar on neck. What is that?
It's a rope burn, hey boy.
Rope burn?
Yes. It's to remind me the next time I travel in Nevada territory to be sure to bypass a place called Stone's Crossing.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was first opened to settlers, the gun law ruled the cattle country. It was then that the phantom figure of the plains rode in the cause of justice. It was he who led the fight for law and order, and the stories of his adventures have come down to us through the generations. Return with us once more to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Fellows waiting for us on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! As our story opens, we find the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto heading south toward the Rio Grande. They have spent the day in the saddle, and now, with night upon them, are looking for a place to buy feed for their horses and provisions for themselves. We hear Tonto speaking.
There, light. It must be a ranch house, Kimosabe. Maybe we get grub there, huh? We'll try. Are you hungry, Silver, old fellow? Him say him plenty hungry. And I can't blame him. Here's the lane leading to the house, Tonto. Come, Silver. We maybe get grub quick now. You'd better speak to the people inside, Kimosabe. My mask might frighten them. Tonto, do that. I'll rein up here and wait. What's that? Move, Silver. Oh, my God. Oh, that shot just grazed my saddle.
You get out of here, Steve Drago. Oh, it's a mess, man.
What's the trouble?
I thought you were someone else. Please forgive me.
Wait!
Ruth,
what is it? What's happened?
Close the door, Lee.
That's plenty strange. That woman mistook us for someone else, Tonto. Come on, Silver. Get him up, white feller. We'll let them think we're leaving. But we'll circle around, then come back again. Why do that? She sounded as though she feared this man she called Steve Drago. That's right. That was a Taylor place, wasn't it? And she must be Mrs. Taylor. Over. They can't hear us at this distance. We'll go back now. We not make noise. We'll be careful. Come on, Silver. Get him up, white fella. I want to find out why she fears Drago. She must have been expecting him, or she wouldn't have been waiting outside the fire when he arrived. Her plenty brave. It was a brave thing for a woman to do, but she must be desperate to attempt it. That's what Tonto think. We don't want to get too close to the house this time. Maybe her outside again. I don't think so. He probably wouldn't have the courage to try the same thing a second time. This is close enough. Silver. My father. No one will be able to see the horses if we leave them here. No. Trees hide them. Stay here, Silver. Come, Tonto. He come. There's an open window. Tonto see inside. Keep your voice down, Kimosabe. That must be your husband with her. That him? Quiet. Perhaps we'll hear enough to learn what their trouble is.
Ruth, you shouldn't have done it.
If that'd been Steve Drago, it'd only made things worse.
I'd like to kill him.
Well, anyhow, you sure scared them other fellows away.
I wish you'd do the same to Steve.
We ain't strong enough to fight him, honey.
If you're a man, you will leave.
But how? He's got a whole bunkhouse full of cowhands. The last fella I had working for me drawed his pay yesterday. You can't fight against odds like that.
No?
Steve grabbed off the water hole and left men to guard it, so as I couldn't water my stock. What cows I got that ain't been run over the edge of the canyon are dying of thirst.
If I were a man, I'd fight no matter what the odds. I'd never give up.
I can't call in the sheriff because there ain't no witnesses to what he done.
Witnesses?
And this is all open range, so I can't claim he's took what belonged to me. None of us ranchers hold title to any land but what our houses are built on.
This isn't something for the law to settle.
I know it, honey, and I reckon I'm a mighty poor excuse for a husband. But it's just something that's in my blood that I can't help.
Lee, it isn't true. You just told yourself that so often. You've made yourself believe it.
But Pa was...
And you think that because your father was a coward, you are too.
I've heard folks talk about the way Pa died. He just stood there and let them shoot him down. He was too scared even to go for his gun.
You don't know whether that's true or not.
That was over in Wyoming. But the story got back.
But
and his pa was the same way. It's just something that runs in the family, I guess.
Oh, honey, listen to me. I know you better than anyone else in the world. I know you're brave and strong and fine. I know that you're as capable as any other man on the range. It's only that you don't believe in yourself. Oh, Lee, believe what I tell you, not the stories you hear from other people. It's the only way you can keep from losing your home, your self-respect, and me.
I'll try, Ruth.
When Steve Drago comes here tonight, you just tell him
That sounds like him now.
Now, remember what I've told you. Come in.
Evening, folks. Me and Buck here dropped over just like I said we would. Howdy. And I guess there ain't no question about what I'm here for.
You skunk.
Now, ma'am, there ain't no call for names like that. Well, Lee, what do you say?
I ain't moving out.
Huh?
You heard me.
Well, if the rabbit ain't showing some fight. You look here, Lee Taylor. When I tell you to move off this range, I mean business.
But I tell you...
Remember, Lee.
Do you hear me?
I won't move out. You ain't got no right to try and steal my range. I'm staying here.
Yeah?
Should I let him have it, boss?
No. I reckon I can handle this fellow all right.
Get away from me.
Take your hands off him.
Sit down.
You rotten...
Now, sit there and listen. I'm giving you orders. You're going to be moved out of here by tomorrow noon or I'm gun-whipping you. And when I say noon, I don't mean even 1 minute after.
Lee, get up.
I'll show you.
Get up when I tell you to sit, will you? There.
You knocked me down.
Fight him, Lee. Fight him.
There's two against one.
I reckon you won't be doing no fighting. Come on, Buck. Let's be riding.
Yeah.
And maybe you'd better start packing right now, Lee.
I won't.
Yeah? You won't what?
I'll start packing.
Lee.
What is it, Ruth?
I'm leaving you.
I don't blame you, honey.
I love you, Lee. And I still have faith in you. Even now.
Faith? In me?
But I can't live with a man I don't respect.
I said I'm not blaming you.
I'll be waiting for you always. Waiting for you to prove yourself.
The following morning, their few belongings stowed away in the buckboard, Lee Taylor and Ruth left the ranch house behind them and drove to town. They rode in silence until finally Lee spoke.
You still figuring on going back to your folks, Ruth?
I have to leave,
Uh-huh.
but I'll be there until you want me.
I reckon you just better forget all about me, honey. I ain't worth thinking about.
I know better than that.
I'll be stopping off in town.
Yeah?
Get along there. Get up. I'll drop into the cafe and see if maybe I can't find me a job wrangling for some outfit.
I hope you do well.
Uh-huh. Thanks.
And you'll let me know wherever you go.
Sure I will, honey.
There's the cafe now.
Well, I'll just pull up in front and leave you the buckboard. I don't just hanker to go out and meet your folks.
All right.
Here we are. Oh, there. Oh, boy. There. Here's the reins, honey. I'll be getting off.
Oh, Lee, honey.
Everything's going to be all right, Ruth. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lee. Get up there. Get up.
I guess there ain't nothing lower than me anywhere. And there goes the finest wife a man ever had.
Well, if it ain't Lee Taylor come to town.
Howdy.
Having a drink?
I don't reckon I will. Look here, barkeep. You don't know any outfit that's needing a top hand, do you?
You looking for work?
Well, man's got to eat.
Well, Lee, I've always liked you, but...
Yeah?
Oh, doggone it. I reckon you savvy without my telling you why it ain't going to be easy for you to find a job around here.
So everybody knows about me and Steve Drago, huh?
Well, there's been a heap of talk.
Sure I know. I'm a coward. I'm a yellow rat. I've got no more backbone than a paw had afore me. I ain't fit to eat at the same table with real men or share the same bunkhouse. I ain't...
Now, take it easy,
I won't take it easy. I'm sick of the whole thing. I wish I'd never been...
Well, Lee, I see you moved out today like the boss told you to.
You...
Looking for trouble?
I ought to shoot you and Steve and your whole crooked bunch.
You take my advice and you clear out of this country.
Yeah?
Before me or one of the boys loses our tempers and takes you over his knee and spanks you.
Cut out that kind of talk, Buck.
Lee can't do his own fighting, huh? He's got to have you stick up for him.
I've heard what you've been saying, Buck, and I'm here to tell you there ain't going to be no brawling in town while I'm sheriff.
This ain't no fight, Sheriff. Lee here's too yaller.
I reckon I'll be running along, fellas.
Hey, who's that fella just came in? He's masked.
An outlaw.
I'm not an outlaw.
Put up your hands.
No, you won't. Look at that brawl.
Like chain lightning.
You can't arrest me, Sheriff, for wearing a mask.
But I'll...
Lee,
Huh?
I came here for you.
What's that for me?
I want to talk to you.
Put down them guns. I'm the law here.
Lee and I are leaving.
What do you want me for? What do you...
Come along.
Let go of my arm.
Hey, wait. Where are you taking Lee?
You'll see him again soon enough.
I don't have to go with you.
Out that door.
What's the idea?
I'm going to help you.
You can't help me. Nobody can.
Get in that saddle. Hurry!
All right.
Stop it! Stop that man! Don't let him get away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. Steve Drago, a powerful and ruthless rancher, drove some of Lee Taylor's cattle from the range, refused to let the others use the only water hole in the district, and finally ordered Taylor to leave the country. Lee, in spite of the urging of his wife, gave in to Steve, believing himself a coward because his father had been branded a coward. The Lone Ranger learned of the situation and at the point of his gun forced Lee to accompany him. Now, as our second act opens, we see the masked man raiding in his great horse Silver at the small, well-hidden camp where Tonto has been waiting.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella. Steady, boy. Ooh. Get down, Lee.
What do you want with me? I ain't got nothing worth of stealing.
You're going to listen to something I have to tell you.
You got the best of me.
Sit down over there. First, I want to ask you what you know about your father's death.
So, you've heard about that, too?
Perhaps.
Well, if you have, maybe you're savvy what's been the matter with me.
Tell me about your father.
There ain't much to tell. And what there is ain't the kind of thing a fella can take much pride in.
Yes?
Paul left these parts when I was still just a young one. He went up to Wyoming, figuring that maybe he could find good range up there so as we could move.
I've heard that.
He met up with some fella, and they planned to go into partnership. But they fell out over some cash being stole. This other hombre went gunning for Pa, and then...
Go on.
And then folks say Pa was so scared that he couldn't even go for his gun when this other fella and his friends caught up with him.
And you've let this story frighten you all these years.
Like father, like son, I reckon.
I suppose the first time you ran into trouble, you were scared.
It's just in my blood.
Don't you realize that anyone can be frightened? That doesn't mean he's a coward if he fights in spite of it. But instead, you told yourself that you must be a coward because you believed your father to be one.
Well, there wasn't anything else I could think.
And you've always believed what people told you of that shooting in Wyoming?
Oh, but why shouldn't I?
Listen to me. I have a story to tell you. It's about a man who, like your father, went to Wyoming.
Yeah?
He went there looking for good rangeland, but the country there is rough and dangerous. And then one day, as he was riding alone along a canyon trail...
If I knowed what this trail was like, I'd never come this way. Careful there, old fella. What's that? I'm trapped. The trail's sliding away.
Something had started a landslide just as he rode along that treacherous path. But instead of being plunged to the bottom of the canyon, which would have meant his death, he was saved by a small scrub tree a third of the way down. He hung on. He couldn't climb back. And if he loosened his hold, he'd be dashed against the rocks hundreds of feet below. Finally, however, he managed to get his gun from its holster and fire 3 signal shots.
If I don't bring somebody, I'm done for. The roots are pulling out. I'll be falling in just a minute. I can't hold on.
Hello there.
Help me!
Hang on there, friend. I'll take your rope in only a second.
Hurry, I'm a goner. Hurry up. Hurry, please.
This second man, with only his rope and horse to assist him, struggled to save the life of the man clinging to that weak support. With the trail still crumbling, the lives of both men were threatened. But finally, the work was done, and Jim was back on firm ground once more.
Jim?
We'll call him that in the story.
But that was my pa's name.
Was it?
Go ahead. Tell me the rest.
Well, Jim and young Fletcher became firm friends. Jim owed his life to the younger man, and Fletcher, in turn, introduced Jim to his father. They talked of ranching and decided to go into a partnership.
That was my father.
Wait. But young Fletcher liked to gamble. He soon owed more money than he could pay. He knew where his father's strongbox was kept. And then one night, when he thought everyone was asleep...
There. $1,000 in folded money. That'll pay what I owe, and it'll keep me.
What are you doing?
Huh? You're stealing.
I got to have it. I got to. Don't tell my pa. If this ain't paid, them gamblers will kill me. Look here, I saved your life. You can't let pa know about this. You can't.
And then what did Jim, I mean, do?
What could he do? He couldn't tell the father of the man who had saved his life that his son was a thief. He couldn't make the boy put the money back and be killed by those gamblers. and he didn't have the money himself to help.
Yeah?
He had only one choice. When the boy had gone, Jim wrote a note. Said that he had to leave in a hurry, then saddled and rode off.
But what did he do that for?
He knew he'd be suspected of theft instead of the boy. He hoped to make his escape so that it wouldn't matter. But old Fletcher, believing Jim had used his hospitality to steal from him, pursued him at once. And the trail led to a lonely mountain cabin.
You must be there, boys. Whoa. I'll get him. I'll get the sneak myself. You fellas stay here. Stand where you are.
I've been looking for you to catch me.
Where's the money you stole?
I ain't got it.
You're lying.
Maybe I am. Maybe I ain't. But that's all I got to say.
Killing's too good for you. You come to my house, pretend like you're a friend, then run off with my cash.
That ain't true.
But I'm not arguing with you, and I'm giving you an even chance. Go for your gun.
I won't shoot you.
Go for your gun, I say.
No.
Well, I gave you your warning. I can't do more than that. I'm counting 3. And if you don't draw by then, I'm shooting anyhow. 1, 2.
But why wouldn't he shoot?
His life had once been saved by young Fletcher.
But I still
Jim
don't...
couldn't fire upon the father of the man who had risked his own life to save his.
Then that's why my father didn't draw. It wasn't because he was yellow at all.
Do you still believe cowardice is in your blood?
Look here, stranger. My paw was braver than if he'd fought it out.
And what are you going to do?
I'll show you. Where's your horse?
Here, Silver.
You're taking me back to my ranch.
Tonto, we're leaving, but you do as we planned.
Want to do it?
What Paul could do, I can do. And I'll show Steve Drago that he ain't got men enough to take from me what's mine.
Good. Come on, Silver.
The two men raced across country to Taylor's place. It was almost evening when they arrived, but the gathering darkness did not conceal their arrival from Buck, who had been stationed nearby to warn Steve Drago if Lee should come back. We see Buck now as he draws up before Steve's ranch house.
Oh, there. Oh. Stand there, Blackjack.
Boss!
What's the matter, Buck?
Lee's come back.
Back to his ranch?
Just now. He rode up with a masked fella.
Why, that...
Where are you going?
I'm going to teach that young fool a lesson.
But wait for me.
I'm riding ahead alone. I don't need no help to handle that hombre.
But look here,
You get the other fellows together and ride after. And if there's anything left of them when I get done, you fellas can finish up.
Lee was alone when he heard hoofstop outside. A moment later, heavy steps crossed his porch. And then, there was a loud knock on the door.
Walk right in.
You blasted sniveling fool. The next time I give you orders, you'll know enough to follow him.
I'm not taking your orders no more.
Huh?
I'm getting back to my range. I'm stocking more cattle. And there's something else I'm going to do.
Yeah?
I'm going to knock your block off.
Why, you...
Come on, get it.
I'll show you.
Here's one to begin with.
I'll break you in two for that.
And here's another for you.
Blast you.
Put on that chair.
Take that.
You missed. But if that's the way you're fighting, here's something for you. You'll give me orders, will you? And this ought to finish you off.
Get away. Leave me be.
Boss, what's happened?
Kill him. Shoot him.
I'll take care of him. Oh, my hand.
Up with your hands, all of you. You can come in now, Sheriff.
I saw it all. Oh, you hurt.
Honest, honey, I I never felt better in my life.
Steve, you and your whole bunch are going to jail.
You can't jail us.
You just think I can. I heard you tell Buck to kill Lee. And if the masked fella hadn't shot first, he'd have done it.
Ruth, honey, it was a masked fella showed me I didn't need to be no coward.
I know, Lee. The Injun told me when he brought the sheriff and me here.
Come, Tonto. We'll leave while they're not watching us.
That's a good thing.
Steady, Silver, old fellow.
Yep. You tell plenty good story.
I did the work, Kimosabe.
But him not know that not him father.
I didn't tell Lee that story was about his father, but he thought it was. And as long as he believes it, he'll keep his courage. Come on, Silver.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Killers of Sandy Gulch. Now, you won't find the name Sandy Gulch on any map because after a crucial fight between law and order on one side and lawlessness on the other, the town was renamed and has borne a spotless reputation since then. But in the early days, it wasn't easy going for law and order. Decent people were afraid to go out in the evening. The day the trouble really came to a head was one Saturday. The little main street was crowded, for they were holding a trial. The defendant, William Taylor, was accused of killing the genial and honest banker Watson. As the verdict is being handed down, the shirt-sleeved jurors and judge squirm uneasily in their chairs.
Will the prisoner stand and face the bench? It is my duty as judge of this court to weigh the evidence and facts in this case. It was a plain case of murder. You, William Taylor, has admitted being there, and you had a reason. You've had a fair trial, and you've been proven guilty.
Come on and get done with the talking, Judge, so we can get to the hanging.
Biggie, Griggs, you're out of order. If I hear any more, I'll clear the courtroom. Order! Order in the courtroom. It is the sentence of this court that you, William Taylor, be hung by the neck till death.
Well, that's it, boys. What are we waiting for?
Biggie Griggs, if you or any of your rotten gang lay a hand on the prisoner, you'll regret it. And I'm backing my orders with this 6-gun.
We ain't waiting for law. It's too slow. Come on, boys. He's getting away. Head off the killer. He's riding off. The prisoner's escaped. Get the horses, boys. We'll get him and do our own hanging.
Hoppy! Where are you? Hoppy!
Put your eyes back in, California. What's wrong?
Taylor. He's escaped. The killer's loose.
Now, calm down. One thing at a time.
I was in the courtroom at Sandy Gulch, and they was going to hang Taylor for the killing of banker Watson.
Who's they?
Well, what I meant was he's guilty as all get out, and Biggie Griggs.
Oh, I thought that name had been mixed up in it.
But he was going to lead the posse in the hanging. And,
why?
Gosh, come to think of it, why, you're right. Biggie ain't the law.
Now, suppose you put down the supplies and start at the beginning.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Taylor was guilty. He sure looked it, too. Had the look of a killer in his eye.
But the important thing is, Taylor did get away.
Yeah.
Taylor, why, Hoppy. Hopalong Cassidy. You mean you're glad this Taylor beat the law?
No, it's not that, California.
But Judge Calhoun's a fair judge.
Fair judges have made mistakes.
Why, I'll be a banty-legged cowpoke the rest of my life if you ain't backing the hand of this Taylor.
Maybe I am.
I can't believe it. Not you, Hoppy.
Why was Biggie Griggs so anxious to get the hanging over?
Why?
Why didn't Biggie let the law take its course?
Well,
Why did the sheriff himself tell me that he didn't think Taylor did the killing?
Cut it out, Hoppy. Ain't no use to argue with you, or ought to learn that you always got some darn good reason for thinking the way you do.
California, you know I'll go the limit of the law to run down killers. But at the same time, if I think a man's getting a raw deal...
I know, Hoppy. You'll fight like a bear cat to prove it. So, you're thinking Taylor's innocent?
Until a few things are explained to me, yes.
Well, we've been riding together a long time now. You ain't never been wrong yet. What do we do now? Wonder who this is.
I have to see Mr. Cassidy.
Well,
Please, I must see him. This minute.
Come on in, yes.
Howdy, miss. I'm Mr. Cassidy.
Hopalong Cassidy.
That's right.
I'm Mrs. Taylor.
Mrs. Taylor?
You've got to help me, Mr. Cassidy. You just got to.
Now, you're kind of upset. Just sit down a minute and tell me what's wrong.
It's my husband, William Taylor. They're going to hang him.
You mean if they catch him?
You know?
We was just talking about it.
Oh, please believe me, Mr. Cassidy. William wouldn't kill anybody. He's in a strange town. He's being made the goat for someone else.
I kind of felt the same way myself.
Then you'll help me.
On one condition. Where's your husband now?
I can't tell.
Then I'm afraid I can't help you.
But you'll turn him over to the law.
Mrs. Taylor, you came to me because you thought I'd help you.
Yes, I did. The man down at the bank said you were the only one who could help me now.
Then I'll do what I can if you'll trust me.
All right, Mr. Cassidy. I'm sorry.
Good. Then take me to your husband. If he can convince me he's innocent, I'll do my best to clear him.
Very well. From now on, his life is in your hands.
You sure picked a whopping good spot with all these caves around here.
Yeah.
This is the place.
Oh, you better go on ahead. There might be some shooting if he doesn't see you first.
William? William?
I see you're covered.
Oh, please, William. These men have come to help you.
I don't believe it.
But it's Hopalong Cassidy.
He's the law. Looks like you don't need no help, Hoppy.
Mr. Taylor, your wife seemed to think you needed help.
Oh, what's the use? They'll get me anyhow.
Oh, that's right, William. Put down your gun.
Mr. Taylor, I can't help you till you give yourself up.
I can't. They'd hang me. They got a noose ready now.
You'll be in custody, but only the sheriff will know where.
Oh, please do as they say, William, please.
They'd break in that jail in a minute.
You won't be in the jail. You'll be at my ranch.
You see, William, it's the only way.
Well, if there was some way we could ride away from here... Well, they just follow you for the rest of your life. Well, all right. I don't know what else to do.
That's right. Now it'll be dark soon. Suppose you tell me what happened.
Well, I saved a bit of money from the ranch. I always wanted to get into mining. Read an ad in our paper back home in Tennessee saying a half interest in the Diva mine was for sale. Diva mine? Why, that ain't give up nothing but rattlesnakes for 10 years.
Quiet, California.
So Sarah and me came here. I brought $12,000 along.
Where's the money now?
Stole. Somebody come to the hotel, said Banker Watson wanted to see me at his house, and so I went, and I took the money with me.
And somebody knocked him out, and when he came to, the money was gone.
Why, them thieving coyotes.
California. Go on, Mr. Taylor.
Well, I was just going in from the street to the banker's house when I heard a window crash out. I didn't know what to do. Just then something hit me. You know the rest.
That sounds honest. Well, let's get back to the bar 20. And I want to ride in and have a little talk with Sheriff Bates.
Well, if it ain't Hopalong, must be something important to bring you to town.
Is a man's life important?
According to whose it is. Mine is.
To you, yes, Sheriff. Taylor got away today.
Got any news? You know where I can find him?
You're the man with the star, Sheriff.
Doggone, I'd have thought you had some news. Biggie Griggs and the posse are still out.
Why is Biggie so anxious to tie the knot?
Why, I don't rightly know, just helping. And you know something, Hoppy? Taylor's the first killer I ever felt sorry for.
Probably because in the back of your mind you don't think he's guilty.
Well...
What did Taylor have to gain killing Banker Watson?
I don't know. He never said. Said he had a letter from Banker Watson, but he never produced it.
Because it was stolen from him along with his $12,000.
Oh, Shaw, you believe that yarn?
I think I know when a man is lying, and Taylor didn't lie.
Then what become of the money and the letter?
That's what I aim to find out, and you're going to help me.
You know, it's a funny thing. Anybody else said that to me, I'd gun whip him.
But being an honest lawman, you'll right or wrong?
Well, where do we start?
Is this the poker the killer used?
Yep. Exhibit B at the trial.
I'll leave it where it is. I think it'll help us trap the killer.
Now, look, Hoppy. Well, Biggie, any news on the killer?
Found fresh prints out near the caves, but no sign of the sidewinder. Well, if it ain't our little boy Blue, Hopalong Cassidy.
Something you wanted to take up with me, Biggie?
No. Just wondering what snooping you're up to now.
Biggie, Hopalong's an old friend of mine. And if you can't keep a civil tongue in your head, vamoose.
I seen that old walrus would rise with you, asking questions of the hotel clerk.
Yeah, and if he finds out what I think he will, there's going to be another trial. But with a different defendant.
What do you mean by that?
Did it hit close to home, Biggie?
Why, you yellow-livered...
Now, boys, now.
See, Sheriff? Remember that. Might come in handy sometime. Biggie's weak spot is the point of his chin.
I never hated a man in my life like I do you, Hopalong Cassidy. And I'm warning you. The next time we meet, it'll be different.
Yeah, you got yourself a tough hombre there, Hopalong.
I'm aiming to keep him tough.
Like as not, he's headed for his gunslingers.
He doesn't worry me, Sheriff.
Well, getting back to this killing. We figured Taylor was mad at being took in on that mining deal. So he killed Banker Watson, thinking he was to blame.
Why did Biggie Griggs spend the night at the banker's home?
Well, like Biggie said, the banker was afraid of this hombre.
That was what Biggie says. Well, I'll meet you at Banker Watson's house in a half hour.
I ain't got nothing much to do. We can go on right now.
No, I got to pick up the California and then talk to a fellow about a hound dog.
A hound dog?
Just playing a hunch, Sheriff. I'm not sure of anything yet.
What'd you find out, Biggie?
Plenty. Hopalong Cassidy is digging into this killing. I don't like it.
Well, me neither. Biggie, you remember I told you my old mother ain't well. Past Willow Creek.
You ain't leaving, Crud. You're in this, too.
Oh, but I don't feel good.
You're gonna feel a mighty lot worse.
I just seen that old walrus walking toward the banker's house, and he met some cowpoke.
Cowpoke? Why, you idiot. Like as not, it was Cassidy. We gotta move fast if he was going into the banker's house.
Well, what do you mean?
Don't ask questions. Get my boy to meet me here pronto. That Cassidy's no fool. It's me or him. And I aim to still be around.
Now, you see, Hoppy, this was the room Banker Watson was asleep in when he was killed.
Awful gruesome, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now, out here in the hall, next door was where Biggie was sleeping. He got out in the hall just in time to see this feller run down the hall and jump through the big front window.
I see. Ran through this hall, turned this corner, went to the right room, and jumped through a window he didn't know was there.
And didn't know it was there.
Taylor just arrived in town an hour before. He'd never seen the house.
Hey, that's right. He couldn't have.
So Taylor had to go into a strange room, go to a fireplace in the dark, find a poker, go back to the right room, and kill someone he hadn't even met yet.
Why, Hoppy, you're right.
Sheriff, you don't mind if we nose around a bit?
Ain't no law against it. And while you're doing that, I got some looking up to do at the office.
See you later, Sheriff.
You might drop by the office.
Yeah, we'll do that.
You know, Hoppy, a feller get cut up jumping through a window like that.
Not with his coat over his face.
Looks like that window ain't been open for 50 years. All them spider webs across it.
Yeah, from side to side.
Looks like them vines the monkeys swing on.
You know, California, you just gave me the answer to something I was worried about.
I did? About monkeys?
No, about a human being. A vicious killer who's mighty smart, California.
Well, then, are we looking any further?
I'd like to take a look at that room where Biggie slept.
This place is giving me the shivers, Hoppy. I can't see a darn thing. Oh! Hoppy!
Good work, boys. Now get to the basement and set fire to that kindling.
Oh, why don't we just gun them down?
Nah. When they find them in the ashes, don't want no bullet holes a showing.
A man by the name of Taylor was convicted of a killing and sentenced to hang. But when Biggie Griggs and his gunmen started to take him themselves, the prisoner escaped. Hopalong is convinced Taylor is innocent. As he and California are looking over the scene of the killing, they're gun-whipped down. Biggie and his men have started a fire in the basement. The dry timbers eat up the lashing flames as Hoppy and California struggle with their bonds.
I'll try. Oh, my hands are tight, right?
Roll over this way. You have to work fast.
I can't make it, Hoppy. This dresser or something's in the way.
Well, kick it over. Oh, good boy, California. Roll over near that glass and see if you can hang on to a piece of it.
Got it. Some.
Quick. Roll over this way. Can you find me?
I'm a-trying, Hoppy. Help me.
There we are. Good old California. Now lie down with your back to mine. See if you can move your hands enough to saw the rope.
We ain't got much time. The fire's coming under the door.
There. You did it, California. You did it. Hold still now. We haven't much time.
Just so you're safe, Hoppy.
There. Are you loose?
Yep. Now for the rope around my ankles.
There. Make the window and jump.
How about you?
Do as I say. I'll get out.
I ain't a budging, Hoppy.
There. Out the window, California. You all right?
I'm boiling mad. Whoever rapped me on the head is gonna pay.
I have an idea who did it.
Biggie Griggs.
Prove it.
Well, darn it, I can't, but I wish I could. What's wrong, Hoppy?
I was just thinking.
About what?
Funny no one comes to the fire. Unless
what?
Quick, California. We got riding to do.
What's the hurry?
It only means one thing. Griggs has got another posse together, and they go out after Taylor. And they're probably headed for the Bar 20.
I'm with you, Hoppy. Oh, would I like to unload my 6-gun right into a bunch of them gunslingers? I'ma just hit you.
I just hope we're not too late to stop in California. All right, Topper, let's go. Ho, Topper, ho. Quick, California, to the hay barn.
Think they've been here already, Hoppy?
I don't know what to think. Hurry.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Oh, Mrs. Taylor.
Lying on her face. You think she's...
I don't know. Mrs. Taylor. It's Cassidy. What happened?
Oh, Mr. Cassidy, stop them.
They've been here?
I went out to talk to them, and they beat me with a whip.
Why, those dirty...
Sidewinding cowards.
Stop them. William's gone. He's not there.
Are you hurt bad?
Oh, please don't worry about me. Please stop.
Look, you go into the house. Lock the doors and wait.
You'll bring William back to me.
Ma'am, if anybody can, Hoppy will.
Sheriff Bates.
Well, maybe something happened to him, too, Hoppy. You ain't here in his office. Them gunslingers ain't stopping till they turn this town upside down.
Oh, it's you, Cassidy. You mighty near got a 45 bullet.
The gang got Taylor.
They didn't know such thing.
We just rode in from there.
Taylor's locked in jail.
In jail? He can't be.
Yep, it's my sworn duty to uphold the law, and I'm doing it.
But they beat you this time.
No such thing. I took the south trail through Mesquite Pass. Beat him to your place. Went in the hay barn, took 'em out the back, and headed for them cottonwoods. Never did see me.
Good, Sheriff. But the jail's not much better. It's rotten.
They'll rip it apart.
I ain't saying they can't take him. But Boot Hill will have some more recruits before they make it.
We have to do something and do it fast. Tempers are rising, the town's full of powder. Waiting for someone to light a fuse.
If there was some way to prove Taylor ain't guilty.
There is. By proving someone else did the killing.
Looks like there ain't going to be no time to do nothing.
Only a confession can save Taylor now.
You know darn well by this time who done it.
Darn right we do.
We could get a confession. It's our only chance.
Soon as dusk sets in, they'll be moving on the jail.
We don't stand a chance unless we can pin the real killer down. And I think I have an idea. It's a long chance, but we got to take it.
Here we are, about to have a jail come down around our...
Wait a minute, Sheriff. California, I want you to do something that's worth a try.
Anything you say, Hoppy?
I want you to make the rounds of the cafes and card rooms and let fall here and there that the sheriff is getting a bloodhound from Sam Park.
Now, wait. I ain't got to find
Tell
him.
them that the dog will be here at 6 o'clock.
A waste of good, valuable time.
Do you have any other suggestions?
Well,
Then go on, California. The sheriff and I wait here. And by the way, you might mention that the sheriff is going after the dog. Then you and I will stay out of sight and hope it works, Sheriff.
Biggie.
Shut up, you fool. Want to get him excited before time?
Biggie, that fellow with the droopy mustache let drop that the sheriff is bringing in a bloodhound.
What? Where's the dog?
The sheriff's going after it.
Well, that's good. The dog ain't gonna do so well.
He ain't?
Nah. Biggie Griggs is too smart for that.
Now, Sheriff, it's a long chance. If it works, we're safe.
And if it don't?
We're not any worse off. By now, California's had time to stop in a few places and...
It's me.
Lucky you spoke up. I'm getting trigger happy.
Come in, California.
Well, like you told me, I dropped in here and there about the dog.
Now what happened?
We wait.
Of all the foolishness, what's going to bring the killer here?
Come just behind this door.
And the killer's going to come in and give himself up.
I hope that's the way it works.
We've got about an hour before dusk. Ain't much time.
We'll step back in here by the cell and leave the door open a crack. There, just a crack.
Cassidy.
Quiet, Taylor.
This is your doing. I ain't got a chance. I should never listen to you. Now we're all in the same trap, Taylor. They got to take us first.
Sheriff.
What, Huppy?
Do one thing for me.
What's that?
If our plan works, let me out this door first.
I'll be right behind you, Hoppy.
Don't make a move. Now. Drop that poker, Greg.
Where you sneaking cowpoke? Look, Greg, here's the poker.
You do better kill him with a poker, Greg. Come get your man, Sheriff.
He got the poker in his hand.
It worked, Hoppy.
Don't make me a killer.
But you were afraid the bloodhound would make you one. You didn't dare let him sniff that poker.
Get up. Hey, sit there where I can watch it.
You don't think my boy nor anybody else is going to believe you?
We knowed all along you was the coyote.
Griggs, you'll get the same fair treatment that the boys offered Taylor.
Nobody believes I'm a killer. You can't make them believe
The
it.
bloodhound can.
When the crowd knows what you've done, you'll get a hang loose along with Taylor.
I'll
Cassidy.
chance that, Piggy. You had your say, now here's mine. That crowd will be here soon, you know that.
Looks like some of them are heading this way now.
They won't believe you.
But they'll believe you. You're going to tell them you killed Banker Watson.
There ain't no man living can make me say that.
You don't know Hoppy.
I'm going to talk fast, Biggie. You had Taylor come here to pay $12,000 for a worn-out mine. Banker Watson didn't go along with you. You sent word to Taylor to come to the banker's home. You'd already killed the banker, and when Taylor got there...
Taylor himself said he heard someone go out that window.
He thought he did. But you forgot to brush the spider webs across the window after you kicked the window out.
More of them are getting together out front.
In a few minutes, they'll be in here, Biggie.
Then I'll tell him you're in with Taylor.
But they'll believe the dog. Bring him in, California.
The dog?
Yeah, Sam Park's bloodhound. I'll let him have the scent of the poker, then let him loose.
You wouldn't do that.
I have to do it.
No,
I
you
can't hold the crowd off any longer,
You know what mobs do, Biggie?
No. They give me a hang noose.
And the dog will go right for you.
No. I'll confess. I killed Watson. Lock me up.
You're confessing in front of witnesses.
And get me out of here. They're coming in.
Well, Sheriff, I guess you got another boarder.
And another thing, where's that man's money or soul?
On a rafter. In my cook shack. All of it.
Well, I guess that does it, Hoppy. You take Taylor back out to his wife, and I got to get this killer out in town and get him locked up so we can have a little quiet around here.
Come on, California. Guess there's nothing else for us to do. So long, Sheriff.
Thanks, Hoppy.
Let's take Sam Park's dog back to him, California.
Right, Hoppy.
How are you, boy? You want to go home?
Hoppy, is this the dog?
Sure.
You got a confession from Biggie Griggs on the strength of this mangy hound?
He resents that, California.
Well, I just hope it never leaks out that California Carlson called this moldy, flea-bitten critter a bloodhound.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy. But be sure to be back with us soon when Hoppy and California will again ride out from the Bar 20 into more dangerous adventure and action. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Killers of Sandy Gulch was written by Howard Swart. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Corn Pops. Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. Gold. That was the magic word that lured men into the wastelands, that turned deserted villages into roaring boom towns, bringing with it dreams of happiness and glory. But always to cloud the dream came greed, avarice, crime, and sudden death. In Black City, the fabulous gold boomtown, death struck without warning and brought United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles to investigate the case of the Unlucky Seven.
I tell you, Bill, I don't like it. I just plumb don't like it. I'm going to be sorrier than ducks in Arizona I ever came from there.
Still time to change your mind, Jingles.
Oh, what, just 2 hoops and a holler to Black City?
And Black City's another hour's ride.
All right, but when I get there, I'm going to sleep for 40 days and 40 nights.
If the noise doesn't wake you.
Noise? Oh, what noise is that, Bill?
Liable to be a little shooting.
Shooting? Oh, now, Bill, there you go again. Now, what are we getting into?
I don't know, Jingles, but 7 men have disappeared out of Black City.
Well, I still don't know no more than a mule-eared rabbit. Bill, I got a right to know what I'm doing here.
That's easy.
Oh, yeah.
7 men have gone, right?
Right, sure.
So, you're number 8.
Oh, is that all? Who? Me? Disappear?
Well, nominate your pardon, gents. I aim to propose a toast to our dear departed comrades, gone but not forgotten. Especially poor old Thaddeus Jeffy, rest his soul.
We'll all miss that.
But in the midst of life, we're o'er in death, Sheriff Salinas.
Yes, Judge.
And one man's loss is another man's gain, eh, Judge Boscombe?
Well, if it ain't our fighting editor, Silas McGregor.
What makes you so certain that Sheffy is dead, Sheriff? Have you found the corpus delicti?
I don't savvy your lingo, McGregor.
Maybe you'd like to explain that remark. Aye, I'll explain it, and to great length, in this week's issue of the Semaphore, Judge Boscombe. You'll explain it now, McGregor. I'm the law in Black City. Sheriff Salinas, he's my strong right arm. Read it in the Semaphore, Boscombe. You didn't provoke me to fight with your hired gunman.
Why, you ornery old varmint.
I'll ask you 3 questions, Boscombe. What happened to the 7 men who disappeared? Why did each man make a rich gold stripe before he vanished? Why did each man sign over the deed to his claim to you, Boscombe? Why, I bought them claims from the poor fellows all legal and proper. Mr. Faraday made out the papers, and I got the deeds to prove it. As to where they went after that, that's their business, and none of mine. You're right in for a fall, Judge Boscombe. No man can set himself up as the law. This is still America, and the will of the people is still the law here.
The will of the people says step down, McGregor. You talk too much.
Let him talk, mister.
Well, what's this? Here's our Mr. McGregor's got himself an audience after all.
Yeah, and cocky is the king of spades, too. I don't believe we've met, stranger.
We haven't.
Better clear out, stranger. This here don't concern you.
Careful, lad. I didn't know who you are, but Salinas is the fastest trigger man in the state.
It's not such a big state.
All right, now I'm telling you. Get out.
Take your hands off of me.
You heard me? Get.
Not so fast.
He's just an officer, will you?
I'm sorry you did that, Sheriff. Maybe you're sorry.
Here. Get up there, Salinas. Can I get up, Boscombe? He's out cold. I'll get him up. Hey, let's have that pitcher of water here.
Cut it out. Let me alone. I had enough. I think he broke my jaw.
Get up, Salinas. You'll live.
You're right, I'll live. If only to see you dead, mister.
I didn't know your name, but I'd be honored to shake your hand, sir.
Well, the honor's all mine. The name is Hickok.
Now, gents. Now, no sense in all this whittle wagging. I figure folks can settle their grievances quiet-like. You Wild Bill Hickok, the U.S. Marshal?
That's right.
I reckon you owe the Marshal an apology, Sheriff.
Sure. I'm sorry, Marshal. I just didn't say that, so... After all, we're both law officers, ain't we?
It looks that way.
Well, that's one thing we got plenty of in Black City, Mr. Hickok. Law. And there's no crime in Black City to speak of.
Well, maybe so. But before I ride on, Judge, I'll be dropping by your office in the morning, if you don't mind.
No, why, not at all, Hickok, not at all. Glad to see you any time.
Thanks. I'd like a look at those deeds of yours.
Why, surest thing you know, Marshal. Well, I think you're throwing your saddle on the wrong horse. There ain't a loophole in the lot.
Oh, I reckon they're all legal, Judge. You're too slick to let anyone sell you a bill of goods.
Thanks for the compliment, Marshal.
So long, then. Come on, McGregor. Let's talk at your office.
Delighted, Mr. Hickok.
I'm going out the back way, Judge. I can get Hickok when he crosses Elm Street.
Hey, hold on, Salinas. This is too good to be true.
What do you mean?
That pesky old meddler McGregor. I arranged an accident for him over at the newspaper office.
What kind of accident, Judge?
An old kerosene lamp. He's going to knock it over when he opens the door. The floor's soaked with kerosene, and the place will go up like a tinderbox. And inside, there's a few sticks of dynamite from the mine.
Judge, you think everything.
No, not everything. I didn't think of getting 2 birds with 1 stone. McGregor and Wild Bill Hickok. Well, this is my humble office, Marshal. Funny, I didn't recall leaving the lamp lit. Get back.
Hey, fire! Help! My press! My paper! Look out, man! I've got to put it out.
Come back, McGregor. It's a trap.
Oh, let go of me! I have to save my paper!
Hi, partners. Here's your old sidekick, Panhandle Jim. Right good show, huh? Sure is.
You know, lots of young buckaroos, when they listen to a show like this, get so excited they like to nibble on something. Well, I got an idea for that. What you ought to do is bite into a handful of Kellogg's Corn Pops. Sure, 'cause Kellogg's Corn Pops is a wonderful new eating cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now, come Wild Bill Hickok time on the radio, I sit back and listen while I eat my Corn Pops right out of the box. Come breakfast time, I eat 'em in a bowl with milk. No sugar, mind you. The sweetening's already there, and plenty of it. And while you're digging in for another handful of Corn Pops, look at the shiny silver-like bag that your Corn Pops are sealed in, right inside the box. That shiny bag is pure aluminum. It keeps your Kellogg's Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And tell your mom this. That bag is plumb wonderful, the way you can use it to store things in the refrigerator, or for wrapping sandwiches and keeping them fresh and tasty. Now, you're going to want Kellogg's Corn Pops at your place, sure, if you haven't already got them like most folks. Now, listen to this. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops. We'll all say that together in a little while. Right now, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok.
Wild Bill and editor Silas McGregor were fighting the fire set by Judge Bascom in the semaphore office when the flames reached the dynamite and the office exploded.
McGregor, you all right?
Aye, lad. Thanks. You saved my life by pushing me back of that press.
Come on. I'll help you to the door.
No, I'm all right. I'll make it alone. Here comes the bucket brigade. Bless their hearts.
Hey, Marshal McGregor, so what happened here?
I don't know yet, Bascom, but
Try
I'll find
and save
out.
the press, lad. Oh, terrible accident.
I think the only accident, Bascom, is that no one was killed.
Huh? What's that? You reckon it was foul play, Marshal?
Why, Judge, you said yourself there's no crime in Black City.
And you say when you examined Bascom's deeds this morning, Bill, everything was legal, huh?
Well, I didn't exactly say that. I said everything looked legal.
Aye, there's a heap of difference, Mr. Jingles.
All right, Jingles. Now's the time for you to disappear. And don't worry, I'll be close by.
Well, I'll do like you said, Bill, but I just know I ain't gonna like it.
Well, here's luck, partner.
Okay, here goes.
Night to howl! Well, howdy, stranger. You're strutting like a turkey. How come?
Shh! Now, don't tell us so. I'm rich. Rich, I says. Maybe the richest man in the whole darn U.S. of A.
Hey, you don't say so.
Yes, sir. Just filed my claim on the prettiest gold strike you ever did see. Come on, gents, and treats on me. Get them what they want.
Well, Salinas, what have we here? A nice fat pig just begging to be stuck.
Not for me, Judge. Not with Hickok in town.
My Sheriff, I'm surprised. We ain't going to let a juicy morsel like this get away, are we?
I don't like it. That Hickok is plenty bad medicine.
Quit your whining, Salinas. Just this once more, we'll kill ourselves a fat hog. Then we'll sell out, pull up stakes, and get. See you later.
Yes, sir, the prettiest gold strike you ever did see.
Howdy, stranger. My name's Bascom.
Well,
Judge Bascom, that is.
Well, howdy, Judge, howdy. You know, I heard tell about you.
Well, that's fine. Step aside here, stranger. Let's have a little powwow.
All right, neighborly Judge, you being so nice to me.
Oh, no, glad to do it. Think nothing of it. Now, Sheriff Salinas will bear me out in this, I'm sure. It ain't safe for a man who's made as rich a strike as you to go unprotected among strangers. You know, it's just possible there's a crook or two in town.
No.
Yep, it's just possible.
Well, who would have ever thunk it?
Now, I'll tell you what. You go on and have your celebration, but stick close to Sheriff Salinas here. Don't go anywhere without him, savvy?
Aye, savvy. You know, it's sure nice of you to put yourself to so much trouble for me, Judge.
No, not all, my boy. When I do a good deed, son, I figure I'll be well rewarded. Yes, sir. Well rewarded.
You think it'll be all right, Mr. Hickok? We've been waiting out here in this doorway nearly 2 hours.
Yeah, it's all right. I can see everything from here.
You think they'll take your bait, Mr. Hickok?
Looks like they swallowed it whole.
Then you're positive that Bascom and the sheriff are behind these disappearances?
Well, not for publication, Mr. McGregor. We still need proof.
Aye, look. Someone's coming out now.
It's Jingles. With the sheriff and Bascom, too. Shh. They're headed this way, toward the hitching post. Get back.
Deputy is playing his part right away.
I'm a one brave dog, and this is my nice house.
Now, just go to your trap and heave yourself up over this saddle. Come on, I'll give you a boost. Up. What, you consarn loco sheep herder? Judge, he stuck his boot right in my mouth.
Quiet, till he missed me. We don't want to attract no more notice than we have to.
I'd like to plug him right now.
Ah, you darn fool. You know I don't like guns. Guns make noise.
Sure, you like things done quiet, I know.
Now, look at him. Peaceful as a baby, stretched over your saddle. Now, you take him out of town slow and easy. That way, if anything goes wrong on your way to Salt River, you ain't got a dead body hanging over your saddle horn. Just a good time Charlie who's had one too many, savvy? Go on now, vamoose.
Okay, I'm on my way. Quiet, like. Come on, horse.
Well, reckon I'd better mosey back and do some mingling. What's this? Looks like somebody dropped something. I'll just take a look-see. That's funny.
Great goodness. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard. Where's Salt River?
Oh, why didn't I think of that before? It's the answer, Marshal. Salt River Flats.
Salt River Flats? What's there? What is it?
Salt River Flats is quicksand. Just a second, Rangers. Let me simmer down here from all the goings on, catch my breath a little. Say, you know one reason why Wild Bill Hickok was better than most anybody in the West at keeping law and order? He was a two-gun man, good with both hands, both ways when it come to shooting. Now, the reason why Kellogg's Corn Pops is better than most other cereals is that it's a two-way cereal, and it's good at pleasing folks both ways when it comes to eating. One way's right out of the box, like I'm eating them now. Yes, sir, they're a real tasty snack with a sweetening already on them. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of the bowl with milk. But remember what I said about the sweetening. Don't go wasting sugar on them. They're already sweetened for you. Tasty, puffed-up hearts of corn all ready to go. Now, just 'cause they're good doesn't mean they're not good for you. Why, partners, they're a real two-gun, two-way cereal with B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, you better saddle up and ride down the store tomorrow and get a load of them. You'll need plenty, 'cause the whole family's going to be getting into them. Now let's say our little saying all together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Good for you. Right now, I'm almost busting to get back to the show. Let's go.
Now, Wild Bill Hickok has the answer to the disappearing men. Quicksand at Salt River Flats hides their fate. While Sheriff Salinas heads for the quicksand to get rid of Jingles, Bascom and Faraday follow not far behind.
Yep, Faraday. Maverick must have lost his deputy badge when we hung him over the saddle. He must be Wild Bill Hickok's deputy.
That's right. It's too close for comfort, I tell you. Why don't you and me just start riding the other way?
You're not going anywhere, Faraday. You forged them phony papers. You're in this just deep as I am.
Hickok bluffed us into showing our hand.
But I still hold the ace. I know these hills around the Salt River better than Hickok does. And I know the spot to put a bullet in him before he ever knows what hit him.
Hey, you loco. You gonna swap shots with Bill Hickok?
No, sir, Faraday. Not that loco. Nope. I figure there's only one place where a bullet can reach a man like Hickok. That's in the back.
Yeah, still out like a light. And I reckon this is the end of the trail for him. Salt River. Whoa, steady. Steady. Now to drag him off that saddle and put him out of his misery. Why, you good-for-nothing polecat.
Pull your head in, you darn sidewinder. I got a kick like a mule.
Oh, playing possum, were you? Well, just for that, I'm going to make you wish you never met me.
I've been wishing that right along.
Never mind going for your gun. It ain't there. I lifted it out on the ride here. Oh. Now, you slick coyote, take a squint down the muzzle of this one.
Well, now look here, Sheriff. Can't we just sort of talk this thing over quiet-like?
Get back, then. Further back.
Wait.
Let's see you kick your way out of that, you knothead.
Hey, get me out of here, eh? I can't get loose.
No, and what's more, you never will. That's quicksand, bucko.
But I'm sinking. I'm going under, Sheriff. Oh, for the love of Mike, give me a hand, will you? I can't stay up.
I'll give you a bullet to close your mouth. Ow! My hand. What the... Hickok.
That's shooting Bill.
Jingles, don't struggle. Keep as still as you can. I'll throw you my rope.
Got it, Bill.
Hang on. Up, boy. Up, boy.
I'll finish you for that, Hickok.
Look out, Bill. Get down. That's all for him.
Hold on, Jingles. Up, boy. Up.
I can't, Bill. The rope's wet. Keep slipping. The quicksand is pulling me down.
Whoa, boy. Hold it. Keep that line tight. I'm coming, Jingles.
Hurry, Bill. I can't hold on. I'm going under.
Here, partner. I'll try to grab you. There. Gotcha. Come on now. Let's pull together.
Hit the dirt, Bill.
So, the great Hickok bites the dust. How do you like that shooting, Marshal?
It's Bascom.
Well, why don't you draw? This is like shooting fish in a barrel.
Go on, Bill. Go for your gun.
I can't, Jingles. He knows if I let you go, well, you're a goner. That was close. If he gets around that boulder, he'll have a clear shot.
You got to admit, Hickok, I'm improving.
Get him, Bill. You got to. Can't you let go with one hand?
All right. But if I slip...
You won't slip.
I figure I got the range now, Hickok. The next one's the last one.
Jingles, when I kick around, you try to grab my leg.
Sure, Bill, I'm game.
Oh, you sure are, partner. Now, where is he? Probably moving down closer so he can't miss. There he is. That did it. Now, Jingles, let's get out of here.
Don't shoot, Marshal. I give up. Don't shoot.
Now, who in thunder's that?
I'll confess, Marshal. You wouldn't plug it on our man. I confess.
All right, whoever you are, you can confess later. Now, crawl down all those rocks and give us a hand.
I'm coming, Marshal. I'm coming. Don't shoot. Don't shoot now.
Here you be, Marshal. The very first paper off the press. We have full account of your daring exploit. Careful, man, the ink is too wet.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor. I'll be proud to keep this for a souvenir.
The people of Black City. Well, they'll never be done with thanking you, Marshal, for what you did.
Well, it's Jingles, I should think. He smoked the buzzards out.
Poor lad. He'll want a heap of rest and quiet.
Hiya, Bill, and hiya, Mr. McGregor.
Well, what's this?
Oh, it's me, Bill. Feast your eyes, then close them and just smell me.
Jingles, what in thunder have you done to yourself?
Well, I'm all slicked up for the dance tonight. Bill, I'm a hero.
Well, that's mighty nice, partner. Sorry I can't join you.
Huh? Oh, but Bill, you gotta be there. I promise.
And I promise to ride out west. Seems I could use some new law out there.
Oh, Bill, well, couldn't you at least wait until I saddled up?
I saddled up for you, partner. Let's go.
Oh, Bill, and just when I smelled so pretty.
A lesser-known show, The Adventures of Lightning Jim, ran from 1946 to 48 and featured the exploits of U.S. Marshal Jim Whipple, his horse Thunder, and Deputy Whitey Lawson. Now, there were stereotypical portrayals at the time of Native Americans, and a total of 98 episodes were produced. Despite running for 4 years during the height of the golden age of radio, unfortunately only 41 episodes have survived. And this is where I need the help of you listeners. I cannot find the names of the actors who portrayed Jim and Lawson. If you know, please leave a comment down below. Now, this episode is Lightning Jim Springs a Trap, and I can't tell you the exact date of its release. Another show, Lux Radio Theater, was a very successful show that ran from 1934 all the way to 1955 and featured radio adaptations of film and stage productions, usually starring the original actors whenever possible. It was recorded before live studio audiences, and it featured a session with a host conversing with the lead actors. Now, it spanned stories from a wide variety of genres, making it appeal to a wide audience of listeners. In this episode, the Plainsman, historical Wild West gunman Wild Bill Hickok, attempts to stop an Indian uprising that was actually started by white gun runners. It stars Frederick Marsh as Hickok, Jean Arthur as historical figure Calamity Jane, Porter Hall as Jack McCall, Joan Fontaine as Louisa Cody, and Paul Harvey as Yellow Hand, the Indian. It was originally broadcast on May 31st, 1937. Next up is another episode from that fantastic show, The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett. In the episode The Capture of Stacy Gault, the famous bank robber Stacy Gault, played by Barney Phillips, is coming to Elk Point, where Britt Ponsett is currently residing, and is apparently the only man left in town who has the courage to face him. It also stars Eleanor Audley, Forrest Lewis, and Parley Bear. It was broadcast on November 8th, 1953. Now, pay special attention to Stewart's great voice acting. People often overlook how difficult voice acting is compared to camera acting, but to convey a character's moods, mind frame, mannerisms, etc., it's difficult enough to do that in front of a camera when you can use your entire body and facial expressions to convey all the details of a character. But in voice acting, where you only have your voice, it is infinitely harder. Think about it. You need to convey to the listener everything about a character just with your voice. Say a character is arrogant or nervous. How do you let the listener know that with only a handful of lines which may or may not have anything to do with the character's temperament? If the words don't provide any context into the character's arrogance or nervousness, then the voice actor still has to convey that with only a few spoken words. James Stewart does an amazing job in this episode, as he usually does, and in general, in painting a complete picture of Britt Ponsett, the character, just through the subtleties in his speaking voice, even when he only has a few words to speak. There's a lot of great voice actors as examples in old-time radio. Some were obviously better than others, but I think this is a great example of just superb voice acting. Next up, we have Frontier Town, one of my favorite Western shows. Another short-lived show, it only ran for 47 episodes in 1949, and it starred Jeff Chandler originally as Chad Remington, a lawyer in the small western town of Dos Rios, who's also a cattle rancher, and always seems to find himself embroiled in violence, no matter how hard he tries to reach civilized, legal settlements to the problems that he faces. His sidekick was Cherokee O'Bannon, voiced by Wade Crosby, using the speech patterns of W.C. Fields. Remington was later voiced by Reed Hadley. And as you can guess from the title of this episode, Sixgun Justice, a civilized, legal way of resolving issues was not always an option in the Wild West. It originally aired on December 5th, 1952. Let's listen to these great Western shows, and I'll be back in a bit.
And now for the thrilling adventures of Lightning Jim. In order to put down a serious Indian uprising to the west, government troops had been ordered out of virtually every military outpost in the vast territory of Arizona. The town of Nesbitt was one of those to find itself without military protection. The last troop of cavalry is leaving, and at the doorway to Slater's Palace, a gambling hall, we find Big Jake Slater and his right-hand man, Ed Carlisle. Slater is speaking.
There they go, Ed. The last bunch of them. There won't be no more troops in this territory for a long while.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Jake.
Ed, what does that mean to you?
Mean? I don't know. Nothing more than losing some trade.
Well, to me, it means that there ain't gonna be no more law and order in these here parts.
Yeah, well, what's that got to do with us?
Plenty. Ed, I'm gonna make my own law. I'm gonna take over this town of Nesbitt. By the time I'm through with it, it'll be Big Jake Slater's town.
Well, that sounds like a pretty big order, Jake.
Ain't no order too big for me. I'm gonna make a fortune out of this place, and if you're smart, you'll string along with me. I'm gonna get you elected sheriff. From now on, it's gonna be just too bad for anybody that don't like to do what Big Jake Slater says.
Several months later, we find Lightning Jim and Whitey Lawson riding the trail to Yuma. Their route takes them through Nesbitt, and as they get to within a few miles of this town, Whitey suddenly reins in his horse.
Oh, boy, pull there. Wait a minute, light.
Oh, thunder. What's up, Whitey? What's the matter?
Look, over there. Down in that gully there.
Down in what? Oh, I see. You mean that smoke?
That sure looks funny, don't it?
Yeah, it sure does, Whitey. Something blazing mighty bad over there. Say, we better see what's up. Come on, Thunder.
Come on, Fiddler. Come on there, boy.
Like someone's in trouble down there, Whitey.
But from the way that fire seems to be going, I don't think there'll be much help to them.
Maybe not, but we'll have to see. Be there in a minute now. Just over this rise. There. There it is.
Jumping him, there ain't much left of that ranch house. That's burned right to the ground.
Yeah. Hey, look, Whitey, laying near the corral. See him?
There's a man on the ground there.
Yeah, looks to me like he's either dead or badly hurt. Come on.
Come on, boy, come on.
Easy. Oh, Thunder. Hold on, boy. Yeah. Well, he's still breathing a little, Whitey. Give me your canteen, quick.
You bet. Here you are.
Here, partner. Try some of this. Come on now. Here, let me hold your head. Now, better hold his mouth open, Whitey.
I got it. I don't think there's much use, Lightning. He's shot to pieces.
Yeah, you can only get him to talk.
He's coming around.
Yeah. Who done this, partner? Who done this to you?
Oh, Slater. Slater's work. Gold. Gone.
Take it easy now, partner. Take it easy. We're with you.
Tell Steve Paradise. Oh.
Go on, Whitey.
Poor fella. Say, do you think he was trying to tell us that a Jäger by the name of Slater done this?
Yeah, that's what I make out of it.
But what does that Paradise mean, and who's this Steve?
That'll come later, Whitey. First, we got to give this poor Jasper a decent burial.
And then...
Then we're going to make it our business to answer them questions. Get the man or men responsible. And we're going to start the minute we hit Nesbitt.
Well, here's the town of Nesbitt, Lightning.
Yeah, and there's the answer to one of the questions we've been wondering about. Now we know what he meant by paradise.
Paradise is the hotel in town here.
Yeah.
Well, are we going right over there and get started?
As soon as we take care of the horses, Whitey.
I wonder where the Leroy stables is.
Should be just down the street a ways. They're never very far. Well, Whitey, it looks like we're doing all right in getting questions answered.
See, I see that too.
Yeah.
Slater's Palace. Well, so that Jigger runs the gambling hall in this.
Yeah, and that ain't all he's running here either. Take a look at the livery stable over there to the right.
You been him in a Slater's livery stable. Well, it looks like we're bumping into that Jigger wherever we go.
Yeah, and before we leave here, we'll be bumping into him plenty more. Whitey, the minute we get the horses rubbed down and fed, I want you to go over to the palace.
Well, you want me to scout around there?
Yeah, see what you can find out. Get into a card game if you can.
Hey,
I'm going over to Paradise and locate this Steve. Between the two of us, we could have a pretty fair idea what's going on in there.
Howdy, stranger.
Howdy.
What can I do for you?
Well, maybe you can tell me if there's an hombre around here by the name of Steve.
Steve?
Yeah.
Well, that's my handle. Steve Norton. What do you ask?
You don't happen to know a rancher with a small place some miles west of town, do you?
Why, my brother Ted's got a place. What's the matter, stranger? Why are you asking all them questions? Is there something wrong with Ted?
I'm afraid there is, Norton.
What is it? What's happened to him? Well, talk up, man.
Norton, I'm afraid your brother's dead. Killed.
What?
And his place burned to the ground.
Ted killed?
Yeah.
And his place burned?
That's right, Norton.
That's Slater's work. He's the one that done it. Slater murdered Ted. I'll get that yellow-livered skunk for that. I'll get him if it's the last thing on earth I do.
Hold on there, Norton. Hold on. That ain't going to get you nowhere.
He's pulled his last killing around these parts. I'll blow him to bits of dirty murder.
Stop it, Norton. Stop it. Slater'll be taken care of, all right. But I'm the one that'll do it.
You? What do you got to do with it?
I happen to be Jim Whipple, United States Marshal.
Jim Whipple?
Yeah.
Then you must be Lightning Jim.
I've been called that, yes. Now get off this warpath for a minute and listen to me. You're certain that Slater killed Ted, and so am I. But before we can take any action, we got to have proof.
I don't need no proof. Slater swore he'd get Ted when he found he couldn't buy that Waterhole property from him. And he did. Ever since the troops left Nesbitt, he's been running things as he pleased, stealing, rustling, murdering. Well, he's all washed up now because I'm going to get him.
Yeah, you'll get him all right. But you'll do it by helping me. Norton, I'm telling you straight that I ain't leaving Nesbitt until I get your brother's murderer. And Slater's gang is broken up. Now, do you want to do things my way, or will I have to lock you up to keep you out of trouble?
All right, Marshal. I'll string along with you.
Good. First, answer a couple of questions. Your brother said something about gold being gone. You know what he meant?
Well, he must have been talking about some dust we panned out of the creek. We were going to use it to buy cattle and finish paying for the hotel here.
I see. Now, tell me, how do you stand with the law-abiding citizens in town?
Why, most of them are my friends, I reckon.
Fine. I want you to contact all the men you can trust. Tell them to be ready for action at any time. Meanwhile, I'm going over to Slater's palace. Norton, you don't have to worry about a thing. I'm going to smoke Slater out of the open and pronto.
The pot's open, gentlemen. Who's staying?
Well, not me.
Me neither.
Well, I think I'll stay in this one.
I'm out. Well, that leaves you and me, stranger. How many cards?
Let me see here. Well, I'll take one.
One card it is. There you are. I am taking 3. Well, I opened the pot and I'm betting $20.
$20? By golly, I can just make it. I'll call you.
I am holding 3 aces, partner. Count them. 1, 2, 3.
Well, I'm afraid that beats me. Guess I'll have to quit. Oh, hello, Lightning. I didn't see you standing there.
Hello, Eddie.
Yeah, too bad. Better luck next time. What about you, stranger? Want to sit in?
No, don't reckon so. When I play cards, I like to get a run for my money.
Maybe I didn't hear you right, stranger. You were saying...
I said I like to get a run for my money. And that's hard to do when the dealer pulls the third ace from the bottom of the deck.
You're saying that I cheated?
I am. Don't go for your gun.
You dirty liar!
Reckon that'll teach you a lesson, dealer. With that bullet through your hand, you won't find it so easy to cheat at cards again. Keep your eyes on the rest of them, hombres, Whitey. Don't let them start nothing.
Yo, I got them covered, all right. Dave won't get smart.
Hey, what's that shooting about? What's going on here?
I was just teaching that card shop over there that it don't pay to cheat, not when I'm around.
What they talking about, Ten Spot? This smart stranger tried to tell me I was cheating, Jake. So you went for your gun and he beat you to it, huh? Yeah, he did. And who are you, stranger, butting in here and calling one of my dealers for cheating?
One of your dealers. And I take it you're Slater.
Yeah, I'm Slater, all right. And I'm still waiting for an answer. Who are you?
My name's Whipple. Jim Whipple. I happen to be a United States Marshal.
Marshal?
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? I reckon then if you called Ten Spot, you had a reason for it. Ten Spot, you're through.
Oh, now, look here, Slater. You
I
can't...
said you were through. I'll pay you off when I get finished talking to the marshal here. Now, get. Leave that money on the table.
All right, Slater. All right.
I'm right grateful to you, Marshal, for showing him up to me. I'm running out of health here.
Yeah, then you won't mind my deputy taking the money he lost, huh?
Why, no, sure not. Pick it up, partner. Pick it up.
Oh, you bet they will. Don't you worry.
How long you expect to be around these parts, Marshal?
Oh, I'll be hanging around for a while, I reckon.
Well, that's good. If there's anything you want, just call on me. Place is yours while you're in town.
Thanks, Slater. Might take you up on that. Come on, Whitey. Let's get back to the hotel.
Yo, I'm right with you, like.
So that's Lightning Jim, huh? He's gonna stay in town for a while. I think I'll have some plans for him. Hey, Ten Spot.
Yeah? What is it?
Come here. Just forget that talk about being fired and get Ed Carlisle over here right away. I got something for him to do.
Lightning Jim? Are you sure, Jake?
You heard me, Ed. Lightning Jim's in Nesbit.
Then what are we hanging around for? We got to get out of here.
Leave this gold mine just because a lawman walked into town?
Well...
Don't be crazy. We're going to get rid of him.
Yeah, but how are we going to do that?
You're the sheriff. You're going to the Paradise tonight and get talking to him.
Yeah?
Then somebody's going to come in and tell you thieves is breaking into the bank.
All right, I got you so far, Jake.
Now, you get the marshal to go with you. And when you get to the bank, see that he goes in the front door and you go in the bank. You got it?
Yeah, but what's all this got to do with getting rid of him?
Because when he gets inside the bank, he's going to be met by a reception committee made up of a couple of my best gunslingers.
Oh, so that's it, huh?
Yeah, that's it. The marshal's going to stay in Nesbit a while, all right. A permanent little home on the top of Cemetery Hill.
If it was Jim's idea to get Slater moving, he succeeded all right. But is he prepared for a trap like the one being planned for him? The thrilling second part of the adventures of Lightning Jim will follow immediately. And now for part 2 of Lightning Jim Springs a Trap. Lightning Jim and Whitey are on their way to Yuma, Arizona, and to the town of Nesbit. They learn that Big Jake Slater has been running the town with a free hand since government troops had been withdrawn from the territory. Jim enlists the aid of Steve Norton, the brother of a man they believe was murdered by Slater. Slater learns that Jim is in town and immediately plots with Ed Carlisle, the sheriff, and his right-hand man to trap Jim in a fake bank robbery and kill him. We now find Jim early that same evening talking to Steve Norton in the Paradise Hotel.
Tell me, Steve, did you contact them men like I told you?
I sure did, Lightning. I got 20 of them that are with us to a man.
Good. Reckon the time ain't far off when we'll be needing them.
But what's your plan, Lightning? What are you expecting to do?
I'm waiting for Slater to make the first move, Steve.
Oh, but he's like a copperhead.
Hold it, Steve. Someone's coming.
Well, howdy, gent. Howdy.
Howdy, Carlisle.
I take it you're Lightning Jim, stranger.
Yeah.
I'm Carlisle. Ed Carlisle, sheriff of the town here.
Glad to know you, Sheriff.
I just heard you was visiting us, so I come in to bid you welcome.
Mighty fine of you.
I want you to know that you can take things easy while you're here. There ain't a blessed thing for you to do. Ed Carlisle knows how to handle...
Sheriff! Sheriff!
What's the hurry, Transport? What's on your mind?
I was just passing the bank, Sheriff, and I happened to see a couple of hombres going in.
Going into the bank at this hour of the night?
That's right. Looked funny to me, so I went after you pronto.
Well, thanks. I'll check into that right away. How about it, Marshal? You want to come along?
Sure do, Sheriff. Let's get started.
Oh, there you are, Thunder. Plenty feed and water for you.
What? What are you there?
What is it, Steve?
I was hoping to find you here at the stables. It's lightning. I'm afraid he's walking into a trap.
A trap, where?
Over at the bank. He was in the hotel.
No, never mind the talk, Steve. Let's get over there fast.
To the right, Wally.
Yeah.
That way. You hear that?
No, that sounds like it's in trouble, all right. See if they heard lightning. By golly, they'll pay for it.
This way, Whitey. Around the back. That's it.
Come on. We got to get there in time. We got to.
There's the rear door of the bank, Whitey.
Oh, I see it. It's open. Come on, Steve. Drop the gun. Drop it.
Did you get him, Whitey?
Oh, you bet that it. He was just going to shoot lightning. Lightning, are you all right? It's Whitey, Lightning. You don't hear me, Steve.
Let me see, Whitey. Yeah. It's all right. Just been creased. That's all.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, positive. See, he's coming around.
Whitey.
Hey, what happened, Lightning?
Norton. I'm sure glad to see you.
See, why did you do it, Lightning?
Wait till I get to my feet, Whitey.
You're happy. It's enough.
There.
See, didn't you know there was a trap?
Sure, I knew it was a trap. That's why I went.
See, I don't get you, Lightning. If you knew that, why did you go?
But I was trying to get evidence on Slater. Thought maybe I'd be able to get a prisoner that would talk.
What happened when you went in?
There were two of them. I managed to get both. When Carlisle come in the back way.
Carlisle? Well, who's that?
Sheriff and Nesbitt, Whitey. A murdering skunk. He's Slater's right-hand man.
The sheriff?
Yeah. Before I had a chance to get a bead on him, he shot. Next thing I knew, the two of you were standing over me.
Well, then he's the Jaeger shot just as he was going to finish the job. That's pretty... Hey.
Yeah, it sounds like one of them's still alive.
By golly, that's the sheriff fella. Well, I thought I'd done a better job than that.
Let's take a look at him. See how bad he's hurt. He's just shot in the shoulder, that's all. Unconscious, though. Better get him to a doc.
See, Lightning, look what was on the floor here beside him.
Let me see it, Whitey. Well, a buckskin poke half full filled with gold dust. Must have dropped out of his pocket when he fell. There's initials on it, too. Look like the letters T.N.
T.N.?
Yeah.
Lightning, that poke was my brother's. Them letters stand for Ted Norton.
Sure about that, Steve?
Positive. All the gold dust we had was in pokes with them initials burned on them.
And it looks like we're closing in. Check them other two hombres, will you? See if they're live. They got any of them pokes on them.
I sure will, Lightning.
See, do you mean that you think that Carlisle and the other Jaegers did the killing at Norton's ranch?
No, I don't, Whitey, but I think they'll lead us to the one that did. If them other two have pokes like this one, then my springing this trap did us plenty of good.
Yes, I don't get that, Lightning.
You'll see in a little while, Whitey. How about it, Steve? Any luck?
They're both dead, Lightning. You were right. Both of them had a poke of dust on them with the same initials.
That's fine, Steve. I want you to round up all them friends of yours. See that they get over to Slater's Palace pronto. We're going to bring Sheriff Carlisle here to trial.
Yeah, but what good is that going to do us? Slater's the one we're after.
Don't worry about that, Whitey. Time we get through, Slater will be hung for murder.
Lightning Jim held Sheriff Carlisle prisoner and then set his trial for the murder of Ned Norton. Big Jake Slater appeared in court with 10 of his best gunslingers ready to take things in his own hands if the trial went against Carlisle. At a word from Slater, the gunmen were to draw, thus affecting the escape of Carlisle. The trial opens with Lightning Jim telling his story.
Well, Judge, I went along with him to investigate. When I got inside, I was ambushed by two gunslingers. I managed to get both of them. But just then, Carlisle came in the back door and blazed away at me. My deputy, Whitey Lawson, come in just in time to stop him from killing me.
I heard about him.
All right, men, all right now. A little quiet, please. Suppose you tell us your story, Larson.
Oh, you bet, Judge.
Hey, just a minute, Judge, just a minute. Don't the defendant get a chance to tell his side of the story?
Sure he does, Slater, just as soon as the marshal gets through presenting the evidence against him. Go ahead, Larson.
Well, when I went through the back door into the bank, I saw Carlisle there drawing a bead and lighting him. I told him to drop his gun, but he wouldn't do it. So I had to shoot him through the shoulder. I guess that's about all.
You're sure he was going to shoot the marshal, Larson?
Oh, you bet he was. Steve Norton can tell you the same thing. He was right there with me,
That's right, Judge. We went into the bank together, and I saw the same thing. If Whitey hadn't been so fast on the trigger, Carlisle had got the marshal sure.
Quiet back there. Quiet now. Now, Carlisle, what have you got to say in your own defense?
Well, just what I told the marshal before. In the darkness, I made a mistake, and I thought he was one of the robbers, so I shot at him. Sure is tough when a man gets shot and brought into court when he's just trying to do his duty.
Hey, see, I knew there'd be some simple reason to explain it, Judge. Carlisle's got a perfect record here in Nesbitt. He couldn't have done nothing like that.
Couldn't he, Slater? Judge, we got evidence here that shows he's committed murder before.
Keep quiet back there. If you don't keep quiet, I'll clear the courtroom.
What are you talking about, Marshal? I never murdered nobody in my life.
Oh? You see this poke of gold dust, Carlisle?
Well, what about it?
It dropped out of your pocket when you fell in the bank.
Well, what if it did? Having a poke of dust don't mean you committed the murder.
Yeah, he's right, Marshal. It doesn't mean a thing.
It does this time, Judge. That poke of dust belonged to Ted Norton. Yes, you all know by now what happened to him.
I'm going to admit for the last time. You've got to keep quiet there. You'll have to keep quiet or get out. Marshal, that's a pretty strong statement you just made. Can you prove it?
I sure can. This poke and the ones we found on the two men I got in the bank have all got Ted Norton's initials burned on them.
Yeah, and every bit of gold that Ted and I panned was put in them pokes. I can identify every one of them.
Are you quiet? I told you before, be quiet.
But I didn't kill him. I didn't.
Then you better start talking, Carlisle. That crowd's worked up plenty.
I'll talk. I'll tell you all about it. But stop him. Don't let him lynch me. Stop him.
Hold on there, boys. Hold on. He's here as a court of law. If he's guilty, the judge will see that he gets what he deserves. Let's give him a chance to talk.
Thanks, Marshal. All right, Carlisle. What have you got to say?
Judge, them pokes don't belong to me. Slater gave them to us to kill the marshal when we got him in the bank.
Right. He's lying. He's trying to pull out of blaming somebody else. Dr. Gault, good weasel trying to save his own skin by accusing me.
What about it, Carlisle? Can you prove your statement?
You bet I can prove it. The rest of the gold he stole from Norton after he killed him is in the strong box in his office.
Why, you low-down thieving cow.
Hold on there, Slater. Hold on. If he's wrong, there ain't nothing for you to get excited about. Judge, how about having Whitey check on that strong box?
That's a good idea, Marshal. Will you do it, Lawson?
Oh, you bet I will, Judge. I'll be right there.
Hey, Marshal, you're carrying things too far. Just because you're a lawman don't give you no right to step into this town and run the way you please.
All I'm doing, Slater, is getting to the bottom of a killing.
Well, you got to it. Carlisle's guilty, and there's no good reason to drag me into the mess. I'm going to get out of here. All right, men. You know what to do. All right, Steve. Now.
Come on. Hey, the first one that moves gets a 45 slug through.
Yeah. So it looked like your little plan will work, Slater. We got 20 men in this room, and that means 40 guns, drawn and ready. All right, you hombres, get over there against the wall. You too, Slater. Get over there with the rest of your gang, and fast. A couple of you men start getting them guns away from that bunch.
There's nothing I'd like better.
Sorry I had to step in that way, Judge. But as long as I'm arresting Slater for murder and the rest of his crew for aiding a criminal, I guess it's legal enough.
It's legal enough for this court, Marshal.
Hey, you're making a big mistake, Layton.
I'll worry about that, Slater.
Listen, I found him. I found him, all right. The rest of the gold was right there in the strong box like Carlisle said.
That's fine, Whitey. Well, Judge, I reckon the case is complete.
Yeah, thanks to you, Marshal, it is. Tomorrow we'll elect a new sheriff and sentence these men properly. Looks to me like law and order are going to return to the town of Nesbit for good.
Hollywood, California, Monday, May 31st. The Lux Radio Theater presents Frederick March and Jean Arthur in The Plainsman. Lux presents Hollywood. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap appreciate the enthusiasm you have shown for this fine beauty care used by 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars. It is your regular purchase of Lux Toilet Soap that enables us to bring you this program. Our stars tonight are Frederick March, Jean Arthur, Porter Hall, Joan Fontaine, and Paul Harvey. Our guests, Sidney Skolsky, famed for his reports from the Hollywood newsfront, and Marie Osborne, Ginger Rogers' stand-in. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. From our theater on Hollywood Boulevard, we greet you all to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. Lux Toilet Soap is snow white, pure, mild. It couldn't be a better soap if it cost $1 a cake. It has active lather that removes cosmetics thoroughly, guards against the little blemishes, dullness, and large pores that mean cosmetic skin. May I read you a typical letter from an enthusiastic member of our listening audience? I've had so much enjoyment from the Lux Radio Theater that I'm enclosing these Lux Toilet Soap wrappers just as a proof of my loyalty to your fine product. I've used Lux Toilet Soap since I first started to college and found out that Lux was the soap that most of my sorority sisters were using. Now that I'm married and my husband and I travel almost constantly, I'm especially grateful for Lux Toilet Soap. It gets off the travel dust gently and thoroughly, cares perfectly for my sensitive skin. And now, our producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Last week, I announced that Gary Cooper would be with us tonight to star with Jean Arthur in The Plainsman. For 2 weeks, Gary's been working in the water, making scenes for Souls at Sea. The result is a severe cold and a high temperature. But ignoring both, Gary has insisted on rehearsing. He protested to his physician that we have a show to put on. And that, sick or not, his place tonight is here at the microphone. It wasn't until late last night that we succeeded in talking him out of it. He finally gave in, and at this moment is home and in bed. I know you all join me in wishing him a speedy recovery. Stepping into the breach with a graciousness characteristic of a true friend and great actor is Frederick March. The part of Wild Bill Hickok is rather close to my heart. I entrust it to Mr. March with gratitude and the complete assurance that in his hands it awaits only new honors. And now a word about our story. On the 9th of April, in 1865, Generals Lee and Grant met at a farmhouse in Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia, and with quiet simplicity signed a document whose words had been written in the lifeblood of nearly 500,000 Americans. The war between the states was over. The signatures were scarcely dry when the eyes of the nation turned westward and saw beyond the Mississippi a fabulous empire, yet untamed, a land of thundering bison herds and savage Indians. Into this territory poured the legions of Americans whose faith and fortunes had been scattered by the war, and the hordes of immigrants who flooded from Europe to stake their homes on the sweeping plains. Some found peace, some found riches, and some found death at the point of 6-shooters and scalping knives. For there was no Sunday west of Junction City, no law west of Hayes City, and no God west of Carson City. Out of this background was born The Plainsman, the first of a series of pictures based on the magnificent pageant of American history and its unsung heroes. A series which I am continuing with the story of Jean Lafitte, the buccaneer. Frederick March will again star for me in the role of this amazing pirate. Wild Bill Hickok was not an outlaw. He was a frontier marshal, gentleman, and the keenest shot in the West. And always in his shadow was the equally compelling character of Calamity Jane. My good fortune in securing Jean Arthur as Calamity in the screen version is repeated tonight No star is better equipped by nature and ability for this colorful role. Also from the original cast comes Porter Hall, resuming the role of Jack McCall. Mr. Hall's current Paramount film is Make Way for Tomorrow. Joan Fontaine, a young actress rapidly rising at RKO Studios, plays Louisa Cody, and Paul Harvey is heard as Yellow Hand. And now, we set our course along the trail of the pioneers to the west. The applause of our Hollywood audience greets the rising of the curtain as the Lux Radio Theater presents The Plainsman, starring Frederick March and Jean Arthur, with Porter Hall, Joan Fontaine, and Paul Harvey. Among the soldiers who turned their faces homeward at the close of the war between the states was a man known to his friends and to his enemies as Wild Bill Hickok. His face was not turned toward the rolling pastures of the East, but toward the rugged hills and sweeping plains of the unborn West. At St. Louis, on the banks of the Mississippi, a riverboat is ready to leave for Leavenworth. Still wearing his army coat, Bill Hickok sits on the wharf, his long legs straddling a pile of luggage. A small boy eyes him with frank interest.
Where are you soldiering, mister?
Oh, I'm all through, Sonny. The war's over. Didn't you hear?
Yeah, I heard it, but I don't take no stock in it. What might your name be, mister?
Well, it might be Bill.
You ain't Buffalo Bill, are you?
No.
Oh.
Well, now, I'll tell you. If I wasn't myself, I'd just as soon be Buffalo Bill. He's a great scout, son. You know, I saw him shoot at a whole herd of buffalo once. I thought he'd miss, but two started coughing and fell down dead. He'd shot through 'em both, and he made the dust cloud up 1.5 miles away on the other side.
Gee, Willikin. You know, that's the kind of shooting I aim to do. I can shoot pretty good now with my slingshot. Watch, mister.
Hey, that's all right, Sonny. Ah, that whistle is just a half-minute wrong.
Gee, that's a Jim Dandy watch you got there, mister.
Plays a tune, too. Listen. Cute, isn't it?
Hey, that's your picture stuck in the case? You're dressed like a scout there, and so's that girl with you. Is she your sister?
No, that's Calamity Jane.
Oh, I guess you're kind of looking out to see her again, ain't you, mister?
I'm looking out to miss her. Listen, Sonny. You know what an Indian will do to you, but you never know what a woman will do.
Well, if you don't like her, then what do you carry your picture around for?
Well, you see, it's the best picture of me I ever had made. And if I cut her out, I'd cut off part of my chin.
Get off that box, son. All right, you men. Throw those boxes on the boat and be quick about it.
Yes, sir, Mr. Latimer. Yes, sir.
Come on. Put your shoulders. Hey, you better move out of the way, son. Seems to be a powerful heavy shipment of farming tools going out to Hayes City.
Says John Latimer on the boxes. Want to see me hit the O and John?
Yeah.
There. Want to try your luck, mister?
No, I need a mighty good target. Say an Indian or a hold-up man. But if you...
What you looking at, mister?
I'm looking at a right good fighting man over there who's been fool enough to get himself married. Lend me a slingshot, Sonny. Now you watch.
Oh, who did that?
Jiggers, you hit him in the pants. Come on.
No, wait a minute, young'un.
Who did that? Who hit me with that slingshot?
Well, I reckon I did.
Bill! Why, you long-legged, sagacious old gallanipper. What are you doing here?
Just a minute, Bill. Here's a fellow who'd like to be introduced to you. Boy, you wouldn't know him in those tin-horn garments he's wearing. But here's the best scout west of the Mississippi. Shake hands with Buffalo Bill Cody.
Buffalo Bill?
Howdy, youngster. You mustered out yet, Bill?
Yesterday.
Well, you're not losing any time going up the big muddy.
How long have you been out?
Oh, about 3 months.
Well, I see your wife hasn't cut your hair yet.
I don't quite know what you mean, Bill.
You heard what happened to Sampson after that Delilah woman opened up her barber shop. Has she tamed you yet?
Now, look here, Bill. That ain't fair. She's different.
You're different.
All is gone, get aboard.
Will, we better hurry. They're crawling all aboard.
Wait a minute, Louisa. I want you to meet the best friend a man ever had, Mr. Bill Hickok. Bill, this is my wife.
Oh, I'm so glad to meet any friend of Will.
How'd you do, ma'am?
Will, they'll be going.
Come on, then.
Is Miss Cody going west with you?
That's a crazy question, Bill. Of course she is.
Well, ma'am, it's a good country for men and mules, but it's hard on women and fine horses.
There he is, McCall, over there by the rail.
Bill Hickok?
Wild Bill Hickok.
They say he can hit a dime at 30 pieces. I'd like to meet him. He's a feller to have as a friend. Evening, Mr. Hickok. I'm Jack McCall. I'm tickled to death to be traveling with you.
Glad to know you, Mr. McCall.
Ah, thanks.
Hey, your toothpick's on fire.
What? Oh, that ain't a toothpick, Mr. Hickok. It's a new fad. Cigarettes, they call them. Back east.
Cigarettes, huh? Well, it's on fire.
Good evening, Mr. Hickok.
Oh, good evening, Miss Cody.
Do you think we'll reach Leavenworth tomorrow?
Well, ma'am, of all the variable things in creation, the most uncertain are the actions of a jury, the state of a woman's mind, and the condition of the Missouri River.
My mind isn't uncertain. I'm going to help Will. Don't you believe I can?
Well, I don't know, ma'am. Killed his first Indian when he was 12, Bill did. At 14, he was riding Pony Express. He's one of the best natural scouts on the frontier. Now that some folks has taken to selling guns to the Indians, he might be needed where you can't be any help to him.
Will's promised me to give up scouting and killing Indians and all that nonsense.
West is in his blood, ma'am. You can't change that.
But the West is changing. Shouldn't Will change with it?
Well, I don't know as I could answer that, ma'am. Unless it's just because he is Will Cody.
Get along there, you men. Get along, I said.
Sorry, boss. We's unloading as fast as we can. These boxes mighty heavy to tote.
Shut your lip.
I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean nothing. Come on, let's go to the box.
Good morning. Your name, Latimer?
Well?
You operate out of Hayes City, huh?
What of it?
They didn't have any use for farming tools last time I was there.
Well, they might have use for them now.
Oh, sure. Those boxes now, they're just about the right size for rifles, ain't they?
Yeah. Well, I freight whatever they send me, and I mind my own business.
That's a right good idea, Mr. Latimer. It's a good way to keep out of trouble.
Try taking your own advice, then.
Bill!
Oh, what the...
Bill, you mangy old coyote. Give us a kiss.
Oh, hey, I don't... Oh, what'd you do that for, Calamity?
You four-flushing mule, you ain't wiping it off, you're rubbing it in. Bill, you're back. Are you going to stay in Leavenworth?
Are you?
I could.
I'm going on to Hayes City.
Well, that's good, because I'm driving the stage.
You driving?
Sure. Say, why don't you write me any letters, Bill?
Didn't know you could read.
I could read if you could write.
A woman who had a fella at every stage station and a beau in every cavalry troop west of the Missouri. That woman don't need any letters from me.
Oh, Bill, why, those fellers didn't mean nothing to me.
Well, they did to me. You'll have to excuse me now. I'm keeping a lady waiting.
What lady?
Standing up there next to Bill Cody. I'm helping put her things in the stage.
Is that chipmunk yours? Did you bring her with you?
Well, what if I did? Nothing to you.
Ain't it? After you run out on me, you slab-sided box-toting rat, you brung that honky-tonk mop...
Shut up, Calamity. And stay that way.
You...
See that? She whipped his hat clean off his head.
Tip your hat when you speak to a lady.
Yeah, I will. When I speak to a lady.
Bill. Oh, Bill.
Hi, Calamity.
Well, Bill Cody. Hey, what are you doing in them buzzard feathers?
Come here, Calamity. I want to introduce you. Louisa.
Yes, Bill?
Lou, this is Calamity Jane. Everybody knows her. Born and bred out yonder. Rides better than a man, drives stage.
Now, wait, Cody. Is she your mutt?
She's Mrs. Cody.
Your wife? Oh. Well, I'm certainly glad to know you, Miss Cody.
All passengers for Hays City, Calamity.
Suits me. You better get in, folks. It's a long ride. Get up there. Get up, Joe. You looking at something, Mr. Hickok?
Yeah, I'm looking at those beads around your neck. You've been driving for 3 days, and you changed horses 14 times. Don't you ever change those beads?
Well, I ain't wearing them 'cause you give them to me. I'm wearing them 'cause I like beads.
Pull up the horses, Clem.
Huh?
Pull them up. There's a pony up ahead there. See him?
What's the matter? Where you going?
When I see a horse racing by the road, I like to see a rider near him.
Hey, wait for me. There's the rider, Bill, laying over there under the trees, hurt.
Give me a hand here. Lift him up a little.
Bill, it's Breezy.
Hey, Breezy. Breezy, you all right?
Look at here, Bill. There's an arrow broke off right in his back.
Breezy.
Bill Hickok. I thought you was off to the war.
Oh, the war's over, Breezy.
Ain't over where I come from. There's 2,000-3,000 Sioux Indians are cayuting around Fort Piney with war paint on. Colonel Carrington give me a message to General Custer.
What was it, Breezy?
He says, tell Custer to get ammunition through to Fort Piney or we're done for. Them's his words, Bill.
Will, close that door. I'll never get the place fixed up. There's so much dirt blowing in.
It's got to blow someplace, honey. There's no use fighting the wind, Lou. We've got to bear with this land.
Oh, I know, Will. Only, when are we going to move into town and buy the hotel?
I'm going to see Jeb Masters tomorrow. He wants to sell the Golden Rule House.
Here's your grub, folks. Why, come in, Miss Calamity.
What'd you bring, Calamity?
Well, I got something to fry and something to boil and a jug of whiskey. Say, this is a grand shebang you got here.
Oh, how can you say that? It's so dusty, and I haven't got my curtains hung yet.
Give your wife a hand, you long-legged tube spot.
Sure, toss him over, Calamity.
Somebody's knocking? What's that for?
Come in. Hello, Bill.
Hiya, Bill. What'd you knock for?
Good morning. Hey, that curtain looks right pretty on you. And you handle it better than a horse blanket, Bill.
I've had enough experience with horse blanket. Lou says I've had too much.
Oh, that's too bad. Because there's a horse outside waiting for you now.
You trying to trade, Bill?
Yeah. A hotel for the lives of 48 men. And 10,000 rounds of ammunition thrown in.
What do you mean?
Well, Chief Yellowhand is on the warpath, ma'am. He's an old friend of mine, Yellowhand. We used to hunt buffalo together, but now he's hunting men.
Yeah, I've seen men he's caught. He don't treat his prisoners very well.
Custer's sending that ammunition to Fort Piney?
Well, he's hoping they'll get there. If 48 cavalrymen can dodge about 1,000 Cheyenne.
Well, those swatties will never make it.
How's he sending them?
Through Deep Valley to the upper fort of the Republican. But there's no trail.
They might get through that way.
They would if Bill Cody showed them how.
Will isn't going. He has nothing to do with the Army now. He's promised.
That's just what I told Custer.
What did you tell him?
That you wouldn't go?
You know that's a lie.
Oh, Mr. Hickok, Will promised me. I can't let him go.
Well, there are some things, ma'am, that have to be done. You know what? Well, Lincoln sort of set a goal that we have to work toward. He says the frontier must be made safe.
But Lincoln's dead. What right have the dead to tell the living what to do?
His words are alive, ma'am. Bill Cody knows that as well as I do.
Oh, Will, I was afraid of this. You can't leave me. You can't.
You never seen the Indian tribes at war, ma'am. You never seen men burned and mutilated and the bodies of women burned. Babies dragged from their mother's arms and dashed
That's
against...
enough, Bill. I'll be ready to go in a few minutes.
Why is it you aren't going, Mr. Hickok?
Well, I have to pay a call on an old friend.
Bill, wait. You're going after Yellowhand.
Oh, I told Custer I would.
You're going out alone. Bill, you're cold decker, ain't you got no sense?
Oh, it's all right. Maybe I can bring you back another string of beads.
Turn up the lamp a little, Louisy. I don't know how I look in this dress of yours, but I feel like the Queen of Sheba.
Oh, you look lovely, Calamity. I want you to keep that dress, dear.
You do? Say, no woman ever gave me nothing before. Well, I never even seen clothes like these.
Calamity.
That old coyote's got a toad in his gullet.
Couldn't be an Indian, could he?
Oh, honey, when you hear something yelling at night around here, it's just some varmint. But when you don't hear nothing, it's an Injun.
Calamity, I want you to stay here with me. I've never been alone before.
Now stop worrying about him, honey. Well, he's got a whole troop of cavalry riding herd on him. But my Bill plays it alone, the big mule.
It's coming closer. Calamity! Calamity, what are you staring at?
Lou, don't look at the window. Don't let on anything's different. But listen to me. Can you ride?
Yes.
My horse is outside. Take this coffee pot inside to the stove. Open the back door there and wait.
What?
I'm going to entertain some visitors, and they're Indians.
Indians?
Shut up. When you see them all in here, sneak out to the horse. Ride to town, don't stop for anything. Tell them there's Indians here with war paint on. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now go, hurry. Oh, Lou, make me some fresh coffee, honey. Well, company. Come in, boys. Come right in. Don't be afraid.
Avihio, aye.
Hey, look, fellas, look what I got for you. Presents, see?
Avihio.
Beautiful presents. Here's a muff for you and a ribbon for you.
Boy,
And here's a couple of hats.
I just see him.
Sure, for you, too, all of you.
How you want?
Are you all in here yet? Hey, look at the pretty ribbons. Here, look at these. More presents. Presents for my brothers, the Cheyenne, you red hyenas. Look, try this hat on. See the pretty feathers? You painted buzzard.
Anaino iskuana. Woo. Adowa. What's going
Yes, she's gone. I fooled you, didn't I?
Isto hitanio ima. Atanoyo. Soldier.
Soldier. Me no talk, Cheyenne.
Nista. Nimo.
I don't know where the soldiers went. I don't know anything.
Otonis.
No.
Ota.
I'll never tell. Do you understand that, you hairless coyote? I'll never tell, never.
Here in Hollywood, over on Gower, there's a little brother who likes to play jokes on his big sister. He's been at it again, and now let's listen in on Sue, the victim, just home from a hard day's work as a secretary in one of the studios.
Honestly, Mother, it gets my goat. That little devil knows I have a date with Bill, and he's gone and stolen the last cake of Lux toilet soap out of the bathroom. Gee, I just depend on that beauty bath to pet me up.
Never mind, dear. I'll see that he goes to the store this minute to buy more. That's a mean trick to play. Tommy? You better go and get the Lux soap.
Mother was a peach to make Tommy get this Lux toilet soap for me. There's nothing so restful and sort of luxurious as a bath with this nice fragrant soap. And it does leave your skin smelling divine.
Bill seems to think so, for later on, while they're dancing at the Coconut Grove, he leans close to Sue and says,
Gee, Sue, you're the sweetest girl.
It's Lux Toilet Soap's active lather that makes it such a wonderful bath soap. It carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt from the pores, leaves skin fresh and lightly perfumed, exquisitely dainty. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
We continue The Plainsman, starring Frederick March and Jean Arthur. Taken prisoner by the Cheyenne, Calamity Jane is led across the plains to Yellow Hand's camp. With her hands tied behind her back and a rope around her neck, she stumbles through the prairie grass between two lines of Indians. Suddenly, on the crest of a hill, a mounted figure appears.
Yahoo!
Bill!
Bihuino.
Bill, get out of here. Go back. These are Yellow Hand's men. Ain't you got no sense, Bill?
Uahan.
Let go of me, you squint-eyed.
No ini. Ista ho imadoni.
Shoot your way out, Bill. Quick, are you crazy?
Shut up, Calamity. You got a tomahawk in your brains if you keep on asking for it.
What are you doing here?
Indians will sell most anything, and they sell you. It's done, eh?
Oh, Bill. Not your watch. Don't give him that. What's he saying?
He wants my gun.
Don't give him to him.
It's all right.
Oh, Bill, you crazy fool.
He says he's going to take us to Yellowhand. He can't let us go unless Yellowhand's willing.
Well, you done it, didn't you?
Yeah, I done it, all right.
Bill, why'd you get yourself into this? Was it for me?
I thought you were Miss Cody in that dress.
Bill, you offered up your watch and your guns. That couldn't have been on account of me either, could it? Could it, Bill?
Oh, no. I wanted to be taken to Yellowhand to find out what he's up to.
Oh. Bill, what'll they do to us?
We'll soon find out.
You are Hickok. I know you.
He's your old friend, Yellowhand, remember?
I'll handle this. Yes. Speak your own language, Yellowhand. I'll understand you.
You, me, speak white man tongue.
You remember what I said last time we met? I said one of us would lift the other's scalp.
Which one?
Well, looks like you'll be the one to say. What started you on the warpath, Yellowhand?
Where sun rises, white man's land. Where sun sets, Indian land. White man come, take our land. Kill buffalo, our food. White man promise us food. White man lie. Now Cheyenne buy white man's thunder stick. Soon war drums sound in all Indian land. All tribes ride with Yellowhand. We drive white man like buffalo away, back to rising sun. Yellowhand has spoken.
Yellowhand has spoken. And you may be right. But you can't drive the white man away.
White man send bullets. Many, many bullets. Where?
Oh, Yellowhand, somebody's romancing.
You tell where.
I don't know.
You tell where.
He's your friend, Bill. Why don't you tell him it's heading east to Leavenworth?
You're
crazy. She's not my squaw.
Why you keep woman's face in watch?
Bill, you got my picture in your watch? You kept it?
Well, I couldn't get it out without scratching the case.
And you've been acting like you didn't care, and all the time you've been...
Tie up that tongue of yours. Look at their faces.
Squaw.
Let her go. She doesn't know anything.
Hickok, you quick to say she not know. Hickok will not tell, but Yellowhand will know. Now is the hour of the Great Bear rising. When moon high above, Yellowhand will know. We go. Come back when moon high.
What's he talking about the moon for? What do you mean? Bill, do you think there's any chance of cutting these ropes or something? Bill, what are you thinking about?
I'm looking at that box over there. I'm thinking about John Latimer's farming tools that came up on the boat. You see there? That's his name on the side. He's the one who's selling rifles to the Indians.
Oh, rifles.
And better rifles than we have. 7 shots. And every shot may mean the life of a white man.
But what about us, Bill? What do you think they're fixing to do to us?
I think maybe you gave them an idea of what to do.
What, Bill?
Yellowhand's a pretty smart Indian.
Hear them drums? That's taps for us, ain't it? It won't be so hard going out together.
It'll be harder than you know. Calamity, there are only 2 of us. 2 lives against all those men in the ammunition train.
But I don't want to die, Bill. I don't want to die.
Now, hang on to yourself.
Oh, you'll have to help me, Bill. Just like you did the first time I ever saw you, remember? I was just a kid, had no more sense than I got now. Heading down the grade, regardless, with no brakes on. I loved you then, Bill. Just like I do now.
Looks like that moon's about ready to show.
You never even gave me a picture. But you carried mine. I know you care about me a little. Couldn't you say it just once?
You know, maybe they'll let us go after all.
Bill Hickok, You ornery son of a mule. You wouldn't give a bad dime to a sick kid, would you?
Well, you may be right, Calamity.
No, I ain't. I know it. I ain't worth a bad dime. But every night I talk to you, Bill, wanting you. And I know you feel the same way. Why won't you give in and tell me?
Oh, what difference would it make now?
If only I could hear you say it once. I'd have something to keep, like it was kind of holy, like it was with me forever.
Calamity. Oh, Yellow Hand.
Moon high now. Yellow Hand will find out which way soldiers go. Hickok tell.
Hoyoisa.
Let him alone, you red devils. Bill.
Yes, Calamity. I do love you.
Oita. Okova.
Bill. Bill.
You come too. You look.
What are you going to do to him? What are you going to do?
Fire ready.
You're going to burn him?
You know which way soldier take bullets. Yellow Hand must know. When he know, you go free. Hickok go free.
Don't talk to him, Calamity. Don't trust him no matter what happens.
Fire start. Soon Hickok will be dead. Will you tell which way soldiers go?
Bill Cody's with that ammunition. 48 men are there, Calamity.
Which way?
No.
Tell which way.
No.
Which way?
No, don't. Don't let them do it. Oh, just...
Which way?
Don't forget Cody. And all those men, don't think of me. Remember what I told you.
No. Oh, they're burning him. They're killing him. Can't you see? Put out the fire. Put out the fire.
Which way soldiers go?
By Deep Valley. To the upper ford.
Woman no lie. Hickok and woman free. Worcester, Neva.
The trail's over here, Bill. Oh, I couldn't help it. I didn't mean to tell. Won't you look at me, Bill?
I hope I never have to look at you again.
Oh, Bill, please.
We're free, sure. What about Cody? What about... You hear that? It started. Yellow Hand's attacked already. I got to get to him.
You can't reach him on foot?
Well, I'll get through somehow. You got to reach Custer and tell him we need help.
Custer finds out I told Yellow Hand.
Yes, he'll give you the firing
He won't find out. I'm going to tell him.
I tell you, it was her brought the Indians down on them.
She must have told Yellow Hand.
There she is, over there at that table.
Oh, let her alone.
He never was no good anyhow.
Why don't somebody do something about it?
Only 18 men came back out of 48.
She's a bad lot.
Well, we'll make her pay for it.
Cheyennes must have paid her plenty, too.
That's right, McCall. They paid this woman in money, but they paid our soldiers in blood. What are you going to do about it?
Talk's cheap, you loudmouth liar. Let's see you fight.
Hey, get that whip away from her.
Hey, if you were a man, we'd know what to do with you.
Go ahead, you crossbred rat. If you was a man, you wouldn't be here.
Run her out of town.
Get tar and feathers.
Tar and feathers is too good for her.
That's the way to talk. Get a rail, somebody.
What do you want with a rail, Jack McCall?
Huh?
Bill.
What's going on?
We're going to run her out of town.
Why?
You know what she done? She told the Injun that...
Well, she's a woman, isn't she, McCall? Women talk a little too much sometimes.
This woman's going to get what's coming to her.
Run her out of town.
Yeah, and men talk a little too much sometimes, too. I know what's in your minds. Yes, there were soldiers killed. I saw them. I was there. And they were killed by bullets. Bullets from repeating rifles. You know, Lincoln says that this country's got to be made safe. Those are his words. So I'm on my way now to settle this matter with the man who sold those rifles.
I know there was monkey business going on.
Yeah, you're right, and there may be a few stray bullets flying around here in a minute. I'd advise you to stay inside off the street.
Bill, Latimer's crooked than a rattlesnake. You can't go after him alone.
I started alone, and I'll finish alone.
Who is it? Jack McCall. Let me in.
Well, what do you want, McCall?
Mr. Latimer, I want to do you a big favor.
Yeah?
Hickok's after you. Wild Bill. He says you're the cause of all these Indian massacres. He's on his way here now.
Yes, huh?
Yes, you better do something about it, and do it fast, Mr. Latimer. He's a dead shot.
Yeah. Yeah. He wouldn't shoot at a soldier, though, would he?
Soldier? What do you mean?
There are 3 men working for me, deserters, but they're still wearing uniforms. They can handle Mr. Hickok. They can handle him fine.
Bill, don't go across that street. Come back here, Bill.
Let go.
You're crazy. Latimer won't fight you fair. Oh, you ain't got the sense you were born with. Please, Bill.
No.
Don't our love mean nothing to you?
And our love, if that's what you call it. All that died with the men who died because of you.
Oh, no, Bill, no.
Get off the street.
I'll go get Cody. Maybe he can talk some sense into you, you big mule.
Well, morning, Hickok. Morning, Sergeant. Morning, boys.
Morning.
Morning. You, 3 boys better take cover for a few minutes.
You think you own this town?
Well, I'm just walking through it.
And us guys can get out of your way, can't we? Like we was dirt.
Suit yourself.
You know, Mr. Longhair, you're too darn friendly with Injuns to suit me.
You shouldn't have said that, soldier.
Well, what are you going to do about it, you gun-toting windbag?
Oh, you boys are substituting for Latimer, eh? Shit, he would pick soldiers. I can't shoot at that uniform, but if you want action, take it off.
Yeah? And get a slug in me while I'm doing it?
Take it off. I'll give you that much time.
Keep your hands away from your guns, Hickok.
They're away right now.
But mine ain't.
Bill, are you hit?
Oh, just my arm.
Those men were soldiers. Come on, let's get out of here. Sit down over here, Bill. There we are. Louisa.
Oh, I'll be all right. Look, don't let them find me in your house.
Bullet went clean through, but it's bleeding bad.
Will, what happened?
He's just shot 3 soldiers.
Oh, are they dead?
Yes, get some water.
You brought this man into our house? A murderer? Oh, when is this going to stop? When will it ever stop? This killing and killing. Why don't they kill him, too? Then you could be next in.
Louisa, he's my friend.
I didn't mean to bother you, ma'am. I'll be going.
You sit right down again, Bill Hickok. You can't go bleeding like that, whatever you've done.
Thank you, ma'am. You know, I never was a murderer. I never did fight unless put upon.
Thou shalt not kill.
Well, no ghosts ever came bothering me. It's always been the other man or me in a fair fight.
What right have you to judge who is to live or die? Put away your guns, Mr. Hickok.
No, I can't do that, ma'am. Until I find John Latimer.
Cody, open up. It's me.
Calamity.
Where's Bill? Oh, Bill, did they hurt you much?
I'm all right.
I know you don't want to see me, but I got to tell you something, Bill. Custer's ordered you brought in, dead or alive. The troopers have combed over every hiding by the river. They'll be out this way next.
He's going back to find Latimer.
Latimer's gone, pulled out with his wagon.
Where?
Nobody knows.
I'll find him.
Of course you will, Bill. Someday you're bound to. But don't try to find his trail now. Just try to save yourself from Custer's men. No telling what they'll do to you.
If Latimer's pulled out with his wagons, those wagons are loaded. I know what I have to do. Yeah. Help me up. You'll get me a horse, Bill?
Sure. I'll have him saddled and ready.
I'll help you, Will. Why don't you lay up for a while and take care of that arm, huh?
That's what I'll do. Yeah, I'll need this arm when I find Latimer.
Oh, forget it, will you? You ain't got a chance against Latimer's men.
Got nothing to lose.
Nothing but your life. Bill Hickok, when you talk like that, I could bounce a rock off in your beam.
Well, why don't you try it next time you see me?
When'll that be, Bill? Where?
Oh, up round Deadwood someplace. Never can tell.
I gotta get out of here, too, after what I done. Well, I guess this is goodbye, eh, Bill?
Where are you going?
Oh, up around Deadwood someplace, I guess. I don't give a hoot where I go.
You're well named, you know. A child of calamity. You're always getting yourself into trouble.
Say, Bill, I reckon maybe you don't hate me, do you? Or maybe you're just being nice to me because you think you won't ever see me again.
Sure, I'll see you again. This is a big country, you know, but trails cross sometimes.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before Frederick March and Gene Arthur continue in the Plainsman, we call time out for a powwow with the little giant of Hollywood columnists, Sidney Skolsky. Hollywood's correspondent for the New York Daily News and other newspapers. His catchphrase, but don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood, has taken a definite place in the jargon of the film capital. Tonight, we hear more of the whys and wherefores of this phrase as Buck Skolsky rides again.
Mr. Buck to you, but really I feel more like a cake of Lux soap than a cowboy.
Well, you're more the size of a cake of Lux soap than a cowboy.
What I mean is that I'm playing a repeat date on this program, the way I noticed that Lux toilet soap plays repeat dates in the homes of the movie actresses I've visited. Not only in their homes, either. Apparently, Lux soap is just as much a part of studio equipment, too, as a camera. You say 9 out of 10 stars use it. Well, I'm still looking for the 10th actress who doesn't. She just can't be found.
That's very nice, Mr. Buck Skolsky. Now get along with your specialty. Giddy up.
Hollywood is a place where Simone uses a French perfume which means always faithful. Where Adolphe Monjou has a cigarette case on which is inscribed to Adolphe Monjou from his most ardent admirer, Adolphe Monjou. It's a town where Jimmy Cagney's swimming pool has more water than the Los Angeles River. It's a town where after kissing Ginger Rogers in a picture, James Stewart forgot himself and spoiled the scene by saying to Ginger, gee, thanks. Where a producer told a writer, you can make the heroine a crook, but don't make her dishonest. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Dick Powell cooks a better meal than wife, Joan Blondell. It's a town where Rubinoff registered at a hotel and signed the blotter, Rubinoff and his violin. Where an actor bawled out a waitress in the Metro Commissary for bringing him the wrong order. The waitress merely said, I'm sorry, sir. We all make mistakes. I saw your last picture. It's a town where an actress being interviewed said to this newspaper man, I want you to meet my daughter. She's older than I am. Where at the Trocadero, John Medbury asked Gracie Allen if he could have the next dance. Gracie answered, it's all right with me if you can find a partner. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Mae West has her name printed on the cushions in her auto. Where an actor approached George S. Kaufman and said, I got a radio offer. Kaufman answered, to go on or stay off. It's a town where Charlie Chaplin's youngsters make him take them to a Joey Brown picture for laughs. It's a town where Sid Silvers asked the producer to look at the screen test of a girl trying to get into pictures. The producer said, she's no good. She's a dog. Silvers answered, Rin Tin Tin did all right. Where Sam Goldwyn's barber denied that he was a yes man. The barber pleaded, when Mr. Goldwyn says no, I say no. Hollywood is a place where William Powell's big secret is that his middle name is Horatio. Where Eddie Cantor claims he knows an actor who hasn't an enemy in the world, but all his friends hate him. Where Joe Swirling's 7-year-old boy Peter wrote a composition for school about a poor boy. His mother was poor, his father was poor, he had a poor nurse, and a very poor butler. It's a town where on the set a director who wanted a riderless horse shouted, bring me an empty horse. Where one afternoon on Hollywood Boulevard, Harry Lauder, wearing skirts, passed Marlene Dietrich wearing trousers. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place which gets more like Hollywood every day. It's a town where it never rains, but the fog washed out 3 bridges last week. Where Darrell Zanuck, trying to impress a guest at dinner, told him that Tyrone Power would be the biggest actor in the business because women like him. Zanuck, trying to prove his point, turned to the maid and asked, what do you think of Tyrone Power? She said, what is it, a new gasoline? It's a town where Robert Taylor in an interview said, when I kiss them, I stay kissed. But don't get me wrong, and I better go before I do. Thank you.
Don't get me wrong. I love sculpture. Frederick March and Jean Arthur return to us now in the Plainsman. It was many weeks before the trails of Hickok and Calamity Jane crossed again. In the Bella Union Saloon in Deadwood, Calamity stands behind the bar serving drinks. Hickok comes from the street and moves slowly across the room.
Yeah, you can set one up here, Calamity.
Bill Hickok.
Hiya, Calamity.
Bill, you come back. Gee, I kept watching. I kept asking. Nobody'd seen you. Nobody'd heard.
Well, I haven't been out much in what you might call society. I only had one caller, Bill Cody. Custer sent him to bring me back.
Cody found you then. Say, Bill, you didn't...
Oh, hurt Cody? No, he's all right. We heard from a brave up there in the hills about Custer.
He was wiped out, his whole battalion.
Yeah. Cody went on to meet General Merritt. I promised to wait for him here.
Wasn't your fault, them 3 soldiers getting killed that time. Say, you won't have to move on again, will you, Bill?
No, I got a hunch that this is going to be my last camp, Calamity.
You mean you're settling down? You're going to stay here?
Yeah, I got a feeling I'm going to stay here.
You need a drink.
You know, I've been thinking. The West is getting to be a new kind of place. Cody's done the right thing. He's changed. What place is it going to be for a 2-gun plainsman?
You're talking crazy, Bill. You're the best man in this country.
I don't know who thinks so.
I think so, Bill. Say, if you think Cody's done right, settling down and all, maybe that's what you'd like to do, huh? Have a home and things and someone to cook your meals and...
Oh, doesn't sound so bad.
Bill.
I'll be a big man around here someday. Wait till you see.
Is that Jack McCall over there?
Yeah, he's been bragging around here for a month.
All right, laugh. Hello, Calamity. Give us a drink. Those fellas think that... Bill Hickok.
Hello, McCall. I said hello.
What are you looking at me for? I didn't do nothing, Mr. Hickok. I didn't do nothing.
What's he talking about, Calamity?
He's scared of you, Bill, because he sneaked and told Latimer you was looking for him back in Hayes City.
What?
Well, she's lying, Mr. Hickok. She's lying.
Am I? You're thick with Latimer right now.
No, Mr. Hickok.
Shut up. McCall, a year ago, I'd have shot you dead on sight. But now... Go buy yourself a drink.
Thanks, Mr. Hickok.
Bill, you let him off.
Well, I'm getting to think that maybe Louisa was right. Who am I to decide whether a man's to live or die? I had another reason, too. If he warned Latimer once, he's going to do it again now. Guess I'll step out and follow him.
I'll go with you.
You stay where you are. And say, Calamity, I kind of like to have you take my watch. Here. It's about the only thing I have that's worth keeping.
Bill, if you got a wrong hunch, don't go out there.
Don't forget to wind it.
You're a mule-headed man, Bill Hickok.
Hey, Calamity.
Don't bother me, Dave.
What's eating you? I just want you to hold this gun back here for a while. Belongs to Colorado Charlie, and he's acting up. Might drill somebody.
Give me the gun.
Where you putting it?
It's in the drawer with the cards. Now let me alone.
Get that horse over here, Red. We're in a hurry.
On my bat. You'll never get the wagons loaded, Mr. Latimer. He'll be watching for you.
Shut up, McCall. Come on, Red. Come on, Jake. We've got $10,000 worth of stuff here, and we... Oh.
It's Hickok.
Hiya, Latimer. I want to talk to you. Any objections, gentlemen? Where are you going with the wagons, Latimer?
I'm going out of town.
What have you got them loaded with?
Buffalo hides. You can see, can't you?
The wagons are headed north, Latimer. Surely you're not selling buffalo hides to Sitting Bull's Indians. Take off those top hides. Let me see what's under them.
Jake.
Yeah. No, not Jake. You.
Oh. All right. I don't know what your authority is for this, but you must have it.
Keep your right hand in sight, Latimer.
Sure.
Don't kill me!
Keep your hands off your guns. There'll be more dead men here than the town can afford to bury.
Latimer. He's dead.
Drop your gun, Jake.
Bill, you all right?
Sure. I'm taking these fellas in the Bella Union, Calamity. Go out and get ahead of me. Go on, you men, inside.
No, not me. I just know Mr. Latimer.
You just knew Mr. Latimer, McCall. You better get inside, too.
Sure, Mr. Hickok. Whatever you say.
Calamity.
Yes, Bill.
Cody and the 5th Cavalry's on its way. Step out here and keep an eye out for him.
Sure, Bill.
All right, now inside, Jake. Red. And McCall, Joe, step lively.
Yeah.
Now, gentlemen, we're all going to stay here for a while. Sit down. Maybe a long wait.
What are we waiting for?
We're waiting, Jake, until General Merritt gets here with the 5th Cavalry. Takes over those rifles outside. And any objections?
When are they coming?
Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe a week. When I have to wait, I believe in entertainment. Furthermore, I'm short of funds. Get some cards, McCall.
Yes, sir.
See if you can find some fresh ones.
Sure. Calamity keeps them over here behind the bar.
And bring some chips.
She keeps them in a drawer, I think. Here. Oh, there's a whole bunch of...
What's the matter, McCall?
Nothing. Nothing, Mr. Hickok.
What's in that drawer?
Why, just cards, chips, that's all.
Bring them over.
Yes, sir.
You want a deal, Jake?
All right with me.
Here's the cards.
Come back here, you. You can't go in there.
It's Cheyenne Charlie. Come in, Charlie.
Let him in, Calamity.
How, Charlie? Charlie's a friendly Injun.
Yeah, I know, Charlie. Sit over there, Charlie, or I can keep an eye on you. Charlie took a shot at me once. But I was too far away.
Too bad you wasn't close, Hickok.
He got my horse.
Charlie would have been the biggest man in the West if he'd have killed you, Hickok. The Injuns understand things like that. Kill a big man, and that makes you a big man. Killing you, Hickok, is an honor that's just waiting for somebody.
You, Jake?
No, not me, Bill. Not me. I'm facing you. The only way to down a man like you is from the back.
Don't stand behind me, McCall. It's bad luck.
I better get some more chips.
Your say, Jake.
I'll wait for the chips. Got 'em, Jack?
Yeah, I got 'em.
Listen.
It's the cavalry, Bill.
The cavalry. You know what they'll do? It's a rope necktie for us.
Sit down. We'll play out this hand. Hey, Calamity, find Cody and General Merritt and bring them here. Play your hand, Jake.
I'm calling you, Hickok.
Black aces and eights.
Your luck's changed. I've got 3 queens. I'm afraid you lose, Hickok.
Oh, man's bound to lose sooner or later.
Give it to him, Jack.
I got him. I killed Hickok.
Get out, quick. Come on, to the wagon.
Come on.
Bill, what's happened? Bill, oh, what did they do? What did they do to you, Bill? Bill, look at me. Bill, can you hear me? Oh, Bill, I told you not to do it. Bill, what?
In here, General Merritt. I want to meet Bill Hickok. Calamity, where's Bill? We got Latimer's crowd, all of them. General Merritt said, Calamity, what's happened to him?
He's dead. My Bill's dead.
Dead? He was going to be let off. There's your prisoner, General Merritt.
We won't forget what Bill Hickok has done, Cody. We'll remember.
All of us will. All of us.
Oh, Bill. That's one kiss you won't wipe off.
In Deadwood, South Dakota, next to the beautiful tomb of Wild Bill Hickok, is a simple little grave. The headstone bears the name Calamity Jane. Each week in the Lux Radio Theater, we try to show you some new aspect of Hollywood through the eyes of those behind the screen. So before Frederick March and Jean Arthur return, we'll have a word with Marie Osborne. As baby Marie, she was the Shirley Temple of 15 years ago. but old age caused her to retire at the age of 10. Miss Osborne holds one of the unusual jobs found only in pictures. She's one of our better-known stand-ins for one of our more famous stars, Ginger Rogers. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Mary Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I suppose the most logical thing to do is to explain first just what are the duties of a stand-in. Well, before a scene is shot, it is often necessary to spend considerable time arranging lights, cameras, and microphones to get the proper perspective. Rather than tire the star while this is being done, a stand-in stands in.
However, a satisfactory stand-in requires more than the ability to stand first on one foot and then on the other.
Yes, she must have the same height, weight, and coloring as the star for whom she is standing in. The same features, makeup, clothes, and the same complexion. Complexion is really very important. If the star had a light complexion and the stand-in was dark, lighting would be inaccurate and the camera improperly focused. And that brings me around to the subject of keeping your complexion like the star, which is just another way of saying with Lux toilet soap. There are 3 reasons why I use Lux toilet soap, Mr. DeMille. First, because Ginger Rogers, who has one of the loveliest complexions in Hollywood, uses it. Second, because it's the official soap in the dressing rooms at the RKO studios, just as it is in every big studio. And third, because it happens to be the finest complexion care I have ever found. In all sincerity, I know of nothing better for removing makeup and keeping the skin smooth and soft than Lux toilet soap. But getting back to Miss Rogers...
Yes, how did you start your career as a stand-in?
Well, Ginger's mother, Leela Rogers, now in charge of RKO's Little Theater, had written several stories for me when I was on the screen as Baby Marie. When I was about 11, I went on a personal appearance tour, and Mrs. Rogers visited me backstage in a theater in Texas. She brought Ginger along, and we met then for the first time. About 3 years ago, with our positions quite the reverse, I met Mrs. Rogers and Ginger again in Hollywood. Told them that I wanted to get back in pictures, and Ginger made me her stand-in then and there. She's one of the finest friends a girl could have. And that, Mr. DeMille, is the story of this stand-in. Many thanks for bringing me here.
Happy standing, Marie. And now a little crossfire from our leading man and lady, Frederick March and Jean Arthur. Jean, now that you've done the Plainsman on both the screen and the air, which did you enjoy more?
Well, that's not so easy to answer, Mr. DeMille. Making the picture was considerably more exciting, I suppose, since you had me driving a stagecoach and captured by real Cheyenne Indians and practically living the same thrilling incidents that Calamity Jane experienced.
Yes, but, Jean, there's an intimacy about radio that you can't find anywhere else. For instance, I'm told that Gary Cooper is listening in tonight. And I only hope that as Wild Bill Hickok, I was one half the man on the air that he was in the picture. I also hope that Gary's as quick in his recovery as Hickok as he was on the trigger.
So say we all. My thanks and good night to you both.
Good night,
Good
Steve.
night.
James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas Plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. Meet the safe driver. If you know what makes him stay alive on the highways, you may be able to follow his good example. He always keeps his car in A1 mechanical condition. He shows courtesy for other drivers. He knows that speed is his greatest enemy. And most important, he knows and obeys the laws. Remember, few accidents happen with safe drivers. Are you one of them? Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
I sure couldn't figure it. I'd ridden down the whole main street all the way from Seth Tooley's bank to Ma Benson's rooming house, and I hadn't seen a single solitary person. The stores were closed, shut tight. There wasn't even a wagon or a horse out in front of them. It looked like the town of Elk Point had just up and gone to sleep, but that didn't make sense either. Not at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Whoa, Scott. Whoa. Well, Ma Benson didn't know what the trouble was. She always had a pretty good notion about everything that went on in Jackson County. You know, folks always used to say that's why the Elk Point Gazette kept going broke. Yeah. Old Sadie Benson was too much competition.
Who is it?
Brett Ponset.
Fred?
Yeah.
Well, how do I know it's you?
Well, opening the door might be one way of finding out.
Does sound like you're all right. But if it ain't, I'm just a poor widow woman without a cent to my name. I don't think you're going to...
Oh, come on now. Come on, Ma. Open up the door.
Oh, Britt, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Well, don't just stand there. Get inside, quick, so I can lock up again.
Oh, sure. All right.
You can't imagine what a fright you gave me when I heard you knocking out there. Oh, but I must say there ain't anybody I'd rather see today.
Well, now, that's a very flattering greeting, Ma, but what's behind that?
Oh, now stop joshing me, Britt. At a time like this when we all might be murdered any minute.
Murdered?
Stacy Gault is headed this way. Don't tell me you didn't know.
Gault?
That's what I said. Stacy Gault.
Stacy Gault? Oh, I hadn't heard he was in these parts.
You hadn't heard?
No.
Then what on earth brought you to Elk Point?
Oh, I was just passing through on the way to White River. I thought I might stop off long enough to have one of those fine home-cooked meals of yours. Isn't that reason enough?
Well, you're heaven sent, Britt Ponset. That's what you are. Heaven sent. Come on out in the kitchen with me while I give you the news.
Sure.
I was fixing a batch of cornbread. I had to do something to keep myself from thinking about what might happen. Oh, you can draw up that stool there if you like.
Oh, thanks.
Before you sit down, hand me them eggs, will you?
Eggs? Oh, sure. Here you are.
Well, now, the first sign of trouble was when Gault held up the Fargo station over at Fort Shafter. That was 10 days, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Well, Shafter's 200 miles from Elk Point.
That's why folks didn't get too excited. Not then, anyhow. We never figured he'd come this far west. You never had before.
Yeah, I guess that's so.
But last Monday, he was in White River.
Oh?
Robbed the White River First National. Got away with over $50,000. $50,000. Marshal Andrews, he's the district marshal over to White River. He trailed Gault 5 or 6 miles out of town, and then he lost him. But there wasn't no doubt which way Gault was fixing to go. Oh, now where to put that pen? Oh, yes, here it is. Well, anyhow, just this morning, Ed Scott came barreling into town. He's got the old McBride Ranch out in Easter Canyon, you know.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, Ed seen him last night, riding through the canyon.
He's Gault, huh?
Couldn't have been nobody else. Ed recognized him right off, he did.
He did. I thought you said Gault had never been around Elk Point before.
Well, there's pictures of him, ain't there? On them wanted posters?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, I know I've left something out of this batter. If I could only think what... Oh, my stars, bacon powder. Oh, you know, when you use sweet milk, you got to put in bacon powder, or the bread just don't raise up at all. That cupboard right behind you, Britt, please.
Back here?
Yeah, that door there. Right there. There. It's on the second shelf. Little red can.
Red can.
That's the one. Well, now, like I say, Ed rung the news to town this morning.
And that's when everybody took cover, huh?
Well, what else was we to do without a single able-bodied man to defend us?
Oh.
Eddie Scott rounded them all up, formed a posse, and went out hunting Gault.
Oh, now what about Sheriff Henry? It sounds like that'd be his job, wouldn't it?
Sheriff Henry ain't here.
Oh, I see.
Just when we need him most, he's delivering a prisoner over to county jail at Jackson.
I see.
And, of course, that gave Ed Scott his chance to take charge. He's always been the pushing type, wanting to run everything. I guess he figures if he can capture Gault, it'll be a real feather in his cap. Not to mention the $10,000 reward the White River First National is offering.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Sure is. 10,000. Oh, can you open the oven for me?
Oh, yeah, sure.
No, be careful, Britt. Now, don't you burn yourself. You better use that dish towel there on the rack.
All right.
I don't know why I bothered making cornbread. Won't be anybody here to eat it. Except maybe you, Britt. You'll stay for supper anyway, won't you, in spite of this Gault business?
Well, it would take more than Stacy Gault to do me out of some of your cornbread. Gee whiz, I'd ride 20 miles just to get a whiff of it.
Oh,
I
now,
would, yes, I would.
Britt. Well, my cooking's all right, but it ain't nothing exceptional.
No,
Oh, you always was one to hand out the blood. Oh, my, don't stop it. You're having some flustered. I won't know whether I'm coming or going.
Yeah, I think I'll go out and put Scar on the barn.
Well, you're welcome to feed him. There's plenty of hay.
Thanks. Ma.
Yeah?
Now, you weren't serious about there only being two of us for supper, was you?
Well, I sure was.
Well, but they used to have plenty of boarders, more than you could take care of.
Oh, I've still got my boarders, Britt. But they're all out with Ed Scott's posse.
Oh, I see.
I told you. There ain't a male between the ages of 10 and 60 left in town. Besides you, of course. Why, even old man Fletcher went along with that posse.
No.
They had to help him onto his horse, but he went. Well, you better hurry now, Britt. I'll have supper on the table by the time you get back from the barn.
It was quite a supper, too. Baked ham with brown sugar dripping down the sides. Mashed potatoes swimming in gravy, nut green lima beans to feed the whole population of Elk Point. And that cornbread, gee whiz, it just light yellow and fluffy with homemade maple syrup to pour over it, I tell you. When I started eating it, I figured I'd have a hard time making a dent in the plate Ma put before me, but the next thing I knew, I was asking for seconds. No, just a thin slice, Ma. No, that's too much. That's too much.
Now, I'll only have to throw it away.
Just go easy on it. No, I don't know, though.
There. A few more potatoes?
No, I don't want any more potatoes.
All right, then, just a few.
No,
beans?
No, I don't want any more beans.
Now, you can't eat ham with nothing to go with it.
No, I don't want any.
Goodness. Here you are.
Well, gee. Well, how about you, Ma? You hardly touched any of your food.
Oh, what you cook yourself don't taste as good somehow.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're not still worrying about Stacy Gault.
Oh, certainly I'm not since you showed up. If he come into town now, you take care of him.
No, I don't imagine he'll get past Ed Scott's posse.
And you don't know Ed Scott very good. Why, he'll have that posse running around in circles. I'll bet you could drive a herd of cattle right through the middle of them men, and they wouldn't even notice.
You want me to answer it?
No, I'll see who it is. You might keep your right hand free, though, just in case. Who's there?
It's Seth Dooley. Yeah.
Seth. What are you doing back? You ain't caught Gault, have you?
No, we ain't caught him. Is Britt Ponset in town? My wife thought she seen him going into your place this afternoon.
Yeah, he's here, but get out of the way.
Oh, I gotta talk to Britt.
Oh, there's Seth.
Britt, he's in Elk Point. Stacy Gault is in Elk Point.
No.
Yes, he is. I saw him not 5 minutes ago riding over the South Creek Bridge. He means to rob my bank. I know he does. That's the only thing he could have come for.
Well, you've got more than enough men to take care of him, haven't you, Sam?
The posse's still out combing the hills, away out in the hills, yeah.
What?
Well, my rheumatism started acting up. It was paining me something terrible. I had to drop out and come back alone.
That rheumatism of yours is sure a convenient sickness sometimes, Seth.
Well, you can be mighty thankful for it tonight. Otherwise, Gault might have got by unnoticed. Oh, we got to move fast, Britt, before he reaches the bank. I brought my .44. I figured the two of us together get him.
No, just hold on, Seth. What makes you so sure the man you saw was Gault?
Oh, it's got to be him. Fits his description to a T, to a T.
Pretty dark out there, you know.
He was on the trail from White River. There's nowhere else could come from. Britt, we all know Gault was headed this way.
What did I tell you? He got through Ed Scott's posse just like I said he would.
Yeah, he might have at that. There was a couple of times when we sort of lost our whereabouts. Huh. Well, come on, Britt. You ain't going to leave me to take care of Gault all alone, are you? Not that I'd be afraid to try it, of course.
All right, Seth. I'm coming. I wasn't quite finished with supper, but I...
Well, now who on earth?
Now, wait a minute. Wait. Don't answer it, Ma. Why, that might be Stacy Gault.
Oh, now, why would Gault be coming here to Ma's place? Now, I'll see who it is.
Well, I'll cover you, Britt. While you open the door, you ain't got a thing to worry about. I'll cover you.
Howdy.
Sign out front says rooms. I'm looking for a place to stay.
It's him.
Well, come on in. Here, this is Ma Benson. This is her room and house.
Evening, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I'm full up.
Oh? Well, that's too bad. I was only going to be here one night. Any place else I might stop over?
No, that is not that I know of.
Well?
Before you go, mister.
Yeah?
We don't mean to be nosy or anything like that, but would you mind telling us what you're doing here in Elk Point?
I got some business at the bank tomorrow.
The bank? Oh.
That's right. What are you doing with that gun, mister?
What? Oh.
Here, let me pick it up for you.
No. Hey, never mind. Just leave it there. Just leave it.
Laying on the floor?
Well, it ain't loaded anyway.
Man's a fool to carry an unloaded gun. Say, what time's the bank open up in the morning?
It ain't open tomorrow. Tomorrow's a holiday.
That's so? Funny, I didn't know.
Well, it's kind of a special holiday just here in Elk Point.
Oh.
You came from White River, didn't you, mister?
That's right. How did you... Oh, you heard about me. I was on my way here, huh? News sure travels fast, don't it?
Yes, it sure does.
Well, if you haven't got a vacant room, I...
You sure you can't squeeze them in somewhere?
Yes.
You know, since some of your regulars won't be back tonight anyway, you could... How about it, Ma?
Well, I guess I could find a place for him if you really think...
I'd appreciate it, man.
Well, just follow me upstairs and I'll see what I can do.
Thanks, mister.
No trouble.
Well, what's the matter with you, Britt? Get Ma to let him stay here.
Well, if he's Gault, this way we'll be able to keep an eye on him, don't you think?
If he's... You seen that satchel he was carrying, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, don't you see? That's where he's got the stolen money. You can bet your bottom dollar on it.
Mm-hmm. No.
And, Britt, you heard what he said about my bank. He was telling us plain as day that he means to rob it. That's the way Gault is. Everybody says so. You better stop that eating and listen to me. He comes right out and announces what he aims to do. Don't make no bones about it. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't hear him mention anything about robbing you, Seth.
You didn't. How much plainer could he make it?
Yeah, well.
And you, Britt, I'm surprised at you. He was standing there wide open. Why, you could have outgawed him without even half trying.
Well, I guess either of us could have done that, Seth, seeing as how he wasn't wearing a gun.
What?
Pass me that cornbread, will you?
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. When it's entertainment you're after, you'll find the very best on this station of the NBC radio network. Thursday night, for example, Robert Young portrays Jim Anderson on Father Knows Best, a program which is based on the assumption that the man of the family can put one over on the wife and youngsters. The same night, you can enjoy the zany stunts on Truth or Consequences with Ralph Edwards. When Ralph sends a contestant off on a consequence, it usually ends up as one of radio's funniest. And if you like Western songs and adventures, hear The Roy Rogers Show. Then, to top it all off, hear the little-known stories of show business that Eddie Cantor tells on his Show Business Show. Yes, Thursday is packed with stellar entertainment on the NBC Radio Network. 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
Seth Tooley just stood there watching me finish up supper, and the expression on his face didn't help my digestion much. He sure did look disgusted. But I just wasn't convinced that this new fella and Stacy Gault were the same man. I'd never seen Gault before, of course, and the fella Ma took upstairs did look something like the wanted posters, and he had come from White River. That was all true, but no doubt, the poster pictures and the satchel and where a man comes from just don't prove he's an outlaw. At least not for certain.
You gonna sit there eating all night?
No.
Britt Ponsett.
No, I'm done now.
Well,
he's not robbing your bank, Seth.
Well, what do you want me to do? Wait till he tries it?
No, now look. Now, we're not sheriffs or deputies, and we can't arrest somebody just on suspicion. And besides, I don't think he's Gault.
Oh, you don't?
Now, they just don't stand to reason. Now, why would Gault come riding into town here? He knows everybody's on the lookout for him.
Well, with that posse out in the hills, he's a lot safer here in town than he would be anywhere else. And don't think he don't know that, too.
Well, now it's about time to turn in on it.
Britt!
Now, look, Seth, when Sheriff Henry comes back, he can arrest this fellow if he wants to. I think he'd make a mistake. I think he'd be arresting the wrong man, but, well...
Britt Ponsett, I'll never forgive you for this. Not if I live to be 90.
No.
Leaving me at the mercy of a killer. Why, we'd have been better off if you never showed up in Elk Point at all. This is terrible.
Now, just take it easy, Ma.
Take it easy? Stacy Gault staying right under my own roof?
Now, you could be jumping to conclusions, same as Seth here.
Oh, am I? Do you know what's in that satchel?
Nope.
Money. Stacks and stacks of it.
No, now, Ma.
I watched him through the keyhole. He took it out and started counting it. And there's slips of paper fastened around the bills. And the printing on that paper says White River First National Bank.
There, you see.
You sure of this, Ma?
Well, I'm sure own eyes, ain't I?
Well...
All right. And that ain't all he's got. You remember what it said on the wanted poster about how Gault always wears yellow leather gloves?
Yes, I remember.
Well, he's got the gloves, too. Right there in the satchel with the money. Ha!
You satisfied now, Britt?
Seth, you gotta find the posse and bring him back here as soon as you can.
All right, Ma. You'll see that he don't get away, Britt.
Yep, I'll see to it.
For heaven's sake, Seth, hurry.
Sure, Ma, sure. Hurry.
Gee, I'm sorry if I got you into something, Ma, but I just can't believe...
You can't believe what, Britt?
Nothing, Ma, nothing. Well, Ma cleared off the table and took the dishes out in the kitchen. Well, I offered to dry, but she said she'd rather do them herself, so I went into the parlor to wait. The fellow upstairs was moving around, getting ready for bed. At least, that's what I hoped he was doing. His room was right over my head, and when the bed springs gave out a little creak, I felt a little better about things. About 20 minutes later, Ma came out and sat down in her rocker beside the fireplace. She was crocheting one of those doodads you put in the arm of a chair, you know. We didn't do much talking. Not for the next couple of hours, we didn't. And then about 11 o'clock, the posse came riding up. Well, must be them, Ma.
Oh, it's about time. Well?
Maybe you'd better wait in the kitchen in case there's any trouble. Huh?
There won't be no trouble now, thanks to Seth Tooley.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Oh, all right, Britt, all right.
He's still here, Britt?
Yeah, he's asleep.
You know Britt Ponsett, don't you, Ed?
Yeah, sure. Now, here's the plan. The rest of the boys have got the house surrounded.
Whole house surrounded.
Gault couldn't get out no matter what happened.
Uh-huh.
All right, now. The three of us will go upstairs. Come on.
Yeah.
Now, as soon as we get to his room, I'll kick the door open, then we all blaze away at the bed.
Now. Just hold on here, man. Just hold on.
Yeah? Well, what's the matter?
Now, what you're talking about is cold-blooded murder.
Oh, just giving him a dose of his own medicine, that's all.
That's all?
Yeah. Now, Ed...
Now, don't tell me you still ain't satisfied that he's Gault.
Maybe he is. That doesn't matter. He's entitled to a trial just like everybody else.
Oh, use your head, Britt. If we try taking him alive, he's bound to get one or two of us first.
Uh-huh. Well, that's the way we're going to take it, anyway.
Now, Brett.
Now, you wait here, both of you. I'll bring him down to you. And I want your word that he goes to jail in one piece, huh?
I can't promise nothing like that. The boys outside are pretty mad about it.
Maybe the boys would like to shoot it out with both Gault and me.
Brett, you don't...
What do you say, Scott?
Well, all right, Britt. He goes to jail. But so help me.
Seth, how about it?
Sure, Brett, sure.
But if anything happens to you, you got nobody but yourself to blame.
Only yourself.
Upstairs hall was pitch dark. I moved on quiet as I could. I tried to remember where the doors were. It's been a couple of years since I'd stayed at Benson's. I wasn't just sure which room. I pressed my ear against the door and listened. I couldn't hear anybody breathing inside, so I headed for the next door. Right there, now. I had my hand on the knob when I hooked my leg on the hall table and I reached out to catch him. Oh, he'd be awake now, so I had to move fast. I swung the door open and brought up my gun.
Who's there? What do you want?
Now, stay where you are, and don't reach for anything.
What? Huh? What are you talking
The lamp right beside his bed gave off enough light so I could see him. I leaned over and turned it up. He hadn't moved. He just sat there, eyes wide open, blinking.
What's going on here, mister?
I think you better put your clothes on.
Oh, sure. Whatever you say. But why? What's all this about?
Well, there's some boys downstairs who want to talk to you.
Me?
That's right.
What? I don't know anybody in these parts.
Well, they know you. At least they think they do.
Oh?
Yeah, they claim you're Stacy Gault.
Gault?
That's right.
Why, they're crazy, plumb crazy.
They are?
Ain't they hurt? How could I be Gault?
What do you mean?
Gault's in jail, White River. He was captured, locked up the day before yesterday.
You sure of that?
I ought to be. I captured him. The proof's right there in my satchel. Reward money. White River First National paid it to me yesterday.
No.
And Marshal Andrews gave me Gault's yellow gloves as a sort of memento of the occasion, along with a letter of congratulations. Yeah. You see him?
You captured Stacy Gault?
Well, it was kind of accidental. You see, I'm a drummer. Travel around selling gadgets and things. I didn't know the cabin was Gault's hideout. Looked like any other cabin to me. Thought there might be some kids living there. So I was getting up my samples when the door opened. Guess he thought the six-shooter I was holding was a real thing. Of course, it did look mighty genuine for an imitation. You sure make realistic-looking toys these days.
And he didn't try to shoot it out with you?
No. All he said was, okay, you got the drop on me. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I was too surprised to say so.
Yeah.
Next thing, he handed me his gun, and, well, it was about then Marshal Andrews come riding up. Marshal was real nice about giving me all the credit. Want to see the letter he wrote?
No. But you bring that down along with you, will you? What I want to see is Ed Scott's face when you show him that letter. That's what I want to see. So when he got finished putting his clothes on, I took Amos Foster, that was his name. I took him downstairs, and Ed and Seth, they were standing at the bottom, covering us with their guns. The letter from Marshal Andrews finally convinced them. They put their guns away and marched outside. And that was just about the unhappiest posse I ever saw, considering that they'd caught their man. Ma Benson, she came out of the kitchen in time to hear the tail end of Amos's explanation. She didn't say anything, just shook her head and then offered to make some coffee and heat up what was left of the cornbread. That sounded real good to Amos. Sounded good to me, too, except for one thing. I knew there wasn't any cornbread left to heat up. I sort of finished it off at supper.
You know, defense is one job we can't put off. Because if we want security for our home and country tomorrow, we've got to do something about it today. How? By investing in United States savings bonds. You'll get a return of $4 for every $3 you put in, and in less than 10 years. In addition, you can hold your bonds beyond maturity and earn further interest. 3% interest compounded semi-annually for as long as 10 additional years. Sign up today for freedom. Join the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan. You'll feel more secure tomorrow if you buy United States savings bonds today. The Six Shooter is an NBC radio network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Eleanor Audley, Barney Phillips, Forrest Lewis, and Seth Tooley was played by Parley Bear. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibney speaking.
Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat, these are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Frontier Town. Yeah, I guess that's what you'd call Dos Rios. The only reason I mentioned Dos Rios is that I live there. Or to be more accurate, it seems to be the base of my operations. Because you see, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm a lawyer. And out in the frontier country, although lawyers aren't too well regarded, they sure are necessary. If you're ever in Dos Rios and want to look me up, the office is over Cherokee O'Bannon's livery stable, and the shingle says my name is Chad Remington. Well, as you can imagine, the frontier has attracted all kinds of people, and that brings me all kinds of clients. One of the rarest birds I've yet to run across I met just a few weeks ago. Rare? Believe me, he's even more of a character than that ex-medicine man, Cherokee O'Bannon. Bright and early one morning when I picked up my mail, I found a letter postmarked from a town about 200 miles away, sort of a new town they'd called Roaring River. I'd heard about Roaring River because it was becoming famous as the bailiwick of a self-appointed justice of the peace, a former mule skinner. And folks say he skinned a lot of other things besides mules. I saw the old character whose name is Pegleg Cooper. Well, the letter wasn't from Pegleg, but from a rancher down there who signed himself Jim Charlton and urged me to come down and offered me a sizable fee if I could help him. Charlton didn't say exactly what the nature of his trouble was, but the fee was tempting to a man who has a few thoughts of getting married. Besides, I had a hankering to at least have a look-see at Judge Pegleg Cooper. Well, while Cherokee and I were riding over to Roaring River, Jim Charlton's trouble suddenly came to a head. One of the older and larger cattlemen, Tulsa Blaggett, paid an unwelcome call on Charlton and his daughter Betsy.
Charlton, I'm giving you a better-than-even break by coming here and talking to you, and
If you know what's good for you, you'll quit talking back.
Tulsa, I didn't ask you here. I don't want you here. And most of all, anything you have to tell me goes in one ear and out the other.
Yeah? Well, I'm not surprised. Apparently, there's nothing between them ears to stop it.
Daddy, don't let him talk to you like that.
Kid, if I were you, I'd remember the old saying, brats should be seen and not heard.
Doggone it, Tulsa. I've heard enough out of you. Now go on, clear out of my house.
In other words, Charlton, you want to end up like the other nesters did around here.
I'll take my chances. You and your kind never scared me none. And for one, I'm not selling this homestead to you for 10 cents on the dollar.
You know something, Charlton? I got a feeling in my bones that you're going to have a fire here. And after that, your place won't be worth 2 cents on the dollar.
Why, you dirty crook. Don't you try to threaten us.
You little loudmouth. Who do you think you are, calling me a crook?
Shut up. Threaten my daughter, will you?
Good for you, Daddy. You gave him his comeuppance, all right.
I'm not fooling, Blackett. If you're not out of here in 30 seconds, I'm going to pick you up and throw you out. Throw you out through the window.
All right. All right, Charlton. But I'm coming back. And when I do come back, which won't be long, I'm coming back to move in.
Well, Tulsa Blackett did come back. He came back about 4 hours later. Came back with 6 of his hired gunslingers, set fire to the cow barn, and then, surrounding the house, laid siege to it. As Cherokee and I were approaching the homestead, we suddenly became aware that something was wrong.
Dad, my boy, have you made any plans as to what you'll do with that fee Mr. Charles is supposed to pay you?
Mr. O'Bannon, sir, any plans that I might have to do with solids, not liquids.
Too bad. Although I once knew of a man carrying a hip blast through the Rockies. When it froze, making the liquid a solid, he assured me it had its advantages.
Huh?
Didn't need a chaser.
Well, you need a chaser, Cherokee. You need someone to chase around after you and see that you behave like... Hey,
Billy Blue Blazes, Chad. Sounds like shooting.
Yeah, and if we're going in the right direction, the shooting's coming from the Charlton place. Unhook that 45, Cherokee. You may be needing it.
Come on, you sound old and shuffle Gussie. Get up there.
Cherokee, look. There's a whole gang down there pumping lead into the Charlton house.
A foul skunks. Let's see if they can take it as well as throw it.
Nice shooting, O'Bannon. Look, they're starting to run. Now let's get down there and really pour it on.
About all there is to it, Mr. Remington.
Except to thank you again and again and again for running them off.
Think nothing of it, Miss Betsy. Our pleasure. Our pleasure.
Now, I'm no coward, Mr. Remington.
Oh, look,
but...
let's just make that plain, Chad. Shall we, Jim?
You bet, Chad. As I was saying, I'm not afraid of Tulsa Blackett or anybody else. But if there's a peaceable, legal way of settling a thing like this, that's what I want to do. That's why I wrote to you.
Well, the legal way of doing it is to prove that Blackett is trying to drive you out of here by force.
Which, of course, I can't do, because all the men who attacked the house were wearing handkerchiefs over their faces.
Besides, even though Daddy won't admit it, everybody in the whole Roaring River country knows that Tulsa Blackett and the judge are playing it hand in hand.
You mean Judge Pegleg Cooper?
Oh, don't listen unto Betsy, Chad. She's just repeating gossip.
I am not. Everybody says old Pegleg's just using that job he gave himself to feather his own nest.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Well, I will admit Judge Cooper drags everyone he can get into that court of his and finds them every penny they got. But he's as tough as nails and trying to do an honest job, according to his own lights.
According to his own lights. Cattlemen elected him, and he's backing them up.
Well, now, that's something that remains to be proved, Betsy. Before I make up my own mind, I'd like to meet Pegleg Cooper and size him up.
Well, there's nothing hard to that. He owns a saloon and holds his court right there in the saloon.
Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Come, Chad. Let us remount our horses and meander down to Pegleg Cooper's saloon, court.
shut up and clear out of the courtroom. Yes. Now then, Injun, did you or didn't you take the saddle off and Bill Empty's horse?
Me no take 'em. Just borrow 'em.
So you just borrowed the saddle. All right, Injun. Then we'll drop the charges of larceny again you.
You good judge.
We'll just drop the charge of larceny and we'll charge you rent for the use of the saddle. How much money, wampum, you got on you?
Got 'em $21.
$21, huh? All right. Court finds you guilty of not paying rent for the saddle and fines you $21. Now pay up and clear out of here. Honey, get the engine's money. Then open the bar again. Court's adjourned.
Never in all my days have I seen justice of that kind this town.
Well, peculiar, but mighty effective.
Yeah, effective for the judge's pocketbook. I tell you that he never did.
What's up, Jim? What are you staring at?
Hey, see that barrel-chested buzzer who just walked in?
Yeah.
That's Tulsa Blaggett.
Oh. Jim, you get over in the corner with the crowd where Blaggett can't see you. I came down here to watch the judge at work, but this is going to give me the opportunity of observing the other member of the team at one and the same time.
Watch it, Sam. Here he comes.
Hiya, boys. Hiya, Judge. What brings you down to the Blind Justice Cafe so early in the day?
I just closed a little deal, Judge. A little cattle deal, and I feel like celebrating.
Well.
Come on, boys. Everybody up to the bar. The drinks are all me.
Barney! Yeah. Better bust the bung into a brand new barrel of beverage.
Nice shot, Judge. Come on, boys. Step up and sing out your orders.
Hey, you there. You, with the fancy shirt. Didn't you hear me? I said I'm buying the drinks. Everybody up to the bar.
Thanks just the same, mister, but I'll take a rain check on that.
I said you're drinking with me.
I said I'm not.
All right, then. I'll drag you over to the bar.
That's it, Tab. Hang it on him. Stop it, you hear? You're breaking up my cafe. Sorry, Judge, but I just got to break up your cafe. I didn't break my jaw. Say no. Tad, even if he comes to, I'm sorry to say he won't buy drinks for a long while. Come here, you. Barney.
Yeah, Judge.
Close up the bar. We're holding court.
Nice shot, Judge. Bar's closed and court's in session. Judge Cooper presiding.
And now, young man, we're going to get on with your trial.
All right, Judge, but I'd like to know what the charges are against me.
Oh, they ain't very much. Assault and battery, mayhem, inciting a riot, and destruction and demolition of personal property. You pleading guilty or not guilty?
That depends. What'll it cost if I plead guilty?
Well, maybe $40.
Uh-huh. What'll the fine be if I plead not guilty?
Not guilty will cost you $100. How do you plead?
Guilty as charged, Your Honor. Here's your 40.
Thanks, son. And just a minute. You must have about $70 left.
Or 68 to be exact.
Now, that is strange, because I'm just about to fine you $68 in addition to that 40.
Oh, now, wait a minute. What's that fine for?
Well, I'll tell you. Mr. Blaggett came in and invited everybody to have a drink on him. I reckon he'd have spent about $68 in my cafe. But now that you laid him out cold, I'm deprived of that business, and so you are in restraint of trade. That's all. Barney,
yes, yes.
Put this money in the drawer and escort the defendant outside.
Why, that good for nothing, sneaking, soaphead, snaking the grass.
Let it go, Cherokee. Judge may have my money now, but he isn't going to keep it long. Believe me, he isn't.
Well, Barney, how much we take in today?
I'll tell you in a second, Judge. Let's see. $419.
Pretty good day.
Yes.
Pretty good day. Well, put out that lamp. Let's be getting on to bed.
Right shot, Judge. Sure. I got a candle here and
Don't move, gentlemen. Stand right where you are.
What are you...
I know you can't see, but I've got you both nicely covered. I've been outside in the dark for a while. My eyes have gotten used to it.
Why, you pussyfooting polecat, who are you?
Why, Judge, I'm the man who came in to relieve you of that $419.
Yeah? Well, I've heard your voice somewhere before, and it won't take me long to recollect your name.
you can save yourself all that mental energy, Judge. My name is, well, it's the Texas Kid. And now, Pawnee, I'll just take that little sack, and then I'll be bidding you two highbinders good night. So long, gents, and unpleasant dreams.
We'll return to the exciting second act of Sixgun Justice, our Frontier Town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, sir, even from the little I've told you about Pegleg Cooper, I bet you can imagine exactly how he felt with me and in that ridiculous disguise coming in and depriving him of his, well, shall I say, hard-earned money. That was hardly sunup next morning when the judge started rounding up every last soul in the county, and by 10 o'clock his so-called courtroom was jammed to the rafters and rocking.
Keep quiet. Shut up. Quiet. On your lip.
Quiet.
Now we'll get on with the question. Some foul crook calling himself the Texas Kid stole $419 from me. By the great horn spoon, we're finding out who it is if we have to stay here till Judgment Day.
Your Honor, may I ask one question?
Huh? What do you got to do with this?
Well, Judge, I don't know anything about the Texas Kid, and as you proved so conclusively yesterday, I probably know very little about the law.
Well?
Just this. You've accused everybody of stealing your money, but so far you haven't proved that you lost it.
Are you loco, or do you think I am?
Certainly, I don't think you are, but as a fair-minded judge, I know that you demand proof, so why shouldn't we? Now, have you double-checked? Have you looked in the cash drawer?
Why, you puddle-headed, overgrown Pawnee!
Yes, Judge?
Pull out the cash drawer and show this concerned imbecile what's in it.
Right over, boss.
Well, hurry up.
Here it is. Judge, the drawer ain't empty. Look, there's money in it.
You grandma's going to shut up?
Shut up.
Or am I going to have to find a lot of you? 200, 50, 3, 20, 40, 50, 351.
Well, what do you know? I would have sweared he took the whole thing.
Of course he took the whole thing. Must have snuck in during the night and put part of it back.
Yeah.
$68 missing. You wouldn't know nothing about that, would you, son?
Well, $68 is what you fined me for being in restraint of trade yesterday.
Mm-hmm. And naturally, you don't know nothing about the Texas Kid.
First time I ever heard of him was right in here, Judge. Why don't you appoint me as special deputy to your court?
Deputy? What in corn chowder for?
Well, I think if you gave me a few days riding around the country, I might be able to find the Texas Kid for you. Or if not that, I might be some help in rounding up the rascals who've been causing the real trouble around here.
Uh-huh. You know, mister, I just got a sneaking notion that if anybody could locate that there Texas Kid, you're the Rennihan could do it. Yes, sir. I hereby appoint you special deputy to this here now court. Now, go on, clear out of here and get busy.
Right you are, Your Honor.
Just a minute, young fella. Inside of 48 hours, if you don't get results, I'm hailing you into court and fining you $500 for wasting time being a smart aleck and making a dog-eared donkey out of a respectable judge. Now, go on, beat it.
I'm laughing now, but believe you me, when it happened, I was laughing on the other side of my face. All my life I'd heard of smart lawyers, but if there'd been a mirror handy and I'd looked into it, I'd have been face to face with a lawyer who was too smart. Well, knowing that the judge meant business this time and being faced with a fine and probably a jail sentence, I took the bull by the horns and started out to make good on my promise. Not knowing the whereabouts of Tulsa Blaggett's ranch, I gathered up Jim and Betsy Charlton and had them ride with Cherokee and me to show us the way. And despite their cross-questioning, this time I tried my best to keep my big mouth shut.
Chad, you've got something up your sleeve. Now, I can see it all over your face. Won't you please tell us what this is all about?
Yes, Mr. Remington, why'd you got us all racing out to Tulsa's ranch as if our lives depended on it?
Patience, my friends, patience. As a special deputy of His Honor's court, I'm going to be mighty sure of my evidence before I make any allegations. But since we're practically at the door to Blaggett's Ranch, rein up. I have a feeling you'll soon find out. All right, come on. I think I'm about to make an arrest. Well, the four of us walked thither and yon around the Blaggett Ranch, looking for something, anything. As the time was getting shorter and my chances even slimmer, suddenly Cherokee found something.
Sweet strawberry blondes, Chad. Look at this.
Why, that's nothing but a little piece of steer hide.
It sure is a piece of steer hide, Betsy, but don't you see what it is? It's a piece of steer hide with our brand on it. And how our brand got over here on Blaggett's Ranch will take a bit of explaining.
Yeah, we're lucky, that's all. But it certainly explains itself. Even though the men were masked who raided your place the other day, this piece of steer hide will be marked Exhibit A in my case against Tulsa Blaggett for cattle rustling. Come on, we're going inside. Well, Tulsa, you coming with me?
Oh, Remington, you're crazier than a loon, that's what you are. Why should I go down to that old coot's court?
Well, a good reason might be because I'm telling you to. As a deputy of the court, I've got a bench warrant for you.
Look, you're starting to annoy me now more than you did yesterday.
If you had a brain in your stupid head, you wouldn't stand there just begging Chad to annoy you the same way again.
Yeah? Well, did you ever hear of a thing called false arrest?
Yeah, I think I have.
Well, you just heard Charlton say he couldn't identify me as the man who raided his ranch.
And that's the truth. I can't.
Well, then, what do you think you're going to gain dragging me down to court? Because the judge can't find me guilty without no evidence. And if he doesn't, I'm going to have you locked up for false arrest.
Blaggett, I'm just quaking in my boots. Now, come on.
You can say it all you want. I'm not leaving here.
Well, I happen to think you are.
Yeah, well, I don't think I am.
Chad, he got hold of his gun?
I saw him, Cherokee. He's welcome to clear his holster.
And that's just what I'm going to do.
Suffering starlight. That kind of shooting I never seen before, Chad.
Cherokee, pick up a gentleman's gun for him and bring it down to court. We'll label that Exhibit B on another charge of resisting an officer.
Well, Judge, where's that big talking deputy you appointed yourself?
Oh, I reckon he'll be coming in, Pawnee.
How come you reckon that? If he don't find you the Texas kid, think he's going to come back and face the $500 you threatened him with?
Yes, you would.
You do?
And I reckon I wouldn't keep the $500 long if I got it. Remember the other night when... Yeah. Well, here he comes now, and he's got Tulsa Blaggett in tow.
Your Honor, can you convene your court for a few minutes?
Judge, I'm warning you.
Shut up, Blaggett. Honey, close the bar and tell him to keep quiet. This court is here and now sitting. What are the charges, Deputy?
Well, over in my part of the country, we might call it something else.
You mean down in Texas?
I've never been in Texas, Judge. Honest Injun. But to get on with the charges, I think you'd probably call them grand larceny, conversion of stolen property, and attempted homicide.
Uh-huh. What does that mean in English?
Cattle rustling, Your Honor. 23 head.
Well, hold the cooked-up, ridiculous lie.
Shut up.
And here are the brands off 2 of Jim Charlton's steers, which Mr. O'Bannon here found in Blaggett's corral. That's entered as Exhibit A on the rustling charge.
You mean you got another charge against him?
Yes, sir. Resisting an officer. And as Exhibit B, here's the gun he pulled on me.
Well, this is nothing but a frame-up. And you ain't going to get...
Look out, Tulsa's grabbed his gun off the table.
Here, and I'm going to use it.
Knock him over this way, son. I'll bust him with the gavel.
Oh, thanks, Judge. But watch those glasses, because here he comes. Oh, woe is us, Chad. You busted up the judge's saloon again.
Yeah, looks like Cherokee's right, Judge. How much is the fine going to be this time?
Well, I ain't going to let you off lightly for a second offense. No, sir. For assault and battery, quid pro quo. That's Latin. And for catching a double-dyed, ding-busted, dad-ratted, sneaking rustler I couldn't get the goods on, my fine is You've got to attend the best gosh darn party ever held in the Blind Justice Cafe for the best two-fisted fighter ever to hit this part of the country.
Oh, still there, you broken down hay burner?
Mr. Remington, I'll never forget how you out-slicked that crook.
He did a fine job, didn't he, Judge?
Oh, good enough. What about me? Ain't I letting him go home without catching the Texas kid for me? You young varmint. Someday you ought to get down to Texas and look for the cost.
You never can tell what Chad might do for $68, Judge.
Nor me neither.
Have I to read between the lines, Your Honor, and infer that because the way this case turned out, you might do what Blaggett is going to do the other day? Set him up the house?
Oh, now, just a minute, Cherokee.
What's the matter?
I'll admit I'm in favor of you having some suds.
Good boy.
But you're not going to get the suds till you get back home.
Good night.
And the kind of suds you're going to get won't do your insides much good, but they'll be a big help to your outside. I'm talking about soap suds.
Goodbye.
Goodbye is right. Adios, Judge.
Adios.
So long, Charlton.
Bye.
When you get your cattle sold, Jim, that's plenty of time to be sending me my fee. All right, get started, boy.
Soap suds he offered me after I found that steer hide.
Well, Cherokee, if you hadn't found it, there wouldn't have been any suds either. Because with the judge looking for me, there would have been no soap.
Yes, another six-shooter episode. You can probably tell this is one of my favorite shows and that James Stewart is one of my favorite radio and camera actors. In this episode, Cheyenne Express, which aired on March 7, 1954, a band of outlaws led by Floyd Winters finds itself holed up in a cabin, now down to just two men, Floyd and Wilbur English. The rest have run off. Well, Wilbur shoots Floyd in the back, and then he later runs into Britt Pouncett, who he mistakenly believes is another member of the disbanded gang, and tries to shoot him too. But Britt wins the draw, of course. Wilbur tries to paint himself after that as a hero for shooting Floyd. And basically the rest of the episode explores the nature of what defines good and bad. After that we have The Gunfighter from Screen Directors Playhouse, originally broadcast on June 7, 1951. This was a great anthology series that ran from 1949 to 1951, and later on TV from 1955 to 56, which did radio adaptations of famous movies, and many of the biggest movie stars of the time appeared on the show, such as in this episode, which stars Gregory Peck, Ted DeCorsia, Sam Edwards, and Tom Holland, among others. It's about the notorious gunfighter Jimmy Ringo, who comes to a small town to find his true love, but she isn't interested in seeing him. All he wants to do is win his lady, but trouble finds him instead. Next up is another episode from The Lone Ranger, Contraband Liquor, originally broadcast on February 7th, 1938. There is an epidemic of illegal liquor being smuggled across the border, along with the associated murders, and the Border Patrol is baffled and unable to deal with it. Enter the Lone Ranger and his trusty Native American friend, Tonto, who involve themselves to solve the problem. And then our last Western old-time radio show today is one more Wild Bill Hickok episode from December 6, 1954, Gunsmoke on the XXX. An old gold miner is held up by a robber who wants his gold, but the robber is scared off by Hickok. Uncle Joe, the kind rancher who owns the land that the miners claim is on, was holding the bag of gold on his ranch, the XXX. Bill and Jingles do their best to find out who the robber was. All right, let's listen to these great Western old-time radio shows. I hope you enjoy.
James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown.
The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
The fire had almost gone out, and the evening chill crept through the chinks in the rough-hewn logs of the cabin walls. But the man standing at the window made no attempt to stir the embers into flame. Instead, he stared at the graying sky and the purple hills, his eyes constantly narrowing as they tried to penetrate the lengthening shadows. A noise at the door behind him caused the man to spin around. His guns hovered in midair.
Who's there?
Me, Wilbur. They're coming, Floyd. I seen them from the top of the ridge.
How many?
15, maybe more. It's pretty dark, but 15 anyway.
That ought to be enough.
Yeah.
Why'd you come back, Wilbur? How come you didn't run off like the others?
Well, I couldn't leave you here alone, Floyd. We've been together too long.
I ain't giving up. No matter how many there are, I ain't giving up.
Sure. That's what I figured.
You figured I'd fight it out and you come back anyhow?
Back, ain't it?
Yeah. Here. Load 'em for me.
Huh?
My guns, load 'em.
But, Floyd...
You got bullets, ain't you?
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, it's just that I ain't never seen you take 'em off before. I never thought I'd see the day when Floyd Winters would take off his guns, hand them to another man. What makes you so trusting all of a sudden?
I've found out who I can trust. Found it out tonight. You didn't run off with the rest.
If Russ was here, nobody would have run off.
Maybe. But Russ ain't here. Go on, Wilbur. Load 'em for me. Floyd Winters handed the gun belt to his friend, turned and glanced out of the window. Wilbur English lifted one of the revolvers from its holster and checked the cylinder. There were 2 bullets inside. He raised the gun and pointed it at the other man's back. He calmly squeezed the trigger twice. The man at the window fell forward, shattering the glass.
I'd spotted the campfire, maybe about 15 minutes back, just before the trail swung down from Yellow Mesa into the canyon. I should have come on it by now. I was pretty sure it was somewhere around along here. But all I could see was just pitch black in every direction. Easy, boy, easy. Whoa. Well, maybe it's just been my imagination. Maybe... No, doggone it. That's smoke, all right. Whoa, Scott. Whoa. Slid out of the saddle and moseyed around for a minute or two. And then I felt something warm through the toe of my boot. It was not just warm either. It was... Well, that fire hadn't been out very long. Somebody had just finished burying it under a pile of dirt and sand. So I walked...
Get him up, Russ. Hi.
What?
Hi, I said. I ain't bluffing. You ought to know that.
Okay. But there's just one thing...
Don't turn around. Don't try nothing fancy, neither. You alone?
Yeah, I'm alone. But...
Wasn't very smart, Russ.
Now, look, mister, I don't happen to be Russ, whoever he is.
You think I don't recognize you? You think I don't know you've been after me ever since it happened?
Now, all I'm saying...
I felt you. Out there in the dark, I felt you coming closer and closer. So I built this here fire and waited, and then I put it out just before you got here. I figured you'd get curious and stop. I figured I'd have the draw on you.
No, just listen to me,
I ain't
will
afraid
you?
to kill you, Russ. I ain't afraid to kill anybody now. You should have realized that. You should have realized that anybody else would be easy. After Floyd, even you, Russ, you're going to be easy.
Well, I never have believed in trying to get off a shot when another man has the draw, but the way things were going, it looked like I had to risk it. There just didn't seem to be any way of reasoning with him and making him understand who I was. I heard him take another step. I went down on one knee and twisted around and grabbed my gun.
Its shot just skimmed across the part in my hair. Thought it looked like I'd managed to do a little better than that. I heard his gun skid out of his hand, and he went over backwards. He didn't fall, though. He just sat down with a thud. And he stayed that way, sitting there in a heap, just staring at the ground. I picked up his gun and moved in close. It was pretty dark, but I could make out a little fella, short, plumpish, with a kind of a white face. He kept his eyes down, as if he couldn't raise his head, and as if he just didn't want to bring himself to look at me. Go on, Rusky. You get it over with. Don't make me wait. Don't make me beg. No, wouldn't do no good. Whatever I said, whatever I told you, wouldn't do no good. Please, please get it over. I was quick with Floyd. He never knew a thing, never knew what hit him. I swear. Don't just keep me sitting here waiting. Don't do that.
You better tie something around that hand.
Huh? What?
Now, use your handkerchief or a piece of shirt tail or something.
Why, he really ain't Russ.
I tried to tell you that before.
Oh, but I thought from where you was standing, where you looked just... Oh, I don't know. I was certain... I don't see how I could have been wrong.
Well, you sure were, mister.
Well, he must still be around here somewhere. He must still be following me.
Now, I've been on this trail all day. I haven't seen a single soul but you.
No? He ain't lying to me.
Oh, well, why should I lie to you?
Well, I didn't mean that. No, don't pay no attention to me, huh? I'm kind of upset.
Yeah. Well, go on. Do something about that hand.
Oh, sure. It ain't hurt bad. Bullets went through fatty part.
Mm-hmm. Well, the next time you try to shoot somebody, you might find out who it is.
Oh, I'm awful sorry. Be more careful.
Yeah.
My name's Jones. Warren Jones.
Is that so?
Yeah. What's yours, mister?
Ponsett. Britt Ponsett.
Six-shooter?
Yeah, some folks say that. My name's Ponsett.
Oh, no wonder you was so handy with a gun. Well, I sure am glad to meet you, Mr. Ponsett.
The Jones, you said?
Yeah, that's right.
Not English? Not Wilbur English?
What are you talking about?
Well, I thought maybe you made another mistake tonight.
Another one?
Well, you were wrong about who I was. You sure you're not wrong about who you are, too?
Well, I guess it don't do me no good to lie to you. Yeah, you're right. My name is English.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't met up before.
Oh, but I've heard about you.
Oh?
Yeah. And about how you killed Floyd Winters a couple of weeks ago. I heard about that.
Oh. Well, news sure does travel, don't it?
Some news does, yeah. I reckon it does.
You didn't know I was in these here parts, did you? You hadn't heard I was heading this way.
What?
Well, you seemed so certain about who it was, I thought maybe you were expecting to run into me.
No, you weren't very hard to figure out, English. The way you thought I was somebody else and named Russ, and the way you kept harping about Floyd.
Oh, well, now, here, listen, Mr. Ponsett, you won't tell anybody that we met up. You won't tell them where I am.
No, that?
You know he's looking for me, don't you? You know he swore he'd kill me.
You mean Russ Winters?
Well, sure, that's what I mean. And nobody's even trying to stop him. I thought folks would all be on my side now. I thought they'd be grateful for what I'd done. Been trying to catch Floyd for years. I saved him the trouble.
That's true. That's true enough.
Well, they act like killing him was wrong. They act like he was some kind of a hero.
Well, Floyd Winters wasn't any kind of a hero. I sure go along with that.
Well, then why is everybody against me? Why don't they capture us?
I expect they will before long.
When? After he's murdered me? Don't they realize that he's just as bad as Floyd ever was? They were two of a kind.
Well, you ought to know, English. You were part of their gang, weren't you?
I never denied that. Yeah, but I wasn't mean like Floyd and Russ. Yes, I did my share of harm. I rode with them on plenty of holdups, but I never killed nobody. All the time I was with the Winters brothers, I never killed nobody.
Except Floyd. You killed him.
Well, that was different. He was an outlaw, wasn't he? Had it coming to him. Besides, if I hadn't shot him, there'd have been more killing. Well, to see that posse that was coming, some of them, I was saving their lives.
And earning yourself a reward on a pardon at the same time,
I wasn't thinking of that. I wasn't thinking of myself.
You weren't, huh?
No, sir. Oh, what good did it do me anyhow? Russ is hunting me down, and folks say that he's right. They say that I'm a coward, that I shouldn't have shot Floyd in the back. Well, it's easy enough to talk brave. They didn't know him, but I did. I had to shoot him in the back. There wasn't any other way.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of a convenient killing, too, wasn't it? With the posse outside ready to take you both.
You're just like all the others, aren't you, Ponset? You make a big thing out of law and order, but it's got to be done just so. It don't matter how many men Floyd Winters murdered in cold blood. Oh, just because he was shot in the back, you feel sorry for him. You hold it against him.
Now, look here. I don't feel sorry for Winters or anything that happened to him.
Well, then you're the only one who...
And I'm not going to spend half the night arguing about it either. Now, here's your gun. Now, why don't you just be a little more careful with it from now on, huh? So long.
You're just going to leave me here, huh?
What are you talking about? You said your hand wasn't hurt bad. You got a horse, haven't you?
Oh, sure. I got a horse. He's over there in those trees, but...
But what?
Well, I told you that Russ is after me. If he catches me alone, he'll kill me for sure.
Well, you don't even know he's in the neighborhood.
Well, you don't know that he is, and why can't I ride along with you, Ponset? You're heading towards Single Pine, ain't you?
Yeah.
Well, Russ wouldn't try nothing if you were with me.
No.
Maybe you want him to kill me. Maybe you think that it's what I deserve.
Now, hold on. Hold on now. Even if folks don't exactly approve of what you did to Floyd, the way you did it, I mean, well, nobody feels that Russ has got any right to revenge.
And it's okay for me to ride along with you, just as far as Single Pine.
What do you figure to do there?
Well, I got to meet up with Sheriff Preston. He's leaving for Cheyenne tomorrow, delivering a prisoner. Promised to take me along with him.
Oh.
That's where my pardon's waiting in Cheyenne. Give me reward money.
I see.
I'm entitled to it, ain't I?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you've earned it, all right.
Sheriff Preston gave me his word. He said he'll see to it that I get to Cheyenne okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mike Preston's a good man. Haven't got anything to worry about that.
Oh, yeah, but I got to make it to Single Pine first, Ponce. I got to make it that far on my own.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what'd he say?
All right, English. Get your horse.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. It's a strange quirk of human nature, but most of us never think, except in the most abstract way, of an accident ever happening to us. It's always the other fellow who's involved. But nevertheless, accidents go right on happening at an ever-increasing, alarming rate. And it can't always be happening only to the other fellow. For instance, 1 out of 5 families will have a traffic accident this year. Think of that. And how can you be sure you won't be that one? Well, there's one way of piling up some percentages in your favor. A few simple precautions will guarantee better accident odds for your family. For one thing, remember it's not always easy to stop quickly in wet weather. Drive so that you can stop when and if you want to. And always drive with a clean, clear windshield. There are a great many safety precautions, and for the most part, it's simply a matter of applying common sense to driving. Just remember to drive as if your life depended on it, because it does. Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
Well, we rode on through most of the night, Wilbur, English, and me. Well, about 11 o'clock, we stopped to rest, but Wilbur was so doggone nervous and skittery, I just couldn't get any sleep, so we started off again. Must have been about noon when we finally hit Single Pine. The main street wasn't very crowded, a couple of wagons, 2 or 3 ladies in the mercantile, and old Judge Hendricks sunning himself in front of the livery stable. Everything seemed pretty normal, just about what you'd expect on a Tuesday. But that didn't keep Wilbur from looking back over his shoulder every once in a while like he thought somebody was getting ready to put a bullet in the nape of his neck. We headed over to the hitching rail in front of Sheriff Preston's office and pulled up. Wooska. Oh, come on. Well, here we are. Yeah. Thank you, Ponce.
Now, nothing to thank me for. I didn't do anything.
Well, you never know what might have happened if you had...
What's the matter, anything?
That fellow standing there in the shade beside that store.
What about him?
Well, I can't make him out. Not real clear. It does sort of look like Russ.
It does, huh? He looks a whole lot more like Ben Fletcher. That happens to be his hardware store he's leaning up against, too.
Oh.
Now, come on. Let's get inside. Look at it. Sounds like he's asleep, doesn't it?
It's a fine way for a sheriff to be acting. Suppose that had been Russ Winters out there just now.
Well, it wasn't. And this isn't Sheriff Preston either.
What?
No, he's still watering. Hey, Phil. Hey, come on. Come on, wake up, Phil. What are you doing around here? Oh, man has to come in town every once in a while. Looks like you're taking it pretty easy, Phil.
The baby's got the colic. Didn't get a wink of sleep all night long.
Is that so? Why, I hope it's nothing serious.
No. Doc says he'll be all right in a couple of days.
Oh, fine. Glad to hear. Is Mike around?
Yeah, you just missed him, Britt.
Oh?
He left about an hour ago. I'm holding down the fort till he comes back.
You mean the sheriff's already gone to Cheyenne? You heard me? He's gone?
No. He had to take some men over toward Red Rock. He's putting off his trip to Cheyenne for a day or so.
He's putting it off?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Just sit around and wait for him? The sheriff off gallivanting somewhere? Who's going to protect me?
Just what is it you need protecting from, mister?
This is Wilbur English, Phil.
Oh.
Well, the sheriff promised that he'd see that I got to Cheyenne. He promised he'd take me with him.
Well, he can't take you till he goes himself. But he left word he was expecting you. Said I was to tell you to sit tight and not leave town.
I might have known that he'd pull a stunt like this.
So wait a minute, what are you talking about?
You're a fancy sheriff. That's what I'm talking about. I told you they all want Russ to kill me. They all think I got it coming. Well, why do you think that Sheriff Preston picked today to leave town so that he'll be out of the way if Russ shows up, so he won't have to do nothing towards stopping him? That's what?
Now, you listen here. If Mike Preston said he'll take you to Cheyenne, he'll take you there. He ain't never gone back on his word yet, not even with a murdering outlaw. Oh. I forgot you ain't an outlaw anymore. You're just a public-spirited citizen. All right, Mr. Public-spirited citizen. You get yourself over to that hotel across the street and you stay there. When Mike comes back, I'll tell him where you are. Well, what are you waiting for? How in thunder did you happen to come into town with him?
Oh, we met up accidentally last night. He seemed kind of anxious for company.
Funny, ain't it? The way you feel about a man like that?
Well,
getting rid of Floyd Winters was a blessing. Ain't no doubt about it. And I guess we all owe English something for killing him. If he hadn't done it when he did, nobody knows how many other men would have been shot.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but somehow, well, in spite of all that, it's pretty hard to like English very much, ain't it?
Yeah, it seems like it's darn near impossible, doesn't it, Phil? Well, I had something to eat over at Molly Davis's cafe, and then I did my errands. Got myself a new pair of boots and a haircut. I almost fell asleep sitting in that barber's chair. I guess that was to be expected, seeing as how I didn't get much rest the night before. And the idea of taking a little siesta sort of crossed my mind. Not that I usually nap in the daylight, you understand, but I went over to the hotel and rented myself a room. And I was planning to stay in town overnight anyhow, so I figured I might as well get my money's worth out of the bed I was paying for. After all, it cost me 50 cents. Must have been about 4:15 when I heard somebody pounding at the door. Yeah, who is it?
It's me, Wilbur.
Oh, all right. Come on in.
He's here. He's in Single Pine.
What are you talking about?
Didn't you hear what I said? Russ Winters is here in Single Pine right now. He's here this afternoon.
No, take it easy.
You got to help me get away, Ponce. You got to.
You imagine you saw him a couple of times before. Do you remember that?
Maybe I did, but this ain't my imagination. Go on, read it.
What's this? You don't have much longer to wait, Russ.
Well?
Where'd it come from, Andy?
He shoved it under the door to my room.
Did you see him?
I didn't have to see him.
Well, I'd say if Russ Winters was in town and knew where you were staying, he wouldn't waste any time sending you notes.
Just what he'd do, Ponce. He liked to torture me. He'd like nothing better.
Maybe so. Sheriff back in?
I don't know, and I'm not waiting around to find out.
Oh?
There's a train for Cheyenne at 4:30. I'm taking it.
I thought Sheriff Preston said you were to sit tight.
Oh, sure. Sit tight and be murdered. You seen that message? Seen it with your own eyes? You don't expect me to stick around here after that, do you?
If I was in your place...
But you're not in my place, Ponce.
That's so. I'm not.
But you got to do something for me.
Oh?
Just see me to the station and make sure I get aboard that train, all right? It ain't much to ask, is it?
Well, it depends on whether Russ Winters is really in town or not.
But I tell you, he won't shoot if somebody's watching. He won't take a chance until he's sure killed me.
I still think you're making a mistake. I think you ought to stick around until the sheriff comes back.
Oh, I don't care what you think.
Okay, English, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on you.
Well, come on.
What for? The depot's right across the street. I've got a front window here. I won't have any trouble watching you from here. Go on. Well, the train pulled in right on time, 4:30. I saw Wilbur English climb aboard. As far as I could tell, he was the only passenger getting on Single Pine. I looked up and down the street. Nobody seemed to be paying any attention to him one way or the other. I figured that would be about the last we'd see of him. As soon as he collected his reward money, he'd probably head east. Back there, he can stay out of Russ Winters' way. And Russ would probably be captured sooner or later, just a question of time. The only thing that puzzled me was that note English had found. I thought maybe I ought to tell Phil Waterman about it, so I walked over to the sheriff's office.
Might have known it. So that's what they were up to, those little devils.
Was that?
The McPherson kids. I went over to the hotel to see if English got a room all right. He was sort of my responsibility as long as Mike was out of town.
Yeah, sure.
Well, just as I got to the top of the stairs, I saw Sandy McPherson's two boys standing outside English's room. They ran off just as soon as I spotted them, so I figured they'd been doing something they shouldn't.
Oh. Well, you think it was a couple of kids put that note under the door?
Well, must have been.
Oh, me darn.
Yeah, they probably heard he was in town, maybe even recognized him going into the hotel.
Yeah?
I guess they thought they'd give him a little scare. You know, English isn't very popular even with the kids, Brett.
Yeah, I know that.
They made up a song about him. And how he killed Floyd Winters.
Is that so?
Sure. First thing you know, folks will be forgetting that Winters was an outlaw and a murderer. They'll just remember that he was shot in the back by one of his own men. And they'll say that was wrong. And they'll feel sorry for him. And we'll have Wilbur English to thank for that, too. Yeah, maybe that's why I ain't so sure he's done us any favors. No matter how you look at it.
Say, isn't that Mike pulling up over there?
Yeah. He must have been doing some fast traveling. Look at the foam on that Pinto's flanks. Wonder how he made it.
Oh, Mike.
Howdy, Britt. Britt, what are you doing here?
I was passing the time of day.
Oh?
Everything all right, Sheriff?
Yeah, it's pretty good, Phil. Pretty good. I thought we were going to get Russ Winters this afternoon, but he slipped through our fingers again.
You mean Russ was really in the neighborhood here?
Well, not exactly, Britt. Not exactly. Closest he got was about 15 miles east. I heard he was heading our way, though, so I took some of the boys out to see if we couldn't bring him in. We picked up his trail, too, and we were gaining on him, but he hightailed it into Red Rock and grabbed the train just as I was about to pull it out. Depot agent remembered him, description and all. I telegraphed ahead. They'll be waiting for him in Cheyenne when he gets there.
He took the Cheyenne train?
Union Pacific Express. You know, Britt, one leaves here at 4:30.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Russ Winters and Cheyenne, all right. Didn't even try to get away. But Wilbur English, Wilbur never got there. The passenger said it happened just after Russ got aboard at Red Rock. Wilbur took one look at him and started running through the cars, and when he got to the back platform, well, he just didn't stop. And he fell 75, 80 feet right straight down the side of a ravine. He didn't have a chance. The funny thing was that the folks who saw it, they said that Russ Winters hadn't made a move toward him. Not a move.
If a neighbor in distress came to your door, would you help him? Of course you would. But not everyone who needs help can come to you personally. It may be a flood victim in Ohio, the victim of an earthquake in California, of a hurricane in Texas. Or it might be your boy, or your neighbor's boy in Korea, needing an emergency furlough to come home. Disaster can strike in many places and for as many reasons. And when it does strike, even though you might not be there to help in person, you can help through your Red Cross. That's why the Red Cross volunteer calls on you. He calls in the name of the helpless and injured, of the little girl who needs blood to save her life, of the serviceman who must fly to the bedside of his dangerously ill parent or child. When you join the Red Cross, you help them all wherever they may be, just as surely as if you had extended a helping hand in person. So when the Red Cross volunteer comes to your door, meet him with a smile and answer the call. Join and serve, and wear your Red Cross button proudly. It means that in any emergency, in any disaster, you are there serving humanity.
Screen Directors Playhouse. Star, Gregory Peck. Production, The Gunfighter. Director, Henry King. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present a dramatic story of the Old West. Our adaptation is The Gunfighter, and our star is Gregory Peck. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is Mr. Gregory Peck.
The breathless excitement of the Old West, when only the smallest fraction of a second stood between breathing and lying still, has been slowly blended by civilization and progress until all that is left are wide open spaces, incredible sunset, and cowboy songs which still tell the fable of those golden days, the days of the gunfighter.
Thank you, Gregory Peck. And now an important word from RCA Victor. Jan Pierce, the great Metropolitan Opera Company tenor, doesn't sing a single note on RCA Victor's exciting new release, What is a Boy? Instead, Jan Pierce's What is a Boy is one of the most unique and heartwarming recitations ever recorded. It's the sentimental story of a boy, a story that captures all the excitement of growing up. And RCA Victor has recorded it for you in all 3 record speeds, 78, long play, and 45. Now you can make it a part of your record collection. These words and this music you'll want to hear again and again. What is a Boy is a wonderful story, beautifully delivered by Jan Pierce and set in a soft background of music composed and conducted by Hugo Winterhalter. Yes, What is a Boy is a hit. Stop in at your record dealers as soon as you can and hear it. Stop in at your record dealers as soon as you can, hear it, and buy this superb recording by RCA Victor. And now the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Gunfighter, starring Gregory Peck in his original role of
Saloon in an absolutely gemless cow town of the early West.
Give me a drink.
Say, why, you're...
Just give me the drink, will you?
You bet your life, Jimmy. It's nice to see you again.
Thanks.
Remember the old Buckhorn in Paso?
You worked there?
5 years ago when Tim O'Leary had it.
You see me there?
Why, sure, all the time. I even remember what brand of whiskey you drink. Why, I can remember the time you were in the Buckhorn.
Know who that is?
Who?
Jimmy Ringo.
Well, what do you know? He don't look so tough to me.
Well, if he ain't tough, there's been an awful lot of sudden natural deaths in his vicinity.
How many you figure?
10, 12, 15. Depends on who's telling it.
Bet he ain't as fast as Wyatt Earp.
In Dodge City and places like that, they say he is.
He's got just 2 hands like anybody else.
Same number, it looks like, but... Now, wait a minute, Eddie. Eddie, you ain't thinking about anything foolish, are you?
You mean he's so tough I can't even talk to him?
I mean, this ain't no joke, son. That's a real mean man there.
I just want to see how a big, important fellow like that handles himself, that's all. What's wrong with that?
I'm telling you, Eddie, I wouldn't do it if I was you.
How about a little service here, Chuck? If Mr. Frazzlebottom, or whatever his name is, don't object.
Sure. Say, don't you know who that is?
You mean it ain't Mr. Frazzlebottom?
It's Jimmy Ringo, Eddie.
Looks like Mr. Frazzlebottom to me.
Did you ever see anybody kid like him, Jimmy?
How about a drink, Mr. Frazzlebottom?
No, thanks.
How's that, Mr. Frazzlebottom?
Eddie, please.
Please what? I asked a man to have a drink with me. What's wrong about that? How about it, Mr. Frazzlebottom?
Okay, partner.
I knew Mr. Frazzlebottom wasn't going to pass up a free one.
Don't you understand? It's Jimmy Ringo.
All right, so it's Jimmy Ringo. So what's everybody supposed to do, fall down on the knees?
Just be a little polite, that's all.
Hey, Mr. Ringo. Chuck figures you got a little extra consideration coming to you around here. That right?
Nope.
How's that, Mr. Ringo? Have to speak up if you want me to hear you.
Why don't you button up your britches and go home?
How'd you like to try to make me, Mr. Ringo?
Now, listen, partner. I come in here minding my own business. Now, how about letting me go out the same way?
I want to know first what you meant by that remark you passed.
I'll tell you what. You bought me a drink. Now I'll buy you one, and then let's drop it. What do you say? Give him a drink.
Never mind the drink. I want to know what you meant by that remark you passed.
Listen, Eddie.
I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to Mr. Ringo. I want to know what he meant by that remark he passed.
How come I gotta run into some squirt like you nearly every place I go these days? What are you trying to do? Show off in front of your friends?
You ready to back that remark up or not?
Now, what about this, you fellas? You see me standing here, minding my business with a drink in my hand, not even looking at this. What's the matter? Ain't some of you fellas in charge of this donkey?
I'm telling you, Mr. Ringo.
Eddie don't mean no real harm.
Then let Eddie keep his big, ugly nose out of my business if he don't want to get it slapped.
Why, you...
You see that, barkeep?
Yes, sir. He started his draw first.
You fellas see it?
Except I'd get on out of town anyway if I was you.
Why?
Because he's got 3 brothers. One ain't going to care who drew first.
All right. Everybody stay where you are.
He had that drink in his right hand all the time.
Never spilt a drop. What a draw. And with his left.
Those tracks look mighty fresh. Watch careful through these rocks. Ringo went very far ahead.
You're right. Drop those guns.
Like.
I told you to drop them. All of you. Now get down on them horses. Move over that way. Now get. Yeah!
You're not going to leave me out here hurt like this, are you?
You don't walk on your hands. That's all that's hurt. You got about 3 hours walk to Santa Fe, and I'll get going.
Santa Fe is no further than Cheyenne. And I'd rather be working toward you, Ringo.
Suit yourself.
I'm warning you. We're gonna get you.
I know. I heard that before, too.
You didn't have no right to throw down on a boy like that.
What was I supposed to do? Stand there and let that little boy shoot me full of holes?
He wasn't no more than a kid.
I said get going. And thanks for the gun.
Remember, Ringo, you just got 3 hours to live.
Give me a drink.
You up early or out late?
Either way you want it, partner, just so I get the drink.
Why, Jimmy Ringo.
Where was it with you?
A men's saloon in Dodge City. You and Bucky Harris used to come in there nearly every night. Don't you remember?
Did we ever get a drink?
Oh, sure, Jimmy. I'm sorry.
What about something to eat? You got a cook around here?
Sure. Got an old woman back there. What do you want, some eggs?
Got a steak?
Yeah, we got a steak.
I'll take a steak and some eggs and a pot of black coffee. What about a place to wash up first?
Right in the back room. I'll show you.
Never mind, I can find it. You get them victuals on the fire.
Right away. Archie, put down that stick horse and run and get the marshal. Tell him Jimmy Ringo's here, and hurry.
All right, where is he?
Now, look, I ain't after any trouble, Mark. I just thought you'd want to know he was here.
Where is he? In the back room?
Yeah, he's getting cleaned up.
All right. Now take it easy, boys, and don't try to jump. Hiya, Jimmy.
Mark. Well, I'll be a son of a gun. Hiya, partner.
I'm fine, Jimmy.
What are you wearing there? Are you joking?
No. I'm the marshal here now.
Well, I'll be darned. And these idle barroom loafers, they your deputies?
Uh-huh.
Well, then you don't need them. I ain't starting anything.
You sure?
It's the last thing I want, Mark. Trouble.
All right, boys. What are you doing here, Jimmy?
Marshal Mark Stratton. Now, that's really a good one. But I'm glad for you, Mark. Mighty glad for you.
Thanks. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to move on, Jimmy.
Why? I ain't wanted for anything around here, am I?
No. I just want you out of town anyway. And pronto.
Well, I'm afraid I can't accommodate you this time, Mark. Not pronto, anyways.
I don't want to have to insist, Jimmy.
Look, I'm glad to get a chance to talk to you anyway, Mark. I got something I want to talk to you about. It looks to me like you got a gossip on your staff.
That's your public, Jimmy.
Yeah. I'm a big man now.
Well, that's what you wanted, wasn't it? Top gun in the West?
Yeah. Now I guess I got more people wondering when I'm going to get killed than any other man in the country.
You don't seem as happy about it as the last time I saw you. How many is it now, Jim? 11?
12. There's one you ain't heard about yet.
You really keep count?
Oh, don't ask dumb questions, Mark.
Well, what's the trouble now, Jimmy? Somebody after you?
3 somebodies.
The law?
No, this is personal. There's a kid in a bar last night that wanted to be the man that killed Jimmy Ringo. These are his brothers.
How far behind you figure?
Let me take a look at that clock. 11 o'clock. A little under 3 hours now.
You mean they'll be here about 2, huh? How come you can figure that close?
I sort of arranged it that way.
Well, I don't want them to catch up with you here, Jimmy.
I don't want them to catch up with me anywhere.
That's why you've got to move on right away.
Look, you know why I come here, don't you?
I guess I do.
How is she?
She's fine.
And the boy?
Getting on fine.
I want to see her, Mark.
You think she wants to see you?
I got something important to see her about, and then I'll clear out. Now, where'll I find her?
I'm afraid I can't tell you that, Jim.
What do you mean you can't tell me?
All right, then, won't tell you. Because nobody here knows who she is, Jimmy. She's never even told the boy about you. They got another name and another life now. And it looks to me like, well, like that's the way she wants it to stay. How'd you find out she was here?
I've always known where she was, ever since she left me. Well, will you tell me what name she's going under? So I can write.
Nope. Won't tell you that either.
Looks like you're taking quite a lot on your own responsibility, ain't you, Mark?
I'm doing what I think is right, Jimmy. And I'm hoping I could make you see it that way, too.
How'd you like to see that street out there full of gunplay, Mark?
I'd rather not.
Well, that's probably what you're going to have a couple of hours from now. Because I ain't leaving here till you get a hold of Piggy for me.
Look at that crowd out there, peeking in these windows. You think it's possible she don't already know you're here?
That ain't what I'm talking about. I want to see her and talk to her.
And what if she don't want to talk to you?
You let her do the deciding about that.
Will you go then if I tell her?
I told you I would.
All right. I'm going to tell her, Jimmy. Just tell her. I'm not going to make her do one thing about it if she don't want it.
That's all I want, Mark. All I ask is you just leave it to her. It seemed to me like I sat in that saloon for hours. I kept looking at the clock on the wall and wondering how the three brothers are making out on foot through that blazing desert. I couldn't figure they could make it before 2 p.m., but it was getting on. Still no sign of Mark. The mob outside kept growing. It seemed like all the kids in the world were peeking in through the windows. I felt like some kind of a freak. But I knew I'd asked for it. I always wanted to be a famous tough guy. Famous? Well, famous, infamous, there was that crowd out there waiting to get a look at me. And always some young squirt among them with 2 guns on his hip, itching to get a crack at Jimmy Ringo. And the door opened and Mark walked in, alone.
Nothing doing, Jimmy. She says she's sorry, but that's all there is to it.
Well, did you tell her it was important?
I told her exactly what I told her. And I offered to fix it up for her on the quiet if she wanted to see it.
Well, what else?
What else what?
You sure you didn't talk against me?
Who's asking the dumb questions now?
Well, didn't she give no explanation at all?
What explanation could she give that you don't already know?
I could just talk to her for a few minutes. How does she look, Mark?
Oh, just about the same, I guess. A little older, but just as pretty.
Yeah. Did you see the kid?
No, he's on the loose today.
What do you mean on the loose?
Well, you see them kids outside?
Yeah.
He's one of them.
Well, that's a fine way to bring up a kid. Hanging around in front of a saloon. Ain't you even got a school around here?
Yeah, sure, we got a school. But you broke it up, partner. They all come down to see Jimmy Ringo, the big gun, the great hero.
Does my kid think I'm a kind of a hero?
Nope. As a matter of fact, I understand he's a Wyatt Earp man.
Earp? Well, you ought to have taught him better than that.
Me? And where was you all the time? Well, that's it, Jimmy. Will you be moving on now?
Well, I guess so.
I'm sorry it had to be like this, Jimmy.
No, it's not your fault.
Watch yourself, partner.
If I write to her, will you give her a message?
You bet.
Thanks, Mark.
I'll be seeing you, Jim.
Well, I hope so, partner. Don't lay no money on it. So long. How much I owe you, Mac?
No charge, Jimmy. It's an honor to have you.
Oh, thanks. And don't grab this from your wife.
I won't. It's been an honor and a pleasure, Jimmy.
My horse ready?
Ready and waiting. I'll just go out and make sure.
I'll go with you. Back way, Mac.
All right.
Hey!
Oh, I'm sorry. Molly. Oh, Molly Harris.
Jimmy, I didn't know you were here.
Well, take a look outside. You must be the only one in town that didn't.
I work late, so I sleep late.
Work? Where do you work?
Here.
What do you mean, here in the saloon?
I'm a singer, Jimmy. You heard of singers, haven't you? Don't you want to buy me a little drink, honey?
I don't get it. Why, Molly?
You gotta live, haven't you?
Yeah, but where's Bucky?
You didn't hear?
Hear what?
Bucky was killed in Abilene 6 months ago.
No, I didn't hear. I'm sorry, Molly. Who did it?
I don't know. They found him in an alley, shot through the back of the head.
Well, didn't he leave you anything?
Mm-hmm. A horse and a saddle, 2 guns, and $15.
He's the biggest gun of them all. Yeah, that figures. I never heard a word about it, Molly.
Have you seen Peggy?
No. Do you?
When I can. But it doesn't do a school teacher any good to be seen with a palace girl, you know.
Molly.
Yeah?
I want to ask you something.
Sure, Jim.
Peggy wouldn't see me. Is it somebody else?
Ah, you ought to know better than that,
No,
Jim.
I don't. It's been a long time.
There'll never be anybody else for Peggy.
Has anybody else tried?
Well, of course. Pretty girl like that. But a fellow around here named Hunt Bromley got after her. A no-good barroom loafer who thought she couldn't take care of herself. You should have heard her tell him off.
What did he do to her?
Ah, nothing, not really. You know, just one of those loud mouths trying to move in on a woman without a husband. You know the kind.
You see Jimmy, too?
Whenever I see her.
What kind of a boy is he?
Ah, he's a good kid. Peggy takes real good care of him.
What is he? Is he big or little?
Oh, he's big. About right for 8.
8.5.
Look, Jimmy, do you want me to go talk to Peggy?
No, Mark already talked to her. She said no.
Let me talk to her,
Let me see what time it is.
It's 1 o'clock. Why, are you in some kind of a hurry?
Well, yeah, but you think there's a chance I'll stick around a little while longer anyway.
You wait here. I'll get her for you.
Well, it don't take long. I'm a little behind schedule already.
I won't be long.
Morning, Molly.
Out of my way.
Rye.
Rye coming up, Hunt.
Hey, since when do I have to drink second-hand whiskey here, Mac?
Well, that's the brand you always drink, Hunt.
Now, this whiskey's been watered.
No, it ain't. You know I don't water my whiskey. I never done that my whole life.
If I say it's watered, Mac, it's watered, and I'm going to prove it to you. You give everybody in this room a drink out of that same bottle, and let's see what they got to say about it.
Hunt, there ain't a thing in the world the matter with that whiskey.
You heard what I said, Mac. And don't forget the gentleman sitting over there at that table alone. I'd like to have his opinion, too.
Oh, please, Hunt, let's don't have no trouble here now.
Yeah, give me that bottle. I'll go ask him myself. Hey, I want you to settle a little argument, Mr. Ringo.
Why should I?
Well, you got quite a reputation for settling arguments, haven't you?
Only my own.
Well, you could say this one included you in a way. I say Mac here waters his whiskey.
And you're kind of dumb to drink here, ain't you?
I'll pour you a drink, and then you tell me what you think.
You needn't trouble yourself. I got my own bottle.
You ain't very sociable, are you? Maybe if you got to know me a little better.
I don't have to know you any better. Looks to me like there's a squirt like you in every town in the West. Now get away from here.
That's kind of strong talk, ain't it, Mr. Ringo?
You're Hunt Bromley, ain't you?
Yeah. You heard of me already?
Yeah, I heard of you. I heard you were a cheap, no-good barroom loafer. If I didn't have something else in my mind, I'd take that gun away from you and slap you cross-eyed.
You're asking for trouble, Mr. Ringo.
Well, you already got it, partner. Because I got a gun on you under this table. Pointing smack at your belly. Are you going to get out of here or not?
I'm kind of disappointed in you, Mr. Ringo. We heard a lot about you around here. I guess they forgot to tell us about that gun under the table.
Well, the older you grow, the more you learn, son. Now, you just turn around and head for the door. Keep moving. And don't do anything sudden with your hands.
Be seeing you, Mr. Ringo.
All the way outside, Sonny.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. He's only a fresh kid.
Yeah, I know, Mac. There's one in every town. They all want to grow up by killing Jimmy Ringo.
You can put that gun away now, Jimmy.
What gun's that, Mac? All I got in my hands is a little pocket knife.
And then you should have seen our big tough boy turn tail. Ringo bluffed him with only a knife.
Mac, you talk too much.
Did he scare you a little, Hunt?
You lay off me, Mac.
You better get dry behind the ears, huh?
You keep your mouth shut.
Bluff with a jackknife.
Mac, I warn you. You shut your big mouth.
How'd you like to see Ringo and Wyatt Earp square off each other?
Brother, I wouldn't want to be in the same town when that happened.
No, why don't you fellas shut up?
I gave him a chance to show how good he was, didn't I? I still say he's yellow.
Took a lot of nerve, though, to bluff like that with you standing there wearing 2 guns.
What would you have done? Looked under the table?
I wouldn't have been there in the first place.
He's the one that ducked out on the showdown, not me.
Bromley,
Yeah?
I want to talk to you. Come on.
I'll be over when I get the time.
You'll come now.
Who said?
If I see one of your hands even twitch, I'll crush your head just like an egg. Now get going.
You wouldn't dare say that to me if you carried a gun.
I don't need a gun. Come on. How come you went in over there and tried to pick a fight with Ringo?
You don't have to worry about me, Pappy. I can take care of myself.
I wish I had $100 for every blabbermouth I've heard say that.
He's yellow. I learned that much anyway.
All right, then, Buffalo Bill. I see it ain't no use to warn you, so I'm going to tell you. Either I'm going to lock you up in a cell until he's gone, or you're going to get out of town for the rest of the day. Now, which is it going to be?
Me get out of town? What about getting him out?
When you're the marshal, you can do the deciding. Meanwhile, you let me handle the job, huh? Now, what do you like, the cell or the road?
Looks like you're being mighty careful about that killing.
I just don't want any great, big, terrible men like you scaring them to death.
How long you known Ringo?
You want to be locked up?
No.
Then get going, south. And I don't want to see you back around here before sundown. You understand?
Who's going to make me, Softy?
If you ever call me that again, I'll take your little pistol away from you and make you eat it.
Don't you ever try that, Mark.
I won't try. I'll do it. Now get going. Jimmy.
Yeah, Mark?
I'm sending a deputy over here to sit with you. I gotta follow your young friend out of town.
Oh, Bromley.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep peace here today if I have to lock up every gunny in town. Now, my deputy's name is Charlie, and he's gonna sit here with a rifle across his knees. Let him in.
All right, Mark. I won't interfere with justice. Tell him to come in and have a drink. Can you do anything about that mob outside the window?
Well, why don't you make a speech? They're all here to see you.
If that don't work, I'll get your deputy to shoot him.
It's after 1 o'clock. I want you out of here before 2, Jim. I got no business letting you stay here this long. I saw Molly. And if Peggy wants to change her mind, you got 5 minutes. Understand?
Fair enough, Mark. Thanks. Don't think those 3 brothers will give me any more time anyway.
You'll be lucky if they give you that much. You shoot this one out, Jim, someplace else.
This is the Screen Director's Playhouse. We continue with the 3rd act of The Gunfighter, starring Gregory Peck in his original role of Ringo with Wally Mayer as Mark Strett.
So I waited. Sitting there in the Palace Bar, I felt like I'd been there for years, knowing that those 3 brothers were getting closer to town every minute. I didn't want to make any trouble, but I couldn't figure any other way of getting out of town without shooting our way out once they'd arrived. Well, I stood it as long as I could. And then I told Mark's deputy to take me out the back way and around to the marshal's office. I decided to wait for Mark or Molly or Peggy or whoever came first over there. I had to get out of that saloon. The deputy left me alone, and I sat at Mark's desk.
Oh, where is he?
Beg pardon, ma'am?
Where is the marshal? I am Mrs. August Pennyfeather.
How do you do, Miss Pennyfeather? The marshal ain't here now. I don't know just where he is.
I will wait.
Yes, ma'am, do. Won't you have a chair?
Who are you, deputy?
No. Just a friend.
He wouldn't be over there in the saloon arresting that murderer, would he?
Oh, no, ma'am, I don't think he is.
Well, doesn't he intend to?
That I couldn't say, ma'am. I ain't sure just what he's going to do about it.
Well, he'd better be making up his mind pretty soon. This is not Deadwood or Tombstone. This is a law-abiding community, and we want no murderers running wild through our streets, shooting and killing our women and children.
Well, he ain't exactly running wild through the streets, ma'am.
Well, he's a murderer, isn't he?
Is he?
What else, pray tell, after all those killings?
Well, I mean, well, maybe he don't think he is.
And he must be a fool, too.
I'm just guessing, you understand, lady, but maybe he figures it was either him or them.
What do you mean, him or them?
I mean, maybe there was some misunderstandings, and it was either him or them that was going to get killed.
50 misunderstandings in a row?
Oh, not 50, ma'am. Nowhere's near it. Well, it was a lot nearer 15 than 50, and I can tell you that for a fact.
What are you trying to do? Take up for him?
Oh, no, ma'am. No, indeed. No, indeed. No, not me.
Well, then, don't you think something ought to be done about it?
Absolutely. He ought to be arrested or run out of town or something.
He ought to be hung.
Yes'm. Yes'm, there's a lot to be said for that point of view, too.
Good morning, Mrs. Pennyfeather.
Good morning, Marshal.
Well, you're late.
Late?
Yes, ma'am. I kind of figured you'd be around here long before now.
What do you intend to do about the man?
Nothing, ma'am.
You're going to allow him to sit right there in that saloon as long as he pleases, demoralizing the whole town?
Well, now, ma'am, the trouble so far ain't been him demoralizing the town. It's the town demoralizing him. He ain't done nothing.
I am here simply to remind you, Marshal Stret, that it is your sworn duty to keep peace in Cheyenne.
That's right, ma'am, and that's what I'm aiming to do to the best of my ability.
Moreover, speaking for the ladies of Cheyenne, I am forced to tell you that I regard it as an outrage that this man Ringo, a notorious murderer, should be received here practically with honor and allowed to sit in state in our finest saloon. So now, Mr. Marshal, I demand that you do something about it immediately.
Such as what, ma'am?
Either arrest him or chase him out of town.
Well, now, just a minute, Mrs. Pennyfeather. Mister, what do you think?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Well, he's planning to leave anyway, ain't he?
Well, that's the way I understand it. What do you figure would happen if I tried to chase him out?
I don't think you could do it and keep the peace at the same time.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Can't you arrest him?
Well, he ain't done nothing here to be arrested for.
Well, isn't he wanted?
Not by me, ma'am.
I'm just a stranger here myself, ma'am, but if you was to ask me, I'd say hold off for another hour. Don't do anything that might make trouble for that long. And if he ain't gone by then let the marshal go to work on him.
Shoot him down like a dog.
Exactly, ma'am.
That sounds very sensible. I think I can get the rest of the ladies to agree.
That all right then, Mrs. Pennyfeather?
Yes, it's fine. That's the way we'll have it. Thank you very much, Marshal. That's a very reasonable, intelligent idea.
Oh, don't thank me, ma'am. Thank Mr. Ringo.
Oh, but of course. Thank you very much, Mr. Ringo! Oh!
What are you doing here, Jimmy?
I couldn't stand that saloon anymore. I'm waiting for Molly. She said she'd talk to Peggy.
I know. She's over there now. You know the clock's still ticking, don't you?
Yeah, I know.
You know those 3 guys could have picked up 3 horses, don't you?
Yeah, I thought about that.
Well, you better think about getting out of here.
I'll be all right.
It's 2:00.
I still got 7 minutes.
I hope so. I hope you ain't miscalculated any. Now, get out this back door and back to the palace. If Molly has convinced Peggy to see you, it better be fast.
Have a drink, Jimmy? Oh, thanks, Mac.
Well, it don't look like anything's going to happen for you, Jimmy.
I'm going to give her till the last minute.
You don't want to draw it too close, you know.
I got to hear something, Mark, no matter how close I draw it.
Well, if Molly ain't back pretty soon, you ain't going to be here to hear anything.
Molly told me about Bucky. I never heard it before.
I guess he never knew what hit him.
Yeah. It's a fine life, ain't it? Just trying to stay alive. Not really living, not enjoying anything, not getting anywhere. Just trying to keep from getting killed.
That's what Bucky used to say.
Just waiting to get knocked off by some tough kid just like the kind of kid I was.
And the truth of the matter is it don't pay much either.
Here I am, 35 years old, and I ain't even got a good watch. How'd you get out of it, Mark?
Well, I just quit.
Ain't that easy. How'd you do it, really?
You remember when the gang split up after that bank job in Medina?
We didn't split up. They scattered us.
Well, anyway, some of us put into Prairie City to get some supplies. But the word was ahead of us, and you should have seen what we walked into.
Yeah, I heard.
Did you hear about the little girl?
No.
I got sick when I saw her.
Who did it?
Who knows with all that shooting? Could have been me just as well as anybody else.
Well, you don't know that.
It don't matter. I was there. So when we got back to the hills, I just kept a-going. And I kept on a-going until I got here and asked a man for a job.
Well, didn't anybody ever say anything?
I wasn't as prominent as you are.
Funny.
What?
Well, that was the time I could have kept on a-going, too. Yeah, I could have rode right on back to Peggy.
I used to wonder about going back and giving myself up. But I finally argued myself out of that one, thank goodness.
Mark, I'm glad for you. Ain't gonna make any more trouble for you either. Not much use in my waiting around here anymore.
Well, you can write to me, and I'll give it to her if you want.
Wouldn't do any good. She's got her mind made up now.
No place she could reach you, I reckon?
No. I don't know where I'm going to be. So long, Mac.
Your horse is ready outside, Jimmy. Good luck.
Thanks, Mark.
Jimmy.
Mark, wait here. You look fine, Peggy.
I'm doing all right.
I came here just to see you, you know.
I know. Mark told me. But I just didn't know what to do, Jim.
Well, it's all right now. How's Jimmy?
He's a lot like you, I'm afraid.
Well, don't you think you better do something about that right quick?
Oh, I was just joking. He's a little wild like all kids. But he's a good boy.
Did you know he's out there in front right now?
I've taken him away once, but it looks like the whole town's crazy today. I never saw anything like it.
I looked out there at him, but I couldn't see no kid that looked like me.
Oh, he's still there, I'm afraid.
Did Mark or Molly tell you what I want?
No.
I want to get away from here, Peggy. I want to get out of this part of the country. See if we can't find us a little ranch, maybe. You and me and Jimmy.
I wish you'd thought of this before.
Oh, we can still do it, honey. I could go on out to California or the Northwest where they ain't never heard of me before. See if I couldn't find us a little place. Then you and Jimmy could pack up and come on out there later. Why, they would never know who we were. We could be safe out there the rest of our lives.
When'd you get this idea, Jim?
Well, I didn't get it. It just kind of come over me. The way getting older comes over you. All of a sudden, you look at things different than the way you did 5 years ago. All of a sudden, I knew this was the only thing in the world I wanted. You and me and Jimmy. Together on a little place somewhere.
Oh, it's a wonderful idea, Jim. It's wonderful. But it's no use.
Why not?
It's too late.
Why? Mark done it.
8 years ago, but you could not now. You're too well known. Listen, Jim, the only reason Mark doesn't arrest you is that he's Mark and you're his friend. But you can't depend on things like that forever. And one of these days, the federal officers will pick up your trail, and that'll be the end of it. They'll never give up, not as long as you live.
Well, what about South America? We can meet in New Orleans, get on a boat and... What's the matter, Peggy? Don't you love me?
You don't have to ask me that, Jim.
I've changed, you know. I'm different now, Peg. I just want to be somewhere. Don't you understand?
Oh, look, darling, if it were just you and me, I'd do it. I'd go with you this very minute anywhere in the world you wanted to go. But it's not just you and me. There's Jimmy, too.
Oh, we can take him with us.
No, Jim, no. No, we could run and hide and dodge the law all the rest of our lives, but not a little boy like him. He wouldn't understand. Don't you see?
Jimmy! Give me another minute, will you?
It's late.
It's all right, I tell you. I got plenty of time. They're walking.
Looks like they must have been running some. 3 strangers walked into the palace, asked where you were, walked out, and nobody seen them since. Look like brothers.
All right, just one more minute.
Somebody's after you.
Never mind that. Listen, a year from now, if I come back, if I've been all right the whole year, will you talk to me about it again?
No, Jim, it's no use. It's too late.
Just talk to me, that's all. Maybe you'll feel different. Something might have happened. Nobody knows what can happen in a year. You've got to say you'll talk to me about it again.
Jimmy!
I will.
Oh, we can make it, honey. We can make it. You just wait and see. All right, where are you, Grandma?
Now, look, Jimmy.
Now, you listen to me, Mark. I've got to have 5 minutes more. I want to see my kid.
With 3 guys in town looking for you?
Oh, no, Jim, you can't do that.
I'm sorry, but my mind is made up, so get him, honey. I don't care how you do it, but get him. I won't move. Bring him right here to this room.
What are you trying to do? Mess up the kid's whole life, too?
I ain't trying to mess up anything. I just want to see my kid.
But how can I fix it so he won't know?
You can do it, honey. You'll think of something. But I ain't leaving until I see him alone. Me and him, right in this room. I don't care if there's 300 brothers hid all over town.
Can you hurry it up, Peg?
I'll try.
All I know is it's been 8 years since I seen my own kid. And it ain't going to be another 8 years before I see him again.
I'm sure glad you don't drop into town every morning. Now, look. I'm walking out of here. And when I walk back in, you're leaving town. Forget you ever saw me before. The next time I come in, you're looking at the Marshal of Cheyenne.
You to bust into a room like that?
Nobody.
Well, don't ever do it again. You knock first and wait till somebody answers. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Now shut the door.
Yes, sir. Are you really Jimmy Ringo?
Sure I am. What makes you think I'm not?
You didn't draw when I kicked in that door.
Draw on an unarmed man? Never did that in my life. You got to give everybody a fair chance, don't you?
Yeah, I guess so. Miss Molly Harris said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, that's right.
What about?
I'll tell you in a minute. How old are you?
9.
You're 8 and a half.
How'd you know?
Well, I got my ways. What grade you in?
The 3rd. Honest.
You know what grade I was in when I was your age?
What?
The 7th.
At 8 and a half?
Well, I was in the 6th anyways.
You was in the 6th grade at 8 and a half?
Well, I wasn't far from it. They tell me that you're a Wyatt Earp man.
Yeah. Did you ever meet Wyatt Earp?
Yeah, I see them once or twice.
Is he the toughest man you ever saw?
In the bunch I run with, we'd have spanked Wyatt Earp's britches with his own pistol.
Really?
Why, the real tough ones laugh at Earp.
Who's the toughest one you ever saw?
You mean the real toughest?
Yes, sir. Besides you.
Well, I guess I never seen anybody tougher than a fellow you got right here in your own hometown. A fellow by the name of Mark Strett.
You mean old Softy?
Softy? He's the toughest man I ever met.
But Softy don't even carry a gun.
He don't have to, son. He can handle them barehanded. Don't you ever tangle with that old Softy.
No, sir. What's the matter?
Nothing.
What are you looking at, then?
I'm looking at you. Because now I'll tell you what I wanted to see you about. You see them kids out front?
Yes, sir.
Why ain't they in school?
We came down to see what's going on.
Yeah, well, they got no business hanging around in front of a saloon. I want you to get them out of there.
Well, I don't know if I can or not.
What do you mean you don't know whether you can or not? When I asked for somebody to handle this situation, why, Miss Harris told me you were the smartest kid in town. That's why I sent for you.
Well, I'll try.
Don't try. You do it. You get them boys out of there the way Mark Strett would. You understand?
Yes, sir.
That's a good boy. I guess we picked out the right fella after all. Well, he's all right, lady. You got a good boy there.
Thank you.
Well, I'll be going now. Bye, ma'am. You take good care of yourself.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, son.
Goodbye, Mr. Ringo. I hope I see you again sometime.
Well, what about next year?
Will you really?
You be watching for me a year from today.
Goodbye.
Sorry, Jimmy.
Sorry for what? A year ain't nothing. I can ride out for that long. Look out for her, will you?
You bet.
Much obliged to you, Mark.
Oh, that's all right, partner. You may make it at that. I got 2 deputies all over town watching for those 3 guys to show up.
You take pretty good care of me, don't you?
I'm thinking about how nice and quiet the street looks. I aim to keep it that way. Come on. All clear. Get going, cowboy. Hold it.
Oh, what's the matter?
Coming around the corner. Those look like any 3 brothers you know?
Well, they sure do. But they ain't wearing guns.
Look behind them.
Your deputy looks right good holding that rifle on him.
Charlie, take him down to jail and lock him up until morning. Well, Jim, for the first time, I'm beginning to hope.
Well, you just keep on hoping. You tell Peggy I'll be back.
I'll walk with you to your horse.
Thanks, Mark, for everything you've done.
Play it straight, Jimmy. And keep it that way.
So long, Mark.
Bye, Jimmy.
How about it, Ringo?
Bromley. Jimmy.
Hunt Bromley got Ringo. Hunt Bromley got Ringo.
Hold on to Bromley. Just hold him right where he is. The doc will be here in a minute. He'll be here in a minute, Jim. Just lay still. Lay still. You'll be all right.
That boy. Hunt.
We got him. We got him, son. He ain't getting away with it.
Oh. I drew first. I was ahead of him.
I seen it, Jimmy. His gun was drawed when he braced you. I seen who drew first.
You heard what I said, Mark. I drew first. Now, don't argue with me. I know what I'm doing.
I'm right here, Ringo. You don't have to do me no favors, Pappy.
I was doing you a favor. Let him hang you right now. And get it over with. I want you to get off. That light. I want you to go on being a big, tough gunny. I want you to see what it means to have to live like a big, tough gunny. Don't thank me yet, partner. You'll see what I mean. Just wait. Just you.
Jimmy. Jimmy! All right, boys. Take over.
Bromley, you're doing the talking.
Come on! You've been asking for this for a long time.
Now, you look here.
Don't say anything, Hunt. Don't you talk to me. Don't say one word to me.
You can't.
Talk to me, I tell you. I'll kill you if you do. You understand me? Now, you stay where you are and listen to me, you yellow belly. Ringo's fixed you good. And you're going to get it exactly like you gave it to him. Because there's 1,000 cheap, dirty, crooked little squirts like you waiting right now for the chance to kill the man that killed Jimmy Ringo. But it ain't going to be here, Sonny. Not in my territory, it ain't. So now, go on, get going. And I know you're not comfortable without your gun. So there. There it is. Now you go get killed someplace else.
You're smart, ain't you? Too big a man to carry a gun, ain't you? Who's smart now? You start saying you
Why,
you little thing.
You'll never be fit to shine the boots of Jimmy Ringo. Oh, you. And that's just the beginning. Tough boy.
sorry, but there ain't no more room, Mrs. Walsh. Ain't another seat in the place except what they held for the family. And there ain't no family.
Is Mark inside?
Yes'm, he's inside.
Will you tell him that Mrs. Ringo would like to see him?
Mrs.
Ringo. Mrs. Jimmy Ringo.
And his little boy.
Yes'm, Mrs. Ringo.
Peggy,
Yes, Mark?
come in. Mrs. Ringo.
Thank you, Gregory Peck, for a most exciting performance. We wish to congratulate you for having received the Silver Spurs Award at Reno 2 weeks ago for the best Western performance of 1950. Our star will return in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse will bring you an adaptation of a hilarious comedy starring Bob Hope. And on June the 21st, our adaptation will be DOA, starring Edmund O'Brien with Peggy Castle and Screen Director Rudolph Mattei. Now, here again is tonight's star, Gregory Peck.
In the motion picture industry, ladies and gentlemen, you hear and read a great deal about stars and not nearly enough about directors. I know how much they mean to a picture, so I'm more than happy to introduce the new president of the Screen Directors Guild, Mr. George Sidney.
Thank you, Greg. I am sincerely glad to have this opportunity to say a word to the loyal audience of our Screen Directors Playhouse. This program fills a great need in our industry, and it affords deserved recognition to the director and the opportunity for the director to meet the public he serves. On behalf of the members of the Screen Directors Guild of America, I want to thank you, yes, you, our radio audience, and all the wonderful people who have helped make this program possible. Good night.
Good night, George.
Hundreds and hundreds of stories have come out of the West concerning a phantom figure of the plains who rode in the cause of justice. A masked rider whose heroic deeds have lived down through the years as a symbol of the courage and spirit of the wild and untamed West of old. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs as they race down the hard-packed roadbeds of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! Tonto's waiting for us near the border. We must hurry, old fellow, so stretch out those great legs of yours. Hail,
Liquor smuggling had become a serious problem to the Border Patrol. The smugglers were too cunning to be captured, and though illegal liquor was known to be sold in the States, the source of supply could not be discovered. The first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama opens in a cafe whose owner was suspected of doing business with the smugglers. Steve Brady, a member of the Border Patrol sent to investigate, is standing against the bar.
I'm told you was asking for me personally, stranger.
That's right. Your name's Birkin, isn't it?
Yep.
You own this place?
That's right.
This ain't a bad grade of liquor you're selling here.
Best I can get.
I got something to tell you about that, Berkman. Suppose you step down to the end of the bar here where folks won't hear us talk.
You're downright mysterious, Acton. What's it about?
This way, so they can talk to you without 3 foot of bar between us.
All right. Start talking. Where are you from and what's on your mind?
Where I'm from ain't of special interest. But if you feel something poking into your stomach hard, it's the muzzle of a 6-gun.
What's the big idea? Stick up?
No, it ain't a stick-up, Flint. You're coming with me for questioning.
What do you mean?
Reckon you know what I mean. The liquor you're selling here has been brought over from south of the border.
I don't know where it comes from.
I ain't the man to tell that to, Flint. You gotta tell it to my bosses. I was ordered to come here, find out what brands of liquor you sold, and bring you in.
What the dirty rats.
Who fired that shot? Close the doors of this place and don't let no one out.
The shot came from the door. We didn't see who fired it, but it's a cinch he's not here now.
Yeah, it comes from outside someplace, mister.
Keep away from those doors. All of you.
You can't order us around that way.
I'm sheriff here, and if there's any orders to be given, I'll give them, stranger.
I'm giving the orders, Sheriff. My name is Brady, of the Border Patrol.
Brady?
Border Patrol?
You're another one of them critters that come up here to find out where smuggled liquor's coming from, huh?
That's right, Sheriff. This makes 2 men shot before they could tell. When we find the rats that are smuggling contraband liquor from the other side of the border, there's 2 murders for them to account for.
You're making a mistake, Brady, keeping folks inside here.
Yes?
I was with the boys right here by the door. I swear the shot come from outside.
Whoever fired it is a darn good shot, then.
Yeah.
That was a 6-gun killed Flint Berkman, and it drilled him perfect.
Whoever fired it is plenty far from here by now.
All the deputies report for duty. We're organizing a posse right away. We'll get the coyote.
Now, hold on.
Don't interfere with the law, Brady. Read the rules and regulations of the Border Patrol, and you will find you're overstepping your authority and interfering with justice if you hinder us in searching for the killer of Flint Berkman.
That's right. We're going out.
Come on, stand aside. We're leaving here, and we're hunting for the killer of our part. Come on, boys.
The posse organized by the sheriff to hunt for Berkman's murderer was divided and sent out to search the surrounding country. The sheriff and a few of his deputies rode out together. After a night of riding, they came upon a lone camper known as Cactus Pete.
Whoa there, boy. Keep your hands above your shoulders, mister.
What's this mean?
It means we're hunting a killer.
But doggone, mister, I ain't no killer. I'm Cactus Pete.
I don't care who you are. Where you from?
Shucks, I ain't from no place in particular. I just travel.
Pretty sizable gun you're carrying there.
Yeah. It ain't mine, though.
It ain't yours. Hand it over. Let me see it.
But, Sheriff,
I'll take the gun.
What did you say your name was?
Cactus Pete, they call me.
What's your real name?
Pete Hawkins.
Initials on this gun is T.W. That don't sound like Pete Hawkins to me.
I told you the gun wasn't mine.
Where'd you get it?
Oh, drat it, if you're suspecting me of murder, you wouldn't believe me if I told you where I got it. I got it the same place I got these doggone oversized clothes I'm a-trying to wear.
Where's that?
Some ornery coyote come up to my camp here while I was sleeping and woke me up jabbing this here 6-gun in my face.
That's a likely story.
Oh, drat you, Sheriff, it's the truth.
Then what?
He made me switch clothes with him. Took my guns. Left this shooting iron. I ain't even any cartridges for it.
I reckon we got the right man, Sheriff.
We'll take him in and see what he might know about Berkman's murder.
Who?
Berkman.
You don't mean Flint Berkman?
Oh, so you know him, huh?
I know plenty about Flint Berkman.
Yeah?
A dirty crook. He's been living on borrowed time a long while.
Reckon that remark will be used again him, eh, Sheriff?
Used aplenty.
You can't prove I was nowheres near his cafe.
How do you know he was shot in the cafe?
I didn't, but
That's
I know...
another point again, you mister.
Look here. The only reason I figured he was shot in that cafe was because he's there most of the time. He lives upstairs, don't he?
Yeah, he does. You know all about him, don't you?
And you drilled him.
What'd you do it for?
What'd Berkman do to you?
Doggone, I didn't shoot him.
You know enough to warrant your arrest, and you lied about your name.
I did not lie. I'm Cactus Pete, I tell you.
How can you prove it?
Gosh,
What proof you got that your name's Pete Hawkins?
Sheriff, I reckon I ain't got no proof. Maybe you better take me to the jail, see what happens.
Cactus Pete was returned to town and lodged in jail. The sheriff convinced the townspeople that his prisoner was the murderer of Berkman, and sentiment ran high against Pete. There was talk even of lynching, but the sheriff stopped it.
There ain't to be no lynching, boys.
And I'm backing the sheriff. Any lynching mob that gets organized will have gun lead spread right into their midst, and we don't care who it hits.
Now go back to your homes, fellers. The law will take care of this matter.
Sheriff's right, fellas. Come on, let's get back.
Well, I reckon there won't be no more lynch talk.
You reckon not, Sheriff. That's a blame good thing. We have a lynching down here, it's a black mark again you.
Yeah.
And we'd likely have the U.S. Marshal down here, along with a lot of them Border Patrol men.
And that'd be a reflection on the way we handle law and order. Now stick on guard here.
I sure will, Sheriff.
I'm heading for home. It's been a busy day.
Instead of going to his home, Sheriff Perkins went to the edge of town where the shadows of huge boulders concealed Steve Brady. Brady, though a member of the Border Patrol, had betrayed his trust and was in the pay of the smugglers. We hear him as he greets the sheriff.
Took you long enough to get here. I've been waiting.
Come as fast as I could, Brady.
How's everything look?
It's working out all right. The prisoner will swing for murder as sure as my name's Perkins.
How much does he know?
Nothing.
You sure of that?
Dead sure. He don't know a blame thing.
Good enough. He'll have to face some questioning. Unless he can tell, the more guilty he'll seem to be.
Yep. It was sure a lucky thing he said what he did about Berkman. Give a motive for the murder.
Yeah, and Berkman had to die.
Well, I suppose he did.
Sooner or later, one of the other men from the patrol would get to questioning. He was yellow enough to squeal.
He won't do no squealing now. But say, Steve, what about the real killer of Berkman?
Tad Walters?
He the one?
Sure. He does all the killing for our bunch. He got clear, then switched clothes with that hombre that says he's Cactus Pete.
Oh.
Now, here's what you gotta know. There was a shipment of liquor due to be brought across the border next week, but it's being held for a time.
Till things quiet down around here, huh?
Yeah, there might be some strangers or the marshal here investigating that shooting. It's best to lay low for a time.
I reckon so.
Meanwhile, you keep the town quiet and see there's none of the smuggled liquor sold in the cafe.
I'll see to that. Is that all?
That's all.
And there's one thing I'd like to ask you, Brady.
Well?
Just who is the big boss of this gang?
As far as you're concerned, I'm the boss. Who gives me orders needn't concern you.
I savvy.
You just tend your job and see that the prisoner pays for the murder. Then the shooting's cleared up and there won't be no more heard from it.
You leaving this section now?
Not till after I've questioned the prisoner. I'll do that in the morning.
Uh-huh.
I gotta make a show doing my duty as one of the Border Patrol. You'll be seeing me around tomorrow.
Brady, I've told you all I know. And every word I said is the truth.
Your story don't hold water. It's as full of holes as a sieve.
I can't help it if it don't sound true.
Pete, or whatever your name is, you admit knowing there's been smuggling going on.
Everyone knows it.
Oh, so you admit that?
Yeah.
And you was afraid Berkman would tell the names of those he bought liquor from, so you drilled him.
That ain't true.
Then why did you hate him so?
Because he sold that liquor. He and all the rats that work with him didn't give a hang about the folks around here. All they cared about was selling liquor that had been smuggled in. They didn't care how rotten that liquor was. They didn't care how many families they wrecked with it. They sold it to whoever'd buy it. It didn't matter if they was white men or Indians.
You seem to know a lot about it.
Look here, Brady. Don't the way I feel about it show you I wouldn't have no hand in it?
Makes me think you're a pretty good actor. That's what it does.
If I could give you any help, I'd do it. Even if it meant I'd hang. I'd most be willing to be proved one of the gang. If by so doing, it'd wipe the rest of him out.
Pretty brave speeches, but they ain't gonna save you from the noose. There ain't but one thing that'd save your neck.
Well?
Name the rest of the men that are in the gang.
Oh, I can't do it because I ain't in the gang. I don't know 'em. The gang's too clever for the law. There ain't but one power on earth I know of could clean them rats out.
And what might that be?
Well, I mean the Lone Ranger. I don't know how he'd do it, but he sure as thunder would do it.
Now on with our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, we learned that liquor smuggling was common along the border. Steve Brady, a dishonest member of the Border Patrol, was sent to investigate the situation. While he questioned Flint Berkman, who was suspected of selling illegal liquor, the cafe owner was shot and killed. The sheriff, another member of the smuggling gang, arrested Cactus Pete for the murder, though completely aware of his innocence. Now, as our second act opens, we see the Lone Ranger and Tonto riding toward town. They walk their horses, pausing frequently to permit Tonto to examine footprints on the ground.
That's the trail of Cactus Pete, all right, Tonto.
Him got hatch on boot.
I remember it.
Him toe in like Injun.
Yes.
Step light on left foot.
His left leg is a bit stiff from an old wound.
Here where him stop. Oh, white feller. Oh. Make 'em camp here and,
Tonto, something happened here.
Other feller come on horse. Stop here. Get off horse. Here where Pete get on horse. Ride way.
Other men came here later.
Oh. Pete not ride horse. This not way him walk.
But those are his boots.
Other feller wear Pete's boot.
That accounts for it. Someone came here and forced Cactus Pete to change clothes with him. The stranger put on Pete's boots, then rode away.
Not right.
That can mean just one thing, Kimosabe. Someone who was dodging the law is riding away scot-free, while those other men who came here took Cactus Pete along with them. Tonto, one of us must follow the trail of the outlaw. The other must go to town and see how bad a spot our friend is in.
Me follow him trail.
To the north, and I'll head for town. Bring the outlaw back with you, Tonto.
Tonto, get him. Get him up, white feller.
Cactus Pete, held in jail awaiting trial, could see no hope for himself. He knew that Brady and the sheriff were determined to have him convicted as the murderer of Berkman. He knew also that the townspeople believed him guilty. Throughout the long hours of darkness, Pete had heard the steady footsteps of a guard as he paced back and forth outside.
Oh, there ain't but one man alive can help me. He'd know I wasn't guilty. He'd believe me. There ain't no telling where he's at. If only someone would believe my story. I might get out and hunt for the real killer, but I won't as long as they're so sure I'm guilty. Oh, wish I could get to sleep. Drat it. I'll need all my thinking for the trial. Hey, guard.
What do you want?
Come up to the window, won't you?
I'm close enough to hear you. What do you want?
Can't you stop that pacing for a time?
For what?
I can't sleep. You pace around like a caged lion, crunching your boots on the ground and...
You'll get a plenty sleep before long. Permanent sleep.
I should have known better than ask a favor of anyone in this town.
Yeah, you should have known better. Killers ain't privileged to ask no favors.
Ain't there anyone alive believes my story?
No.
Yes, there is.
What?
Quiet, guard.
Take that gun out of my back.
I said keep quiet.
It can't be. That voice. Mister, is it you?
Take it easy, Pete. Without hearing your story or knowing what it is, I believe you.
You're mad.
And you'll be gagged if you don't keep your voice down.
Mister, something told me you'd be coming here. Listen, let me tell you the whole story. There's no end to smuggling going on.
When are you supposed to stand trial?
I'll go to court in the morning, but I've already been tried and found guilty by everyone in town.
And what are you accused of?
Murder. Killing Flint Berkman.
Did the real killer make you change clothes?
Yeah, he did. But how'd you know?
Tonto and I found the tracks. Tonto was already headed north to overtake the man who made you change with him.
He made me switch guns and everything.
He did, huh?
But, mister, even if he's found, no one would think he was the killer.
Listen, Pete, you'll have to stay here for a while.
Ain't you going to let me out?
Not yet.
Well, what are you going to do?
Get around the town and see what I can learn.
I'm warning you, mister. You won't get out of town alive. You're interfering with justice.
What are you going to say I've done?
Well, you pulled a gun on me.
Did I harm you?
No.
Have I tried to help the prisoner escape?
No, you ain't.
Are you interested in seeing the right man punished?
Well,
Or are you in league with the plotters against law and order?
No, I ain't.
Flint Berkman was killed because he might have told where he bought contraband liquor.
Yeah, I know.
By finding the real murderer, we'll find the key to the liquor smuggling.
But that man in the calaboose...
You heard what I said about reading the signs of the trail?
Yeah.
Why didn't the lawmen see what was so obvious?
Huh?
Is it because the lawmen themselves are in league with the smugglers? Pete.
Yeah, mister?
Who found you?
Well, there was Sheriff Perkins and this here guard and a couple others.
You?
Yeah, I was along.
And you're going to tell me the truth.
But I tell you...
Did the sheriff bother to examine the tracks?
No, they didn't seem to be no need of it.
Not even when Pete Hawkins told his story?
No.
Mister, the sheriff and Steve Brady are the...
Who is Steve Brady?
Oh, he's from the Border Patrol. He was about to question Flint Berkman when Flint was shot.
The Border Patrol?
Yeah.
I met some men from the patrol. That's how I knew all about the smuggling that's been going on.
Hold on, mister.
Well?
Look here. I'm as set against the smuggling as any man can be. If that Sheriff Perkins is in cahoots with the smugglers and framing this man...
Wait. This guard, the sheriff, Steve Brady, deputies. Pete, I have an idea.
Yeah?
I have a long ride before morning. But, Pete, don't lose your courage. Keep your chin up. Here, Silver.
With you on my side, mister, I ain't worrying a doggone bit.
Yep. Hi-yo, Silver!
The Lone Ranger did not wait for Tonto to return. Instead, the masked man determined to act at once. He rode swiftly from the jail to the cafe. There, under cover of darkness, he spoke to two men standing outside.
I'm looking for the home of Sheriff Perkins.
Last house on this side of the road.
I must also find each of the deputies and the border patrolman, Steve Brady.
When he had learned the facts he needed, the Lone Ranger was ready to put his daring plan into action. He rode first to the home of the sheriff. A moment later, the sheriff was awakened from a heavy sleep by the sound of a rock thrown through his window.
Where's the match? What's going on here anyhow? Blasted A note's fastened to that rock. Something as sure as thunder due to happen.
Here's where one of the deputies lives, Silver, old boy. And here's a rock for him. Come on, Silver! Here's the home of another of the men who arrested Cactus Pete. Hi-yo, Silver! Now for the camp of Steve Brady! Brady, wake up. Wake up, Brady. Come, hurry.
What's the matter?
I've come to tell you something.
Great Scott, you're masked. Where'd you come from? How'd you find me?
I'm here to help you. You want the truth about the liquor smugglers, don't you?
What?
There's a man in jail for murder.
Yes, but who are you?
I'm trying to help you and the Border Patrol put a stop to liquor smuggling by finding the real murderers of Flint Berkman.
Oh, yeah. You are, huh? Hey, you're the man the prisoner spoke of.
Am I?
What do you know about the smuggling?
Nothing yet. But before daybreak, I'll have the whole truth for you.
You will? How?
I've sent a note to the sheriff and all his deputies.
What for?
Brady, now listen so you'll understand the plan.
Yeah.
I know the sheriff and some of his men are working hand in glove with the smugglers.
You know that?
Yes.
Who else?
I don't know, but I do know Sheriff Perkins is a coward at heart. If he can be arrested with the proof that he's with the smugglers, he'll talk.
Yeah, he struck me as a coward.
Now then.
But hold on. How'll you prove these men are working with the liquor smugglers?
I've sent a note to each of them. The note is worded in such a way that if they are in with the smugglers, they'll go to a meeting place at daybreak.
Oh.
But if they're not, they'll not know what the note means.
I savvy. Those that go to the meeting place will prove themselves guilty.
Yes, and the United States Marshal and your Border Patrol will be there to get them.
Time to go get my parts of the patrol, huh?
No.
I ain't?
I'll take care of them. You go directly to the meeting place.
Where is it?
The old arroyo, near the dead cedar. There are good places to hide on the side of the arroyo.
Where'll you be between now and then?
Riding.
For the Border Patrol, huh?
Brady saddled his horse, then rode toward town and the home of Sheriff Perkins. There he dismounted and shortly afterwards pounded on the lawman's door, waking the sheriff for the second time that night.
Hey, Dad, rat it all. Can a man get sleep when he's got to get up before daybreak? Oh. Who's there?
Parsons, open up.
That you, Brady?
Yeah, open up quick. I gotta see you.
What are you doing here?
I'll come in and shut the door.
I'm glad you come. I wanted to see you. Listen, an hour ago, a rock came through that window.
I know. There was a note on it.
Well, how do you know?
This will give you a laugh. The masked man that sent the note come to me and told me how it was a trap for you and the deputies.
Yeah, a trap?
Sure.
Then the big boss ain't called a meeting at all?
No.
I ain't to go to the arroyo at daybreak?
You go, and it serves as proof that you're in with the smugglers.
Gosh.
He told me how he'd set the trap.
Yeah?
You've got to tell the rest of the boys not to go there.
Yeah. I'd better go get 'em out of bed right now and tell 'em.
Who you have to tell?
All of 'em. Sneed, Miller, Lacey, and Stone.
What about the guard at the jail tonight?
He's one of the deputies that don't figure in our game.
You'll tend to the telling of the rest?
Yeah. You dead sure the whole thing was a fake?
Sure it was. And if we go to the arroyo, we show that we're with the smugglers.
You've already shown it.
What? Where?
There at the busted window.
You're coming. Don't move.
Hey, you!
Come on, boys. Get the gun, Sam.
The marshal.
You're darn right.
Look here, I'm a border patrolman.
Not no more, you ain't. You're an ornery smuggler.
It's a trick.
Did you hear enough, Marshal? All we needed here. Hank, take a couple of boys and get them deputies.
All right, Marshal.
It's a frame-up, an honorary frame-up. You said you was going for my men.
And you thought you'd be safe coming here to warn the sheriff. Well, Brady, that's just what you were expected to do.
Mister, Tonto's come with the killer.
But that man's a prisoner.
Yeah, like fun. The guard let me out when Tonto showed him how that killer swapped clothes with me.
Did the guard believe your story then, Pete?
He had to. You should have seen that killer's feet all cramped up by trying to wear my boots. That proved my story.
Let me talk,
You're talking to the judge and jury. Maybe you can save your neck by giving names.
He can't give the names of the bosses, but I can. Marshal, let me talk.
Marshal, you'll get all the evidence I promised you if you'll bring some honest men and help me. I sure as thunder will. Tonto, I'll meet you at the camp.
I told you he could do it.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents
Wild Bill Hickok!
Strap on your shooting irons and let's saddle up for another thrill-packed Wild Bill Hickok adventure. With Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine, that's me, as his pal Jingle. Brought to you by Kellogg's Raisin Bran, the cereal with the fruit already in the package. Oh, boy, raisins and toasted bran flakes. Kellogg's Raisin Bran.
today Kellogg's Kellogg's Raisin Bran, the cereal that comes out of the box with the fruit already in the package, brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, Gunsmoke on the Triple X. Hear that? That's a United Airlines DC-7 mainliner ready for takeoff. Now, hear this. You can get a 3-inch plastic model of this DC-7 mainliner free, right inside packages of Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Golly, think how much fun it'll be to have a silvery model of America's fastest commercial transport plane. And you can make a swell hanger for your DC-7 right out of the box. So get your DC-7 mainliner model now, free, right inside special packages of Kellogg's Raisin Bran. One of the kindliest men of the Old West was called Uncle Joe by all who knew him. It was on the broad acres of Uncle Joe's great cattle ranch that United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his big deputy Jingles had one of their most dangerous adventures and rode through Gunsmoke on the Triple X.
Uncle Joe, I've been worried lately. I'm afraid that little mining claim of mine may be on your land.
Oh, I wouldn't fret about that, Jim. I got plenty of land for my cattle without worrying about your little piece.
I am worried, though. Now that I hit a little pocket of gold, what if my claim turns out to be illegal?
Jim, I'm just glad you found gold after all these years. If your claim don't hold up, then the land must belong to me. I homesteaded this whole valley.
If that's true, then you ought to have a share of the gold I'm taking out.
I don't want it, Jim. I make enough off my cattle. If it turns out I own that land, I'll sell it to you. $1 cash. How's that?
Why, doggone it, Uncle Joe. No wonder everybody thinks so much of you. I'll bet there ain't another man in the whole West as fair and square.
Oh, I just like people, Jim. Now stop worrying and head for the county seat and get your claim all straightened out.
I sure will. Oh, but one more thing.
What's that?
I got a good-sized bag of dust here I dug out of the claim. Suppose you could lock it up in your safe here at the ranch house?
Why, sure, but it'd be just as safe with you.
Oh, no, not down in town it wouldn't. There's a few old hoots down there that'd think nothing of murdering a man for a bag of gold half as big as this one.
Bill, if we don't get to town pretty soon, I'm going to drop right out of this saddle and take a nap wherever I hit the ground.
You won't find any towns for a while yet, but we can stop over at the Triple X Ranch and spend the night with Uncle Joe.
Bill, you never told me you had an uncle living out here.
He's not really my uncle, Jingles. Everybody calls him Uncle Joe because he takes care of everybody's troubles. I wish we had more men like him in the West.
Well, I got a few troubles I wish you'd take care of. I'm hungry, and I'm tired, and I'm sleepy and saddle sore, and I'm dusty and I'm sunburned. Uh-oh. And I'm broke.
Sounds like you've got too many troubles even for Uncle Joe. Pull up. Oh, bunch of.
Oh, Joker, whoa. Suppose those shots were meant for us, Bill?
I don't think so. I didn't hear any slugs coming our way.
Well, the shots were right from behind those trees.
Leave the horses here and let's sneak up and take a look.
Here we go again. Just when I'm tired and hungry, somebody always has to start something.
Don't make too much noise. I haven't heard any sound since the shots came. I'll tell him where he is.
Well, there's a lot of trees around. Maybe he's hiding and waiting to bushwhack us.
I don't think he even knows we're here, so keep quiet and listen.
No, I'm telling the truth.
Come on, I'm getting pretty mad.
Bill, I hear voices.
Yeah, listen now.
Stop stalling, you old coot. Where's that bag of dust?
Don't shoot me again. I haven't got it.
You must have it. You left your claim with a bag of the stuff. I've been watching you for days.
I haven't got it.
Yes, and if you don't talk, you're no good to me. I'll kill you.
Come on, Jingles.
Yeah, hurry. He'll kill that old man.
I'm through with that gold, or I'll leave you here for the buzzards.
You do it, too. But I haven't got the gold.
Where is it?
Hurry, Bill. No!
Come on, Get up, Jingles.
Bill, I tripped.
I saw him. He ducked in the trees. He's heading for his horse.
Let's get that sidewinder.
Keep dodging through the trees. He'll plug you if you stay out in the open.
I'll stay under cover. Don't worry about that.
There he goes.
Did you get him?
No, he's behind a tree again. Come on.
Uh-oh.
Jingles.
Bill, I'm hit. I'm shot.
Hey there. Hold it, Jane. Now let me unload those groceries. What'd you do? Buy out the whole town?
Well, almost, Charlie. But we have to buy this much every week for the ranch. We can't be running off to the grocery store. Not when the corner is miles off.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Say, what do you got here that's good for breakfast?
Cereal and fruits right on top. Hard to beat a breakfast like that.
Yeah, well, I see the cereal, Jane, but where's the fruit?
Golly, Charlie. When we buy cereal for the ranch, we get the cereal with the fruit right in the package. Kellogg's Raisin Bran. You'll find lots of plump, sweet raisins mixed clear through these crisp, golden bran flakes.
Oh, sounds like a mighty easy breakfast to fix. And do I go for raisins on my cereal?
Wonderful thing about the raisins in Kellogg's Raisin Bran is that they've been honeycomb coated all over by Kellogg's secret process. Keeps them plump and tender.
Think of it, Wranglers. Golden, crisp bran flakes and plump, sweet raisins all in one package. Better give Kellogg's Raisin Bran a try real soon.
Charlie's right. You ask Mom for the cereal with the fruit right in the package. Kellogg's Raisin Bran.
When Wild Bill, Hickok, and Jingles stumbled onto violence beside the trail, they decided to take a hand. But when Jingles tripped and fell down with a crash, the frightened bandit threw a storm of lead at them and ran. During the shooting, Jingles shouted,
Bill! I'm hit! He got me.
Where'd he hit you, partner?
All over. Now, what's he doing with a shotgun?
That was no shotgun. Yeah, let me look at you.
No, I'm full of buckshot. I can feel those little hot spots all over me, Bill.
You're not shot.
I'm not?
No, you're full of cactus thorns. Now climb out of that prickly pear bush you fell into and let's go.
Well, I'll be darned. I thought I was really shot.
Well, looks like our bandit got away from us. He jumped his horse and took off through the trees.
No! Those thorns hurt. Now, let's get our horses and go after that varmint.
Let's go see the old man he was after first. Here, down this way.
More cactus. I think I'd rather have the buckshot.
Oh, watch where you're going. I don't get stuck.
Oh, you're not as wide as I am. You can get between the bushes.
Here's the trail. You're over this way, King.
Yeah, that's better.
Hey, here I am, stranger.
We're coming, old-timer. You all right?
No, not all right. You fellas come along just in time.
Bill, he's been shot.
Well, that's just a crease across my ribs. But if he'd shot again, he'd have killed me. He was getting pretty mad.
What was he after?
He was after my... Well, maybe I better not say. You gents probably saved my life, but I don't know you.
Oh, that's easy. This here is Marshal Wild Bill Hickok. I'm his deputy Jingles.
Wild Bill Hickok? Well, now that's different.
Yeah, isn't it?
I've heard Uncle Joe speak about you lots of times, Hickok. Says he's a friend of yours.
Uncle Joe at the Triple X Ranch?
That's him. A great feller, ain't he?
One of the best.
Yeah, this bushwhacker that you scared off was after some gold dust that I dug out of my claim. Small fortune. Uncle Joe's keeping it for me in his safe. But I wasn't going to tell that.
No, that varmint would head straight for the ranch.
That's right. And Uncle Joe's a little too old to put up much of a fight against that gent.
Hey, now, that's not buckshot or joker. You got a horse, old-timer?
Nope. I ride a mule.
Hey, that sounded like the gent we just ran off.
It sure did. He must have doubled back.
If he did, he must have heard me talking about leaving the gold at Uncle Joe's.
Yeah, he was close enough to hear everything we said.
Then Uncle Joe's in danger.
What do we do, Bill?
You feel well enough to ride your mule back to the ranch, old-timer?
Sure, I can make it. It'll take me a while, but I'll get there.
All right, meet us there. Come on, Jingles. We'll take the horses and see if we can spoil that gold robber's plan.
heard us talking about the gold being at Uncle Joe's. He's probably there by now.
I hope not. He's a mean one. There's no telling what he might do to the old man.
You've been to the ranch before. How much farther we got to ride?
Well, as I remember, it's out in the middle of a little valley. We ought to be able to see it when we get to the top of this ridge.
Doggone it. I was about ready to call it a day before all this started. I'm going to be ready to drop before it's over with.
I'll ride all night if I have to. I want to catch up with that coyote.
So do I, Bill. He roughed up that old gent pretty bad.
We're coming to the ridge now, and we should be able to see Uncle Joe's ranch house.
Keep moving, Joker. Won't be long now.
Here we are.
Hey, look, Bill. Is that the ranch house down at the bottom of the slope?
That's it. But it's still a long ride. We may be too late.
What do you mean?
There's a pinto horse standing out front. I'm pretty sure that coyote we're chasing was riding a pinto.
Then he could be inside the house working on Uncle Joe right now.
Yeah, I'm afraid he is. Pick him up, Buckshot.
Jump, Joker. I don't like Jaspers that go around picking on old men, and I'm going to do something about it.
Well, howdy, stranger. I didn't hear you knock, or I would open the door for you.
I didn't knock. Just walked in. You're the one they call Uncle Joe?
That's right. What can I do to help you?
I heard you were real helpful.
I try to be.
Then give me the gold.
What gold?
I met an old prospector down the road. He says he left a bag of gold dust with you, and he told me to tell you that he wants it. I'll take it to him.
You mean Jim Jackson?
Yeah, that's him.
Will he give you a paper or something? I can't just hand over his gold.
Well, he told me you had it. He wouldn't have done that if he didn't want me to have it, would he?
He might.
Look, I'm in a hurry. Just hand it over.
I'm sorry. I've got to have something legal. That gold belongs to Jim.
Belongs to me now.
Oh, a gun.
Yeah, sure. You wanted to see something legal. This is legal enough for me.
You don't scare me, mister.
I've had enough of your stalling.
This will win me. Why don't you fight fair?
Because I like to win. Where's the gold?
Oh, my head.
Stop yapping, Pop. Get the gold. Uh-oh. I'll bet it's in that little safe over there.
The safe's locked, and I won't open it. Now I know I won't open it, even if you kill me.
Maybe that's just what I will do.
What are you up to now?
I'm going to get a little action by pulling a trigger.
Another minute or so, Bill. Maybe we've got that bushwhacker trapped this time.
Nope, we just missed him. There he is, jumping his horse.
Doggone it, I thought we had him caught for sure.
That's a pretty long shot for a 6-gun, but I'm going to try it.
No, too far, but I'll bet that last slug fanned his shirt tail when he went around the corner of the house.
I'd like to run him down and get even with him for some of the things he's done.
Then let's do it.
I'm afraid we better take time out to see what's happened to Uncle Joe. Whoa, Buckshot.
Whoa, now, Joker, whoa. What I hear about Uncle Joe, this whole part of the country would be unhappy if anything has happened to him.
Maybe we're just borrowing trouble. Maybe he's all right.
Yeah, maybe he just handed over the gold to that owl hoot and then,
Yeah. I should have known Uncle Joe wouldn't give up without a fight.
Hey, looks like he's hurt pretty bad, Bill.
Yeah, let's take a look. Don't see any bullet holes, but I sure smell powder smoke in here.
Now, I see why. The lock's been shot off the safe over there, and the door's wide open.
Then the gold's gone.
Yep. How bad's Uncle Joe hurt, Bill?
He's been pistol whipped pretty hard. I think he'll be all right, though. Yeah, he's coming around a little now.
Here's a pitcher of water on the table.
Yeah, take a little of this, Uncle Joe.
Who are you?
Bill Hickok, Uncle Joe.
Hickok? Why, it is. Wild Bill. Where'd you come from?
Jingles and I got mixed up in this thing by accident.
I wish we'd have gotten mixed up with it a little sooner. We might have saved you some lumps on the head.
This is my deputy, Jingles, Uncle Joe.
Oh, howdy, Jingles.
Howdy, Uncle Joe.
I've heard a lot about you.
Well, let's get you up in a chair now. Think you can make it?
Oh, sure. I'm still a little dizzy and sore, but I'll be all right.
You sure got a lot of sand, Uncle Joe, standing up to that coyote.
Old men like me don't scare very easy, Jingles. We ain't got so much to lose.
The thing that makes me mad is that varmint got all of Jim's gold.
I'll bet you Bill and me get it back if we have to run that varmint clear across the desert and down a gopher hole.
Wait a minute. What's that?
Somebody shooting outside.
Come on, partner. Hey, that's no six-gun, that's a rifle.
Sounds like a war going on up on the hill.
Yeah, Gunsmoke up there on the trail.
Hey, there's old Jim on his mule riding down the trail.
Yeah, and somebody's throwing plenty of lead at him.
That shot come from that pile of rocks, Bill.
I'll use my rifle. Steady, Buckshot.
Get him, Bill.
I don't think I can, but I can make him pull his head in and stop shooting at poor old Jim.
That'll teach him. Now he's shooting at us. That buzzard is just plain mean.
Slim, I've noticed something about the way you Westerners talk.
What's that, Charlie?
Well, now, you use lots of words that mean just about the same thing. You call your guns six guns, lead pushers, shooting irons, and on and on. Now, why is that?
Well, sir, I guess it just makes for spice and variety in talk, Charlie. But you know, Kellogg's Rice Krispies got a lot of variety in their talk, too.
Well, now, what do you mean, Slim? Kellogg's Rice Krispies never say anything more than snap, crackle, and pop.
That's exactly what I mean, Charlie. But snap, crackle, and pop are three different words that add up to the same thing. Crisp, crisp, crisp.
Well, now, I hadn't thought of it that way, Slim, but you're right. Why, as soon as milk or cream hits Kellogg's Rice Krispies, that's what their little snap, crackle, and pop tells you. That they're just as crisp and good-tasting as the day they tumbled out of Kellogg's big toasting ovens in Battle Creek.
So, Wranglers, pour yourself a big bowl full of Kellogg's Rice Krispies, add milk or cream, and listen to those tasty puffs of rice sing, snap, crackle, pop.
Better ask Mom right after the show if she's got enough Kellogg's Rice Krispies on hand for the whole family. Everybody loves Rice Krispies, the only talking cereal in the whole wide world. When Wild Bill Hickok took a long shot at the bushwhacker on the hill, the rifleman turned his attention from old Jim Jackson to Wild Bill and Jingles, and lead came flying their way.
Hey, he shoots pretty good. Let's get out of sight.
No, stay here and draw his fire, Jingles. That'll give old Jim a chance to get out of danger.
All right, but he better hustle that mule along. I'm making a big target. Well, do something about him, Bill. I can't hit him with a six-gun.
Okay, Jingles.
That's better. Wouldn't be surprised if those shots sent him scooting for a better place to hide.
He'll hit the trail as soon as he can. Let's mount up and ride. Steady, Buckshot.
Hold still, Joker.
All right, get up there. Get around there, Buckshot.
Let's go, Joker. Guess that gent did hit the trail, Bill. He stopped shooting at us anyway.
Yeah, I guess so. I wonder if he's the same one we've been after all the time.
I sure hope so. I want to catch up with him and stop this foolishness once and for all.
There's the old-timer and his mule up ahead. Maybe he can tell us who was shooting at him.
Yeah, he looked like he'd had a hard day, too, Bill. What? Joker, who now? Slow down, boy.
Buckshot. Who, boy? Howdy, old-timer. You all right?
Howdy, Wild Bill. Well, I'm still alive, if that's what you mean. But it looks like you and Jingles pulled me out of trouble again, and just in time.
Well, that's all right. Who was shooting at you?
And the same yellow-backed bushwhacker riding that pinto horse. I recognized him and threw a shot at him. He jumped into them rocks and almost got me before you opened up. How's Uncle Joe?
Not too good. He's pistol whipped pretty badly.
Yeah, and your gold's gone out of the safe.
Oh, Dad, blame it. I wish I was a better shot and could have got that varmint when I had a chance.
Well, never you mind. That's our job now. You go see what you can do for Uncle Joe, will you?
I sure will. After all he's done for other folks, he's got some help coming to him. Get up, mule.
Bill, one thing I can't figure. That Jasper that stole the gold was going up the hill. He must have doubled back after he left Uncle Joe's house.
That's right. He knew we'd be hot on his trail, so he tried to trick us.
Then he ran right into old Jim, and we found out about it.
Well, we know which way he's headed. Let's go get him, Jingles. Get up there, Buckshot.
Jump, Joker. Let's run him down. Ho, ho, ho! Well, there's the pinto right up ahead of us, Bill. Yeah, gent throwing the lead is the one we want.
Faster, Buckshot.
I'm gonna bust him right out of that saddle.
Don't shoot him, Jingles.
Why not?
I got something I want to settle with him. I want him alive.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Bill, but I don't want to get shot just to prove something.
Get in there, Buckshot. That's his last shot. All right, move, Buckshot.
Stay back, or I'll shoot.
You won't shoot, mister.
Stay away from me.
Come down out of that saddle.
On down, Bill.
Split your head open.
Drop that gun. Your pistol whipping days are over. Drop it, I said.
You'll break my arm.
I will if you don't drop it.
All right. All right. I guess you're going to take me to jail anyway.
You're darn right we are.
First, I want to do a favor for Uncle Joe. He's done plenty for some other people.
What's that, Bill?
I'd like to do what Uncle Joe and Jim would do to this buzzard if they were his age. And he didn't have a pistol in his hand.
Yeah. You know, any gent that beats old men half to death has got it coming. Go ahead, Bill. Poke him.
No, I guess I better not, Jingles.
I just as soon fight you like this.
Thanks for starting the fight, mister. I'll see if I can finish him.
That's for Uncle Joe. Hit him again for old Jim.
Like this.
Yeah. Now one for me.
Here's one for me.
Look out, Bill.
I am. Here's yours, Jingle.
Good. Now one for yourself, Bill.
Here it is.
Well. Well, that makes up for a lot of things.
Sure does, Jingles. Yeah, let's get him to jail. Then we'll take old Jim's bag of gold back to him and see how Uncle Joe's doing.
That'll take half the night, but I don't care. There's nothing meaner than a gent that beats old men that can't fight back. Seeing you give him what he had coming makes me feel fresh as a daisy again.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Andy, what's our story about for Wednesday?
Remember the Phantom? The robber who couldn't be identified because no one who ever saw him ever lived to tell about it.
You bet I do.
Well, Wednesday we're going to tell the story, The Return of the Phantom.
So long, kids.
See you Wednesday.
Hey, Wranglers! Kellogg's has rounded up your favorite cereals and corralled them in one package for you. Kellogg's Variety Pack. You can't miss with a different favorite for each day in the week. Monday, have Sugar Frosted Flakes. Tuesday, Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Wednesday, Rice Krispies, and so on. 10 generous individual servings in all, oven fresh to you. So pick your favorites from the Variety Pack. Ask Mom to get Kellogg's Variety Pack today. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Will Wright, Stan Farrar, and Lou Krugman. Our story was written and directed by Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, reminding you to listen again on Wednesday, same time, same station, for another adventure of
Wild Bill Hickok!
I hope you enjoyed the Gunslinger Marathon. If you did, I hope you hit the like button, as it really does help get our content out to a wider audience. If you have any suggestions or even criticisms, please leave a comment letting me know. And if you aren't already a subscriber of the channel, please hit the subscribe button so you'll be notified whenever we put out new videos or about upcoming live streams. I'm Greg Fordyce. Thanks again so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.